to the special election coverage as the NPP decides today. We call it the verdict day. It's a day of verdict where we're looking at the permutation, how it's going to be like for the NPP. We'll be profiling all the 5 aspirants. Already election has started just about an hour and a half ago. Our team of reporters are scattered around almost all the 333 polling stations across the country. We'll bring you snipes of information across all the 16 regions of the country. My name is El Samuels, and already seated in the studio is from the Council of the National Democratic Congress, the NDC. Christian Tete is with us in the studio, so we want to have some conversation. We'll also be talking about something that has to do with the Ekpon Katamanso issues, or some developmental issues that has also cropped up there. We have our team also scattered, like I said, across the entire country. We're going from the north to the east to the west to the south to the northeast to the central, eastern, Ashanti, Bono and Ahafo and its environs. Already we're getting snap of information from Wenchi. We're already having the Speaker of Parliament, former Speaker, Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Joe Wise. You'll be speaking to us in a short while. We'll bring you exclusive. We're here till 5 p.m. Exactly 5. By 2 p.m. the elections will be over. Let me welcome my guests into the studios in a person of Christian. Chris, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
How are you doing?
By the grace of God.
And somebody will say, NPP decide. What has that got to do with the NDC? Now you have even formed a coalition center.
Yes.
What is really happening with your party?
Well, my party is very fine. We are very focused.
Okay.
In matters of national interest. I want to say a very big good morning to yourself, your production team, and everybody that is watching us this morning. You know, elections in this country come with consequences.
Yeah.
So it is important that as a government, we make sure that any kind of elections that goes on over here that might have a negative or a positive influence on our lives in the future, and also for that matter, generations to come, we might take a very key interest in it. Now, all the 5 candidates that have been profiled so far for their flag bearership elections, I don't take anything away from them. But then the question is, are they trying to elect a flag bearers, or they want to elect a flag bearer that can win a democratic elections?
I believe that definitely every party that want to go into a contest and want to select anybody from their midst is looking for it to see who can win the power.
Well,
and I mean that is the basic thing.
Yeah, but
everybody want to go into election.
You know my point. My point here is that, look, as part of democratic process, Article 55 gives us the direct outline, the processes, the steps to follow in building up a political party, which is politically accepted, that observe the principle of democracy. Now, if not for the NPP's case, I have never, and I know this is the first time that we are witnessing a top to bottom up approach in terms of.
There's always a first time.
No, but at the end of the day, there is always a first time, but sometimes there are exceptions. For instance, you are building a party that just went out of power with 35% voter in your favor, which means there is a problem that they have.
Was it 35 or 41?
Well, 38 and points. The fact of the matter is that every political party works to capture power. And when you lose power, your main focus is to reflect on the issues, matters, policies that led to your defeat in the elections. Are they economical? Are they structural? In fact, they should be able to identify the reasons why they lost. After that, they go back to their base. And what I mean the base, the basic units, the marketplaces, the classrooms.
You think they've not done that?
They've not done that.
Are you sure?
Why am I saying this?
Why do you say they've not done that? Because this is their party, it's not the NDC.
The fact of the matter
why is the NDC so worried about the NPP?
We should be very worried because their actions and inactions right now breach Article 55 of the Constitution. That gives a clear outline of what? Allowing every single body to participate in the build-up process. So for all of a sudden, for a decision to be taken that, hey, we are changing the modus operandi, we want to elect our flag bearers before even going to elect our regional executives, constituency executives to the branch executive. That is what? A mispriority. Why am I saying this? When the NDC lost power in 2016, we reflected on issues that made us lost massively to the MPP.
But the MPP have done similar.
They have not done that. Why am I saying it? Look, how many consultations have they built over this one?
Maybe they are doing it behind the scenes.
No. As a political party, you can never do things behind the scenes because it is the people that elect you.
But they form a committee that the committee tells them exactly where they went wrong,
right.
What caused the grassroots not to come out. That is according to their statement, did not cause the grassroots to come out to vote for them. They have about, if you look at it, check and balance, plus and minus.
Right.
They were looking at, if for nothing, they should have their 6 million people voting for them. Only 4 point something came out to vote. Many of them were aggrieved from their own research shows that people did not come out to vote, so they decided to go. Although people are not excited about their models of operandi as to how they are going to the top bottom up instead of the up bottom.
Yeah.
But they went to Congress and they accepted to go by this. So isn't that enough that they've not bridged any article?
You see, as a matter of fact, we are building political parties. You don't build political parties at committee sittings. You build political parties from the grassroots, from the basis, the basic unit.
You think the MPP doesn't know this?
They know, but then what is different? You see, what I can see practically here is that people are practically trying to protect their jobs. Why am I saying this? In 2016, the NDC lost to the MPP, and they formed overwhelming majority in parliament to form government, over 125 ministers. Fantastic, in their best of their knowledge. At the end of the day, 2020 elections came, and this was as a 4-year period for an accountability to be given to Ghanaians. In that particular elections, the Ghanaian people voted and then gave Ghana a hung parliament. A hung parliament whereby 138, 138, or so ever. And we had one independent candidate that was what? Sitting in, which means we have even numbers in parliament. So they were unable to what? To pass certain bills. We were able to keep them on check. So when a time was due for accountability again in 2020, the MPP moved from what? A hung parliament to a super micro minority. What are the reasons for a party to win in 2016, fall short, and then got hung parliament in 2020, and at the end of the day, 2024 elections, they have the lowest minority in Ghana's history? That shows you that there is a problem. There is a serious disconnect between the party leadership, the government then, and also the party's grassroots. What were their concerns? They needed jobs. They needed opportunities. You know, they needed things that would make them feel as what? Part of the party. But because of what? The leadership failed to understand or listen to the needs of the people, most especially the Ghanaian people. They refuse to go out and vote. That is what they say. So at the end of the day, if they will admit and understand the reasons why they won election in 2016, they got a hung parliament in 2020, and they lost massively in 2024, I don't think they will do this top-bottom approach. Because you build political parties from the grassroots. You first of all need to conduct elections, consultations at the grassroots, so that people within the catchment areas can elect, identify people for what? Various portfolios, secretaries, chairpersons, vice chairpersons, comms officers at the basic unit. When that is done successfully, then you move to what? To the constituency, which means you are tackling the problem from the bottom. After the branch elections are conducted, you move to the constituency, where constituency regional executives will be equally be elected. So it means all the people that will be elected within the branches to within the region are the true reflection of the choice of the people. And after that happens, you now go to what? To the national elections. You elect your national executives. If you need to retain people, you retain them. If you need to vote people out, you vote them out. After the regional national elections are conducted, then you go and do your flag bearership elections. So fast forward, what has happened that all of a sudden the executives, the national executives of the NPP party decide to let us elect our flag bearers or our flag bearer before even going to the branch elections, before even going to the constituency elections and even regional elections. That is practically problematic. Practically. Because it's more or less like you want to build a structure, a 10-story building. If you are building this particular structure, you need to have a good foundation. You must build beams, you must build columns that will hold your building so firmly. All of a sudden, the engineers are saying that we want to start building the 10-story building from the roof, where you need to put roofing sheets before you connect the walls, nail them, put beams. It doesn't happen anywhere. So it clearly tells you that because of the mismanagement that it caused to Ghanaian people, people are scared to observe the right process. Because when elections are conducted today, as it has been since 1992, most of the branch executives will be voted out. Most of the constituency executives will be voted out. That will metamorphose to the region and affect the national executives. So for them to protect their jobs, this is a nice way of protecting their seats for that matter. Disenfranchising the grassroots participation. Apathy will set in because as part of democratic processes, somebody that will be chosen at the end of the day may not be the true reflection of the people because they have not observed the laid down processes since we started practicing multi-party democracy. So it is problematic. I don't know the decisions that went into this particular decision. I don't know the thought behind. We are still looking for the Professor Michael Quay's report. Maybe it is factored in it. We don't know. But at the end of the day, what we have done so far as a matter of strategy and as a matter of building up political parties is that we consult people, we consult chiefs, elders in the party so that the causes of your defeat can be identified. When that is done, you reorganize your base again and form a solid political party in opposition to fight and capture power, which I don't see coming anytime soon because all these 5 aspirants, if you take them one after another, these are well-to-do people in the NPP. Now, let me talk briefly about Mr. Brian Champo.
Well, I will come to Mr. Brian Champo, but in between time and now, you can also send us your verdict wherever you find yourself. If you are also a delegate, you can share thoughts with us at 0537158638 is the numbers we can have that conversation. Remember, officially, the voting has officially begun across the country as a new patriotic party, the MPP, elects its flag bearer ahead of the 2028 election. At the Jamestown polling station in Odododio, voting is underway with 1,314 delegates expected to cast their ballot. Asiedu Keteke District Electoral Officer Eric Autry told journalists that all preparation has been completed to ensure a smooth voting. Voting also started at the Light Academy in the Adenta constituency, the Social Welfare Center in Medina, and the Kolebu polling station in Ablekuma South, where voting officially started at 7:18 a.m. At the Maranatha University College, voting began 7:20 a.m. with 1,465 delegates expected to participate. Voting is also ongoing at Odoko Saria Basic School 1 and 2 in Ablekuma North, where 1,482 delegates are expected to vote across the 2 polling stations. Delegates have also begun voting at the new Bawe 1A MA Primary School in the Wejak Bawe constituency, where the polls open at exactly 7:15 a.m., as well as Domi Kwabenya constituency, where the voting started at 7 a.m. In the Western region, voting is underway at the Ifia constituency with 501 delegates to vote. As at 7:16, 9 delegates has already cast their ballots under heavy police presence. Voting has also commenced at the Teshin Anglican Primary B, a Horo International Preparatory School in Okankwe Central, the Ayawaso North Voting Center, where the first ballot was cast at 7:10 a.m. At Bimbila, where voting also began at 7:10 a.m., polls are equally underway at Pastoria Center in the Sunyani East. In total, over 211,000 delegates are expected to cast a ballot this morning at more than 300 polling stations. That's 333 polling centers. 5 aspirants contesting the race. The former Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, who led them for elections 2024. The Food and Agriculture Minister, the former Food and Agriculture Minister, Dr. Brian Champon, former Education Minister, Dr. Yao Osei Educhum, former MPP General Secretary, Kobne J. Ejapon, and a businessman, Kennedy Ohene Ejapon. The election is we are closely monitoring, as it will determine the party's flag bearer for the 2028 presidential election, and also shape the MPP's future direction following a 2024 defeat. Security across the nation has been tighter, with the police officers deployed to ensure a peaceful, credible process. The MPP leadership has urged delegates to vote responsibly and uphold the party unity after the results are declared. So we'll bring you snipes. We'll be going to the field to join our team of reporters to bring us up to speed as to what is really happening in those areas, from the central to the north, to as well as we'll be moving to the length and breadth northeast at Savannah and its environment. So we'll bring you snipes of all this. We'll also be speaking to the having a conversation earlier with Joe Wise, the former first deputy speaker of Parliament, who is a commando in chief for the election. So the trending story this morning is the MPP 2028, the road as they decide, and the verdict is today. So who goes in? But here's the case. We'll be looking at the profiling of the 5 individuals involved in this contest. But so far, so good. There have not been any. It's early days yet. We've done almost about 2 hours, 11 minutes into the elections, and we've not had any bad story. And we pray that it continues this way till the end. Normally, elections at this moment you didn't feel anything, but when the counting starts, when we start counting, that is where the issue. So when counting begins, then we start having skirmishes. But we pray that nothing untoward will happen. So we'll be going into on the phone. We'll go to the field. We'll be talking to our people. But in between time and now, I have with me in the studio the man Christian Tete, who speaks for the NDC, and is a communication team member of the Tema East, Tema West,
and Greater Accra.
Tema West and Greater Accra. He's a communication team member, and is here in studios with me as the MPP decide. We'll try to get Boy to also join us from the NPP. If he comes in, he joins us on stage and then on set, so we can have more of this conversation. But in between time and now, you can also send your thoughts on 0537158638, 0537158368. If you look on the background, you see the security is top-notch. The police are there in their numbers to make sure that nothing untoward happen. And that brings a refreshing that we see it as a national duty and not an MPP matter, because every party in this country is as important as the country, because they help to shape the narratives of this country. Now, let me come back to you. You didn't make allusion to the fact that the NPP should have looked into themselves before going into this contest, and a lot of school of thought has come into these issues already, but they are doing it today, so there's nothing anybody can do. Absolutely. Now, breaking down of the NPP voting history since 1992, the New Patriotic Party presidential primaries and national elections since the rerun to the return to constitutional rule in 1992, reversal shifting voter patterns, and also the internal dynamics, and also evolving electoral strength. From its early opposition year through periods in government back, the party voting history provide insight into how delegate preferences, regional support, and national trends have shaped the NPP political trajectory. But let's go to Bosomtwi. Let's take a listen to, we go to Bosomtwi first this morning, where we take a listen to Honorable Simon Osei Mensah, the former MP for Bosomtwi. He's on screen, and also former Ashanti Regional Minister and the Bosomtwi constituency. So we take a listen to him, then we come back and have this discussion.
Waha, Wamudoso yi, ena amanfo nso ekoto aba no, omudi kinu di obi enu ha oye dede. Mi hu se basabasa bias na misri nya me se ne city safe samri enkoso sa kopimbra ebeto aba no awie na asomdwe embra. We no ye den a nipa ba ko ne bedi nkunu. Nti samre mi de emra na campaign my campaign na wie mi campaign na ba wie ene ye campaign. Nti I won't mention any candidate's name say we are now. Name the young delegates na ya beto aba. The whole country, the be so ni MPP and Ankosa, Mfimpim, ni Adunu watching. You know, become the activity.
Ono ba de ba kwan na tem se abom be obi se media memne obae no say na watie de ne aka kire fa ho.
So far the am say menyante hwe say obi se medi amlem ana okoye no wa hu ni di. Wo ma ba ne de nim so mu nyina ba beto ko ma ba asomtwe. Na saa na beko akosie wie saa na yehwehwe no mesre se obi ehun na de bi nanya ye obambofo wa omomodin no omonko report ade no mabambofo na bambofo no enhwe se no bisi aka no afa obi enfamra enhyense
that's a period.
So that was former Honorable Simon Osei Mensah, former MP for Bosomtwi, and also former Ashanti Regional Minister at the Bosomtwi constituency. You heard him talking about complaints, but so far there haven't been any complaints, which is a good news for us. Right. We'll be trekking to the central region. We have our first reporter on the ground, Daniel Asuku, joins us to give us a brief as to what is happening. Yeah, Danny, good morning.
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. L.
Yes, Asuku, what more can you tell us? Where are you precisely, and what is going on?
Okay, so I want to welcome everybody to the Young West constituency, the central region, where for the first time the NDC is the last which has treated has retained the seat. So now we are out to the group where the constituency headquarters or the head seat of the constituency. We are expecting about 1,059 delegates. About 1,059 delegates are calculable this morning over here to make sure that they elect someone for the presidential race in the coming 2028 general election. So, run up to this morning's event, there's been a lot of consultations and then engagement, and all that. And then just the nine, there was a series of engagements among the delegates and then organizers and then representatives of the various aspirants, i.e. the five, including Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, Ken Egapon, Ken Pamela Egapon, then we also have the former minister and the like. So now we were expecting on the album, they had over 1,200 candidates or delegates to cast ballots this morning. But due to death and other issues, the number is now around 1,059, and they have started voting already. Security is on point, and then delegates are also comporting themselves. Voting has started, and then if you are not a delegate or an accredited person to be part of this election of a delegate congress, you are not allowed inside the inner perimeter where the ballot is. For that, you will be an observer. So everything is under control over here within the out West constituency in the central region.
Hey.
Well, how many persons have voted so far, and what time did the voting started at the constituency where you find yourself?
Well, as we speak now, I cannot get a clear information because the electoral officers have not declared the number of voters so far. They say it's too early to do so. So they want voting to proceed to some point before they are able to make such information available.
How many voting centers are in place? Is it 1, 2, 3, 4?
Oh no, I cannot count within a twinkle of an eye. Within a twinkle of an eye, yeah. But at least the attendance has been massive. I think what is informing this massive attendance is that the delegates have been given some kind of token for transportation and all that. So once you have received that token, you can no excuse whatsoever to deny yourself coming here to cast your ballot or whatsoever, because the federal can make sure that people that they've spoken to are having the means and the access of getting to this center. So the around 1,009 delegates who are expected, majority of them are there already. Majority of them are here already.
Now, looking at the majority of them, we've done almost 2 hours, 20 minutes, where voting started at 7 a.m., 2 hours, 20 minutes. You think we can be able to finish by 2 p.m., all the people get cast their ballots?
Yeah, we can be sure that by 2 p.m., even it should, everything go as expected. Before 2 p.m., they should be done with voting. They should be done with voting because the system is not going to go through.
You've spoken about security, you've spoken about the comportment of the delegates who are in a queue to cast their ballot to decide as to who leads the MPP in election 2028. Would you say you have all the 5 aspirants, their representatives at the polling station?
Yes, Mr. Elman. 2 of them happen to top the cast right now. Speaking of Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, the former and the vice president, and then Mr. Kennedy are compared for family in Japan. Yeah, in Japan, he is also making some headway into this process. Yeah, because you have some of the life of the former VP for the constituency in the person of Honorable President Kwame Kwei, and one of the young underground campaigners, his name is Joseph Okai, probably don't have 41 voters. They are at the camp of Secretary for New Family in Japan. So those are the 2 candidates who people are to voting effort. So my people say that any of them to say, and then the support is not easy at all, it's massive. So they are doing everything under control, as I said earlier.
We thank that everything is under control. I know you are following proceedings to other centers and bring it up to speed with the happenings on the ground. And if any unforeseen thing happens, you also alert us. We'll be following keenly, and we make sure that you bring us up to speed with it. Thank you so much for bringing us up to date with what is happening in the first almost 2.5 hours of voting. We'll come back to you, Danny.
Sure, Mr. L.
All right, so we've been talking to our reporter on the ground, the Central Region, Ewutu Senior constituency, where the numbers 1,495 are expected to cast their vote already. People are in a queue voting. Voting started exactly 7 a.m. and up until now, numbers are there to make sure the vote. And it's refreshing to hear that it's like keenly people want to see their delegates goes in to win this election.
Yes, as a matter of strategy, we must also applaud the Ghana Police Service. So far, so good. They have shown professionalism. They have shown commitment for God and country. You know, the Ghana Police Service put out a statement that you are not supposed to come there and come and misconduct yourself. Your core mandate there is to come and cast your votes, stand by. If you can, you observe the counting process. After that, winners are declared that you win. They don't expect anybody to go and do macho at the election centers. So so far so good. Monitoring from the ground, the police have shown professionalism, and I want to commend the police service. So back to the delegate matter.
Yes, so but just before the delegate matter, we just had a snap of information that the man Educhum has also arrived at his constituents to cast his vote. Our cameras will be there to follow that and bring that proceedings in. And also don't forget that we'll bring you the chairman of the electoral committee in the person of Joe Weiss, who happens to be the one leading, making sure that everything goes right. We will take a listen to him, and then we'll come back into the studios and have more conversation. As the chairman for the elections committee and the first deputy speaker of parliament, Right Honorable Joe Osei Wusu. So we're going to take a listen to him. When we come back, we have the conversation and then go into the histories of the NPP so far since 1992, when Ghana returned to constitutional rule. What has been the voting patterns when it comes to the internal dynamics of the NPP? 053-715-8638 is the numbers. We bring you extensive coverage on the NPP side in the verdict day. That's how we term it, the verdict day, the NPP presidential primaries verdict day, as to who leads the NPP. Right after 2 p.m., the collation will be done. By 5, we should know who wins the reins to lead the NPP. So whilst waiting to get a chairman for the elections committee, the first deputy speaker of parliament, to speak with us, let's come back into the studios. We'll be going for a break, and then my colleague will also be joining in the person of Bernard Eduji, will also be joining. But walking you through since 1992, the reversal shifting voter pattern, the internal dynamics and evolving electoral strength from each early opposition year through periods in government and back, the party's voting history provides insight into how delegates' preferences, regional support, and national trends have shaped the NPP political trajectory over the nearly 3 decades. The outcome of the 2026 presidential primaries will add to the NPP voting dynamics, and there's one thing we should look at. Now, if you take the 1992 results, where Albert Edubuahin obtained 1,126 votes, a percentage of 56.6%. Dr. Selby also going into that score. We'll bring you that projection on our screen in a short while. so you can also have a feel of exactly how the NPP pattern has been like as we saw. But you were saying something before I went on that a break to Asuko.
Right. I was talking about how professional the police service has been, and the expectations and the zeal by the delegates to go and then exercise their democratic franchise. You know, as a matter of fact, there have been a lot of concern. But then, no matter how the situation be like, I'm sure the delegates will choose whoever they think can lead the party. But then, to lead the party, but not to capture elections anytime soon.
To lead the party, but not to capture the seat anytime soon.
Right.
Quite interesting. Now, the primaries, the police has come, vote, and you are safe. The police are short delegates, and that's like you said. The police have done a lot of work. The race switched to. There's a lot of things coming up, but we'll have a lot of discussion. But why was the NDC so interested in this? That to the point that the NDC, your party, have set up a coalition center.
Yeah, there is a say that only Abu Sambesa Udidi or Selma Watre Ewa. You know, MPP has been part of us. We've known them, their modus of operandi, the practices that they so believe in winning elections. There were a lot of strategies that the MPP used to win elections in this country. But then the NDC, led by Mr. Omanibuama, Director of Elections, may he so rest in peace, assisted by Mr. Rashid Tanko Computer, were able to uncover practices, secret practices that led to what? Stamping of ballot papers ahead of voting in certain regions, specifically Ashanti region. So upon identifying this particular matter, how then do we match our elephant friends with critical eye and eagle eye for that matter? That is how come we're able to set coalition centers across the country and monitor every single vote that is being casted and accounted for. So it is important for the MPP not to cook any figure. Just yesterday around 11 a.m., we saw ballot papers already stamped.
Oh, but those were assertions from people as to whether it's a truth or somebody's trying to be mischievous.
Absolutely.
You know, so, anything has been that. So far, exactly. I've not heard anything. So
at the end of the day,
we hold it there.
Okay. At the end of the day, since we know how they do their things, it is better that we match our friends, not to only match them, to also support them. Because, as a matter of fact, we might even be declaring some of the winners before they will even, because teams are standby, observers are all over the country, making sure that this particular process is observed, killing with eagle eye, so that they don't end up cooking any figure for all of us to consume. As a matter of fact, when you ask me, the 2020 general elections that was conducted by the Electoral Commission, if you ask me what voter percentage or margin or figure that the MPP won with, I can't tell you in all honesty, because we saw different results coming from the EC chairperson at different times. So this is problematic. So at the end of the day, as MDC and as part of strategies to make sure that we keep our friends in check and also to help them, we are so much interested in these particular elections, and we will help them for the right thing to be done, especially about collating the right figures for the good people of Ghana. That is why you see that we are investing so much, we are putting all the energy across the country, purposely to what? To make this particular elections very successful.
All right, making this particular election very successful is the voice of Christian Tete, the NDC communication team member, Tema West and Greater Accra, right?
Yes, sir.
Tema, a team member of the NDC, Tema West, and also Accra, joining us this morning. Now we're turning our attention, we're going for a break. When we return, we'll bring you the statistics, and then we go back to the field, take a listen to Joe Wise, and we'll bounce into the studio and then bring you some of the things that has transpired from 1992 when Ghana returned to constitutional rule till date. We're here with you till the elections are over and the winner is declared. It's the election verdict day on MBN TV. This is MBN TV. We'll be back after the break. All right, you're still live on a verdict day. The NPP presidential primaries are ongoing nationwide, 333 polling stations. I will bring you snipes of information from all the polling stations. You got our reporters scattered across the length and breadth of the country. We'll bring you extensive coverage here on NBN TV. Rolling from now till the time the elections are over. We know election closes at exactly 2 p.m. and we'll be here with you till the final verdict is announced as who wins the election, who leads the NPP to the 2028 elections. Ghana is up. The entire country is watching. And now who will be leading the elephant, the Kukurudites, into come 2028 is what will be decided by close-up day today. All eyes are on the elections, and we have made sure that we bring you nothing but extensive coverage here on our studios located on the 10th Avenue Extension, Greater Estate. And also joining us on set is one of my co-hosts, Bernard Edigi. Bernard, good morning.
Mr. L, good morning.
How are you?
Very fine.
Great. And I know I'm okay. I'm always fine. Looking forward to see what we can do for God and country. So as early as 6 a.m. we have to get into studios to get everybody up to speed. We'll also be going to the Ashanti region. We're joining our correspondent John Boy, who will be telling us exactly what is happening at the Ejiso area. Esther from Poma is also on the standby. Mrs. Ogwadachehima will be joining us from the Nugua and its constituencies also. And so we'll be diving into the history of the NPP from 1992 when Ghana went into constitutional rule. And then right after that, we'll bring you a breakdown of the NPP's elections. So far, so good. So far, we've not had anything untoward from our reporters, and then the scenes that has come in from 7 a.m. till now has been good throughout. I think that the most important thing is that when the main ball is now done, that is when we start to get a snipe of problems. But we pray that nothing happened. When you were coming in the studio, how was the atmosphere like?
Yeah, I passed through a few places, and I could see the excitement. And a lot of people were talking about the primaries, of course, and for the reports that I've heard so far, it seems like everything is good. We haven't heard of chaos except for a few misunderstandings, which is of course expected in every election. And the EC officials are seen to be calming tempers. Police are on top of their job, and so yes. As at now, we can only say kudos to them. They are doing well, and we hope that, we'll have a very peaceful election, and the best candidates will come out to face the NDC in 2028.
Well, the NDC will also be going into their primaries as to, but currently we know who the front runners are in the NPP. Going into this election, the presidential primaries, and what makes them strong candidates. Let me start with you, Christian. We have Dr. Mahmoud Baumia as one of the front runners.
Right.
We have Kennedy Ohene Ejapong, another great front runner. People working behind the scene that have said that, okay, we are working behind the scene, but we believe in the underdog tag. Is it Dr. Yao Adichum and his team? We have Brian Champ, who also believe that the grassroots are there and the dynamics can change. We've seen the polls, we've seen some predictions from men and I don't know whether to call them astrologists and whatever, zodiac readers are all mentioning things that is going to, the pendulum is going to sweep here and is going to sweep here. But I'm just asking, who in your opinion, among these front runners, do you think what makes them strong?
Okay, thank you so much. All the 5 candidates are gentlemen of the NPP with records that we can pinpoint. That might be their shortcomings, that may be their success stories. Before then, let me talk a little bit about Mr. Brian Champong.
Brian Champong.
Brian Champong is a very resourceful young man, the owner of Rock City, and he also served as a great minister in the actual administration.
Yeah.
We saw his performance at that great ministry. What I remember is that under their watch, we were able to go to ECOWAS to go and borrow food, cereals for our school children to feed. Under his watch, we saw importation of spiced rice, Moshosho to be precise, into this country. So if you look at the leadership qualities of Mr. Brange Champo, I also saw him on tape. Before the 2024 general elections, he was on a podium telling delegates to vote for the MPP, and no matter what happens, even if the election goes to the side of the MPP, they are not going to hand over power. That is Mr. Brange Champo. So if you look at all these issues surrounding him, he also made an attempt to buy our Senate hotels that are the hard labored money for our.
No, but he's a businessman.
Yes, but at the end of the day,
if Senate believes that we're not doing ends, but we're not trying, we're not able to run our affairs, and we're not making profit venture, because every organization was looking for it to make making profit.
Absolutely.
So if the profit is not coming, I would think that going into private partnership with someone who has the Rock City and Rock City is doing well will help us. You think it's a bad thing? Is it because of his political background?
Well, I am a grassroots, so I'm speaking the minds of the ordinary Ghanaian. Because for a government appointee, a minister for that matter, to buy a state asset, is it that they allow the institution to run at a loss so that they can buy them? Look, just 1 year down the line, they wanted to sell Tema Oil Refinery that belongs to us as a country. It was nearly sold at $22 million, Mr. L. Later, did we know that one young man, Mr. Edmond Combat, was appointed. 1 year of active work. They've been able to accrue $21 million. So it tells you that when institutions are given correct leadership, our institution will work for good. So for him to even have the intention, that is my problem.
Okay.
So as an agric minister had the intentions of buying a state hotel, that is quite problematic for me. But there may be other reasons that will determine that particular decision. But at the end of the day, to me, it is a red sign and a red note. And as part of our democracy, we go into elections when winners are declared. A peaceful transfer of power is is guaranteed. So for Mr. Brange Champo to be on stage inciting people that they are not going to hand over power, even if the election goes against them, that is practically problematic to our democracy, and to me, it is a red sign. Because any of these candidates can emerge the winner of these particular elections, which means they are potential presidents. So for such all transition coming from them is quite problematic to our national development. So now, back to...
Is that why the NDC is following this election?
Absolutely. It's because the issue is that decisions when made by political actors will have direct benefit or repercussions on us as a country, economically, most importantly. So whoever that is a potential president in this country should be a concern of all of us, not only as political parties. So now back to Mr. Kennedy Japan.
All right, so let's move away.
Okay.
Just before we talk about Hine Japan, let's go straight to the Bono areas. I'll be going to the Bono areas. We have Solomon Feke on the line. Solo, good morning.
Good morning, brother.
Yeah, morning. Tell us exactly where you are and how are things unfolding in the area where you're covering.
Good afternoon.
What time? Okay.
Yeah, in Bono region. Now, we can do okay, 71. Now, 1 hour for Tamina, 807. And now we have for 32. Now, I'm saying, I'm very well, now about the 4 months before time when 2.2. On our say, Libra, on no, come out about the number. Former DC, I have doctor at some point. One about the number. Sama ada formal lawyer, adwa polua, orang tu saya pak tempat mana, orang tu ada phone number, sama tu nak ayat politik ayat paling terpanjang, Honorable Alexander Abdul, orang tu ada number. Nếu cái này thì buổi khai phản tin của là cái executive nó cái này nó có một cái gì nào thì biết là là rồi không mà rồi cái tua ở một số bằng na kami vừa ta cái bên tình nhân được đi một đám một phải station vừa rồi bên từ số fa cái bên từ bọn đi ra Mesti orang ini saya yang mencoba untuk dapat saya. Yang kau yang ngomong tentang seven five. Aku sih pernah ngomong tentang seven five. Nah, orang di sini kamat saya ngomong so anti pada sibuin ngomong terus. Itu semua orang bukan yang nada buat saya buat tahu pasang kono mah perubahan dia tu kalau perlu politik berdebat kan politik
Okay, solo ya beda si ya hwe ni musa senior ni amese kono be kono totin sa na no mi no boa na mo hyase kan ya ma no so ya besa but for we need e bibia ba ya besa asan ya chi bia be the next hour or two, no. Yeah, that's it. And that's our reporter from the Bono region, Becca Solomon, bringing us up to speed. All is saying that time and also Wenchi. He's been to this up two places and everything is on top notch. Security, super. Delegates comporting themselves, and that is a refreshing news we're hearing. Proud to this, there's so much commissions that has gone on, but if you're hearing stories of this nature, it tells you that the Ghanaian is waking up. Yeah. Now back to you, Chris.
Yes, so if you take our gentlemen that have been lined up for these elections, it is important that we scrutinize them so well, because these are possibly our future presidents. So we must track them based on what they stand for, their beliefs and practices. So now on Mr. Ken Ejapon, very articulative, very entrepreneurial-minded person, business-minded person. He believes in grassroots participation and how basic and common sense can be used towards in formulating policies for national interest. That is Mr. Ken Ejapon. But then, my question is that until this mindset of becoming a president, when did this came? And what are the factors that led into his decision? Is it because everybody can dream? Is it because of public opinion? Is it because some group of pastors believe he can be pastors? The question is, we don't know. Because when you look at Mr. Kennedy Ejapon, he has been in parliament for almost, I think, 22 or 23 years. A seasoned legislature for that matter. The question is, if you look at his nature, his profile, this is one man that I fear so much, being very honest as a youth. Why am I saying?
Why do you fear him?
I need to fear Mr. Kennedy Ejapon because,
why?
You know, if I don't remember anything about Mr. Kennedy Ejapon, now I'm saying why gentle power?
He's got good managers who managing him too.
You know, so my fear here is that I'm not being too political here, but I'm speaking as a citizen and a youth. I remember his utterances inciting people. And you know one funny thing, Ghana as a country is interwoven, and we are here because we come from different backgrounds with different tribes. So for Mr. Kennedy Ejapon to be on record, to be inciting tribes against tribes, I think it's problematic for our national development. Because if not for anything, in the wisdom of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, he established the boarding school system purposely. Maybe when somebody is from Greater Accra, maybe Ghana, goes to school in the Volta region, students are coming from different regions to mingle and make friends. If people even take their spouse from schools, that is a vision towards what? National integration. So if Mr. Kennedy Japan's ideology is to incite, is to insult people, I think it's problematic. Especially, he was caught on tape telling people that the Gans and the Airways are not Ghanaians. But at the end of the day, he might be acting very well. But then, as a youth that believes in what? In leadership, I think he needs a lot of work to do if he emerges, because we are going to track him by his actions, inactions. As if that was not enough. He is also caught on tape and TV. Put your colleague journalist's picture on TV that this gentleman is very bad without any evidence. He should be beaten up. Whatever cost that comes out of it, he will pay. So, listening to this man carefully, it clearly tells me that if this man becomes a president, the commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, at a little bit of provocations, this man will do something to us that we may not be.
Well, this man will do something to us. Let's cross over to the Ashanti region where we have our reporter, John Boy. John, good morning.
John Boy.
John, good morning. Etizay. John, bombing comedy and ecoso. He now won a DNA ecoso. John said, "Over to me a position who can cross or cast on it to chase see. It is over to me a position who can crank a boy and can come on church and so fair. As a chase this if John can reposition yourself well, or PCR, if you could do us a favor, we can record John back and then we can have that conversation. Okay, so land, and then I'll go to Bernard and pick his thoughts before I will look at the profiling from 1992.
Okay, so that is what I do remember. Aside proposing grassroots participation, enacting laws to foster development and so on, I remember certain things about him that makes me fear so much, because this is somebody that can look into your face and insult you directly. So me, I'm looking at the persona.
You're looking at the persona. We go back to the lines and join John. Good morning, John. Yeah, John Yanko. Yes, I hear you, John. DNA Koso.
Na tabla me no ka se de o be pie me ye adura se seduma se dia yi patdo a aje pene se ne dei omo so apa eye 912 912 ana ma je pene se omo beto apa na o ba pe do se dia no ka se mini se ne o ma fo asi ato pantane na o mu jire mu se omo pre pan no ma ko ko na se e ni kan yi papa and day I can mammy cabino, a juma, a waha. Over Asia, Pension Pension, and in Topasiano, Enya, and Coso. Now, if a few more and Anna Peno, and a young to get one age name day and so on, so up number a Bella no. If you move a future, I have Oko, I have playing a champon, I say, delicate need more. Omono etia ye 700 Ghana cedi ewura baumia etia ye 500 Ghana cedi ewura ohene Canada Japan also etia ye 500 ene yewura aduchum etia 500 ene de oka ho etia 500 na eno na ye ne eye delegate ni bi twetwe nkoma omo tiri ma sa 7 na ne 500 no enya do mu sa ka bi se omo fure mu petia so eba ejura no omo tua ye lori fe ye 40 cedi ba omo ba ye no omo sa aka eye 100 cedi na che se tadi ye ka sa 7 na ne 500 na de omo nya ente na te sa dia na che se omo sa enya nka bi na aye PC a wogina mu edema MPP amanyeko aye 2020 aye 2024 so be pre aye aye MP ayama aye ejira teduma se no oba beto na kama na owie no na menu be ma o chetia wona asala no mo pe akonya akokoto maba no ebra no o chetia no ena yewura aye ohene ekredi Japan enkrofo chidemu a tene woti enam la santini mu na o chetia ne tete o ye campaign rekope eji o mo chetia no ne pende kakra eba ehon mo na me no ka tedie tene amafo ato santene na omokokoto maba no mo pe nipa omba be jino mo na mu te MPP presidential candidate 2028 no ano de pa na ye ne oye chamaya woda MPP amayeko no ano ewo ejira tetedumate alchenkomo na na komo jujemu nyina na ka me sebenia obi ateke ni stadio se ye PC awo ha gifti indoma etremu a delegate na kwato aba enfoma ewura Dr. Baumia ana chamaya woda MPP amayeko no ewo ejira tetedumate so chiremu a ye ne komo chichemu ni kire se wana ya kwato aba obudila mu nyina no enko na mkokoto aba no enfoma yewura Dr. Baumia se ne be ya 2028 ye ko abato etua omani na to fante no ombetumi ede yewura Baumia akọ na makoko fre eye omampani ede am oman Ghana ani MPP amanekro nia.
Well, John, you better say for when you na share other constituencies so you better cause over sentiment no na you better saba
nia de bibi kakra ka mu ne se on say ye ko ba bia ye to abata na ye nya te eye sentrefo ye beko na ye ne returning officer
ne din komo
na chichen komo ye wudi ye beko so na o ba hasi a ye police o ha ne tiremu a o ma ye kwan ama ye muremu ne ade a ye ne o mo chiche ne kakra ka o ma ye kwan ye komu ni padodo a ato aba ene ni padodo a aka wo se o mo to aba se na be ya no mi na mpenifu atese emo no mienu na obi piala ato na ba wie no na so abamofo wa ha se no embeto mama e pa na mo ba ha no dia papa se mo no enko so pa me no ka se die apolitifo maako aduonum be piste policemen and women and wa ha no ma omo boban a penche dia enko so ha se mi nya be ma.
We better say John a boy you better sign about or Asante Maymunzi for when you do then you will be ano na odia so yeah hwefo enim yeah that's right. So we've been talking to our reporter John Boy throwing more light. It seems across all the sectors we've gone to, from the Bono areas, the Ashanti, the Central, tells you about the security situation. The police has done a good job, a yeoman's job there. We say thank you to the police. We hope that it goes through till the end, and then during and after, it's always the ripples that people look at. But Ben, you've been sitting quietly for some time. You heard the reporters and all the things that is going on across the country. And how does it make you feel? And now we're looking at the individuals involved. Chris has done 3 of the individuals. It's left with 2. You've done 2. You've done Brian and also Ken. You've not touched on Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, who is one of the front runners in the race, and also you've not touched on Dr. Educhum. Educhum, remember his spokesperson says that they are the underdogs.
Yeah, but fearful underdogs. And he was confident that they are going to win elections. I mean, I am happy about the proceedings so far and events on the ground. Looks like the police, security agencies are on top of their game, enforcing law and order. The Electoral Commission as well has been apt delivering one of the best internal primaries so far. Let me add that so far. It's still early days yet, but we hope that it will continue like this. and then we are going to experience a very peaceful election. Like I said, the NDC is watching, right? The NDC is watching. And so whatever that will happen today, it will be used against you or for you. And so it is better for you to conduct yourselves very well. It is an internal contest. Whoever wins needs the other four, to come on board. Like, I don't know if it was Afenyo Markin who said, no one is able to win the elections alone. None of the five is able to win the elections alone, right? So they will need the support of all the others. So it is very important that, they all bear that in mind and conduct themselves very well. Now, looking at the personalities involved, I mean, Christian has said a lot about the Honorable Kennedy Japan. Let me start with Kennedy Japan. Very interesting. I mean, I for once never thought he is a man who would want to be a president. I never thought. And in fact, he himself once said he had no business becoming a president. So it's not surprising that I am saying this. And so when he emerged in 2022, 2023, wanted to contest the flag bearership position, I was skeptical. I thought, oh, is this just trying to pour, sand into somebody's gari or stuff like that? But it appeared like he was serious and he was able to get over 30%.
Yeah, 37%.
37% of the vote. And then 2026, we are here. He's the main contender, against Dr. Baumia. That is interesting. Now, he spoke about the conduct, the attitude, the character of the man Kennedy Japan. It's even interesting that some major prophets are prophesying his win. Looking at his records, having attacked pastors, he dedicated show on his media, lambasting men of God and prophets and what have you. But look at the turnout of events. The same prophets prophesying his win. And what trickles me, what pricks my interest the most is about the fact that grassroots, right, are voting for Kennedy Japan. Put Dr. Baumia and Kennedy Japan, go on the street. Most of the street guys want Kennedy Japan to win. Most of the MPP core grassroots want Kennedy Japan to win. And I have attributed that to the neglect
of the grassroots.
Right? I said the other day that the NPP as a political party, was founded by intellectuals. The NPP used to brag about being the party of intellectuals, the party of lawyers.
The party of elites.
That party of elites, right? So if you look at the caliber of people who have contested to lead the party into elections and those who have become president, look at John Ajekun Kufuor, gentle giant. Look at the former president, Nana Akufo-Addo, foreign affairs minister. You have to be a gentleman to be a foreign affairs minister. You don't pick radicals.
Although even they didn't win the 1993 election, they presented a formidable person, the president, Dubois.
Professor Dubois. Yeah. So if you look at the track record of such people, it will give you a picture of their belief, their political orientation.
But that's they said they are the property owning. Political party.
Likened to the Republicans.
The Republicans of the
America.
US.
So it should give you a picture of the NPP. So and like I said, the traditional NPP, Kennedy Japan would not even think of contesting because
well, he looks more of a radical.
He would have fit into probably the former NDC. Now the NDC has also rebranded. Like I said, parties rebrand to
it evolves with time.
They evolve with time, and they evolve alongside the leader of the party.
Sure.
So NDC, the Rollins kind of thing, and then we came to Professor Mills, the Asimjoe Hine and all of that, and then Mahama. So you can see the political parties rebrand, they evolve alongside the character of the leader. So what happened for a character like Kennedy Japan to be contesting to be the flag bearer of NPP? I attribute it to the neglect of the grassroots. Okay. And it is the reason the grassroots want him to win. Because what is he preaching? The ordinary Ghanaian wants food to eat. They want jobs. The grassroots, the NPP grassroots, all they want is jobs. And it is no longer about English. It's not about when our school baby, you are the economists. No. If the economists came and we didn't have jobs, let's give it to the person who has been proven to provide jobs. Even though, like I said, I don't believe that being a successful business owner means to be a successful president. These are two different things. But to the ordinary Ghanaian, they feel like, oh, it will be better for us to have Kennedy. Obedi Atemo Ejuma, we are fine. They don't care. It's the reason we have Kennedy Japan now emerging as a strong candidate in MPP. That has been a party of elites, party of intellectuals. But having said that, if Kennedy Japan wins the NPP primaries, you and I know that it is not the core NPP people and the core NDC people who decide the outcome of elections.
Yeah.
The floating voters do.
There's a thin line in between all the parties. We know if you look at the parties' album, each of those parties have about 6 million plus, 6 million plus, which is seated for them.
Yeah.
And in between the 11 or 14 million voters, already 12 million or 30 million is out for the two parties, the two major parties. Then that thin line, which is the people who decide where the pendulum swept, is also one of the key things. That how do you appeal to them?
How do you appeal to them? That is why I said, if he wins, his job now will be how to appeal
to that angle,
class of people.
Yeah.
And if you study the demography of this group of people, the floating voters, you have to appeal to their mind. You have to appeal to their conscience. They are the lecturers, they are the doctors, they are the pharmacists, the lawyers, and what have you. You have to be able to appeal to their conscience. The same politics now you preach to the grassroots. That is not the same thing. You won't go and preach job creation to those kinds of people. They are looking at policy. They are looking at healthcare. They are looking at education for their children and stuff like that. They are looking at political development, peace and security. So Kennedy Japan will have a very tough thing. He would have to change his approach. The approach now, or the contested in this election, he would have, if he emerges to be the flag bearer elect, he would have to change his approach to be able to appeal to these people, because you have to appeal to their minds. Now, let's look at Dr. Baumia. Dr. Baumia, people say, and he himself admits, that he's been one of the very fortunate vice presidents, because the president gave him a lot of opportunity to act, to explore, to make decisions and all of you.
No, but here's the case that we have two schools of thought. That's as some people said, attributing the blame of the economy getting to a halt, and that he should take responsibility for it, for being the head of the economic management team.
Yeah.
Then he came out to say it. Okay. I remember you asked those questions also along the line when we were having one of the discussions, and his followers have said he was not allowed to operate. So now we're having two different versions here. When he said, I was given opportunity to take certain decisions. So does that mean some decisions he was not given opportunity to do?
Yes, so it was when things were supposedly moving well. That is the first term of the president, when he made this pronouncement that he is a very fortunate vice president or what have you. But let's look at his character, his persona. That is also very important in election.
Yeah.
He appears to be the calm person, accepts everyone around him, very, gentleman, demure and all of that. Onye the hija kind of, person, or kasa, But his problem going into the election is how to convince people that even though the economy didn't do well, I was brought in to spearhead the economy, move it from the supposed junk status that they inherited from John Mahama 1. That is what they said. To build the economy, rescue the CD, reduce inflation, and all the economic indicators you can think of. Even though those things were not achieved, he is still competent. That will be his major dilemma now, because his job description was carved out. Economy when he came, things deteriorated. So how do you justify that? How do you go to the people and say, even though this happened, but I'm still competent? And it is the reason he had a very tough time campaigning in 2024. remember at a point, people were like, oh, he has fallen out of love with the president because he said he was a driver's mate and what have you. The president was not happy. If the thing was right, he will say, oh, he will take credit for it. The wrong ones, he will try to, distance himself from them. So it was a difficult time for him. And I think that 4 years is not enough for Ghanaians to forget all that went on in the 8 years, especially the last 4 years of Akufo-Addo's government. So Dr. Bawumia's job will now be how to convince people that even though the economy was not good, even though inflation went very high as 50-something%, the cedi went as high as 17 cedis to $1 and stuff like that, I am still competent, I am still capable. So you hear him championing digitalization, interoperability, and all of you, gold for reserves, gold for oil reserves, and all of that. Being ideas that he's championing, just to make people know that indeed he was able to do something, even though the economy. Another argument some of his communicators have raised is the fact that the Prime Minister, you and I know who the Prime Minister is, and his folks, did they allow him to function? Did they allow him?
I know when you want to mention Prime Minister, you're talking about people like a Gabriel.
Of course, did they allow him to function? He made it clear on a sister station that he didn't support the e-levy.
Yeah, I think he's one of the people who spoke against it.
Yes, and that is what some of his communicators are trying to, sell, that even e-levy krana unsupported and stuff like that. So it is going to be a difficult time for him, but I think that Dr. Bawumia would be able to appeal to the middle class more than Honorable Kennedy Japan because of his attitude, because of his experience as a technocrat and all of that. Will give him an upper hand over Kennedy Japan in terms of winning the middle class over. But as to whether he'll be able to win election 2028 depends also on what the current administration will be doing from now till the 2028.
Quite interesting.
If they maintain the current momentum, if the cedi keeps doing very well, if inflation continues to be low, businesses are doing well, the fuel prices are down, and all the good things we are currently experiencing and enjoying, I can tell you that the MPP is going to have a very difficult time. And then to Dr. Brian Echampong, I once engaged Dr. Brian Echampong on Facebook. I asked him, so why did you want to buy the Senate hotels? And he told me that was purely business.
Yeah.
And I mean, when he answered, I felt like, business. But I thought about it. I was like, yes, of course it is business. Yeah. If a state enterprise is being sold, and I feel like...
And he's a Ghanaian also.
I'm a Ghanaian also.
I feel I can bid for it.
I can bid for it and win. You just put in his bid. And if he wins, so be it. If he doesn't, so be it. But of course, you can cite conflict of interest and all of that, in that deal. But like my brother said, he's a young man, very resourceful. Very resourceful. Apart from the other two, we can say he's the third, or even more resourceful than, even one of the two, even though he doesn't speak much about it. And he's also going about preaching job creation and all of that, trying to win the base. Dr. Brian Echampong, just like Kennedy Japan, is also trying to appeal to the base of the party. And he knows what they want. At this time, all they are looking for is jobs, economic opportunities. And that is what he is preaching. But he also, he made some pronouncements in the past that, he's even in the internal election are being used against him. As the minister in charge of security at the presidency, at the time of Ayawasu West Wugon, having been the one who authorized all the things the security experts did at Ayawasu West Wugon. That is something that will hang around his neck. His pronouncement that the NPP was not going to hand over power, even, these are things that will, but compared to Kennedy Japan, we can say his is a lesser sin.
There's nothing like a lesser sin. A sin is a sin. Let's cross over and go to the Oti region where we have Somali Abdul Razak. Abdul, good morning. Hello, good morning, Abdul. Hello, good morning. Abdul Razak. Abdul. I think Abdul mine is somewhere else. Hello, Abdul. Well, I think we're losing Abdul if a PCR will do us good. Hello, good morning, Abdul. I think our man in OT region is not ready to speak with us. Hello, Abdul, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well, sir.
Great. Abdul, give us a picture exactly where you are and what is happening there.
Okay. Currently, I'm in Kwanta South of the OT region. As it stands now, I'm at the voting premises where the election is going on in the Kwanta South 2020 over here. Let me just say, currently, if you come to Kwanta South, let me just say, this is where all the big men EPP also vote in the region. Because we have the former regional minister, who is Joshua Makubu, is where he casted his vote, and then the deputy OT and voter regional minister, former, this is where he casted his vote. So currently, as we are speaking, the election is ongoing, where the delegates are also casting or making sure that they will follow the diligence process, so that the election process, they can also follow it up, so that at the end of the day, whoever emerges as the winner will also go in victory. The former regional minister, who is Joshua Makubu, also shared his advice to the general public, telling them that all the electoral process that is going on today, they should know that they have something to achieve, which is they needed only one candidate who will represent their party as a flag bearer. So anything that will happen, they shouldn't take it to heart that maybe they are different parties. It's one party that they need to follow, and then follow one rule, because at the end of the day, they still return back to one big family. So if you come to Kwanta South currently, as I'm speaking, the security process or the security situation at hand right now, so you can see everything is going on well, because the police presence over here, they are making sure that all the necessary rules people will follow by it, so that at the end of the day, they will have a fair election in the region.
How many people are expected to vote at where you are currently?
In Kwanta South, we are expecting about 850 people to vote in the constituency over here. And then as it stands now, we can see there are lots of people in a queue to cast their votes, because the constituency, let me just say, in the OT region here, this is the highest population, or this is where the population is, because it's the biggest constituency in the and then people who move from far places to come over here to cast their vote. So we are, let me just say, roughly by 2 to 3 o'clock, we should be expecting maybe the close of the polls.
Well, between 2 and 3 o'clock, we should be done with the polls. Razak, please follow suit with it, and whatever it is, let us know.
All right, thank you very much.
We'll come back to you again. So we're going back to OT region. So good news also coming from OT region, telling us that the peace, security is good. People are in the queue, voting, and the flow. Looking at how it started, by 2-3, they should be done with it. Let's go listen to the chairman of the election committee, the first deputy speaker of parliament. The former first deputy speaker of parliament, Joe Wise.
We are if you are growing, if you talk about into your pigeon who and nay doing Boko Pa, very bad, we are to not be Boko, now problem. Sembian, Yen say, your partner holding enough for in Lion Toss.
Wadaroma and to share at a saying, sir, and ne, yet to be quite ye, time ben or see we. Time Ben also coalition center, time Ben also national, time Ben a declaration.
By a tree, a chassis no so professor, no sooner Fakra and Yamoyans or Haima. No me no upon one no me no only lie with the Biadi and not just work at you. They will no me no bona or lie Mudia, and they say, Yamaka no told me. And Elopahua, you bet kind of Wahayara. They are declared Wahaya, they when you be a Robotubiamu, and some of the Penua or say a Harry also, but transmit massive. Like massive for cancer and to memory in an album, or almost at to do no almost at transmit the concrete and can so I can in our book here to be when I do
and so far Kumasi no Hinefana collision center no Ebekosu
original electoral office.
Okay. Nti we be yamfa ne se enema nyina to na kwan mu a according to road map no final declaration no be time be.
Oh, need that so say abro so bono siana nyina aka. We dey imagine am this so Ghana final nyina na eba ba so say abro so bono siana na
Right Honorable Joseph Oseusu, former First Deputy Speaker of Parliament, na Onwa San, a chairman, Emma the Electoral Committee, Emma the largest opposition party, New Patriotic Party. Bekwa in fee, na yeneno atwingu. Honorable Edasipi.
All right, so you heard the voice of the Honorable former First Deputy Speaker, Joe Osei. What do you make of his comments? Just before we follow the trends of how the NPP elections has been so far since 1992.
Osei really if you talk who then they got from Boko. I mean, yes, of course.
Cool, sir.
Cool. So far, it's been cool. The process has been.
I think that always, the process always build up when now the counting is where the heat starts from.
So we expect the police to be on top of their game. I mean, not only during voting, but more so during counting, the collation, right? So that there wouldn't be any snatching because, even some of their MPs could even snatch in Parliament.
We're talking about Parliament now.
So they have a record. So we expect the police to be on top of their game to prevent any form of activity that could result in chaos. So far so good. I mean, let's give credit to the NPP. They've conducted themselves fairly good so far.
And it's good for the image of Ghana's democracy.
Yes. And then you went to Nkwanta.
I went to. Oh, that's. Oh, really?
Yeah.
So you're excited about the report from Nkwanta? What is happening?
For some time now, there've been some pockets of violence, chieftaincy disputes, and political issues. So I'm happy that we have very good reports coming from Nkwanta South. Yes, that has been my area.
Your area, great. And so let's go to follow the trends from 1992, the MPP presidential elections. We started in 1992. The trends so far, if you look at percentage-wise, and the candidates that went, they have as many as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candidates that went into that election in 1992. Professor Albert Dubois, he obtained about 1,121 votes, which is 56.6%. Dr. Selby Kofi has 343, so you can see the difference in there. John Ejikun Kufuor in 1992 went for that election. And he placed third by getting 266, followed by Dr. Safo Edu, 149, Dr. J.A. Addison, 71, and then Dr. Kwame Safo Edu merged with above, got 0. So the voting in this the total valid vote then with the delegate was 1,981.
Less than 2,000.
Less than 2,000.
We have about
211,000 and above in Silk Council. So it tells you the election keep revolving. So in 1992, it's only 1,981 persons that went into that, and it was 100%. Everybody voted.
Wow.
And that would take us to the following, that's a 1996, right? Let's do let's do the 2000. Let's move away and do the 2000. I want to do 1998, right? Let's do 1998. So this is 1998. 1998 has 1,990 delegates. John Kufuor came back and won that with 1,286, 64.60%, followed by Akufo-Addo, 628, 31.55%. J.H. Mensah, 31 votes. Dr. Kofi Kunedu Apreku, where is he?
He's been in this game for a while.
For a while, since 1998. So he got 27 votes, representing 1.36%. Alhaji Malik Al-Hassan Yakubu, 11. That is 0.55. And Dr. Nyaho Temaklo.
Interesting. I never
7 votes.
Contested.
This is really
This is history.
Absolutely.
So we're bringing you history to tell you that Dr. Nyaho Temaklo also contested for presidential primaries with the NPP. So he's one of the old founding members. That is why he can put in at any time, peace in and peace out anytime he wants. He got 7 votes. But he's better than somebody who got 0 in 1992. And that pattern tells you at that time, if you compare 92 to 98, you see the difference. Wasn't that huge? The electoral college started building up. Yeah. Almost 2,000.
Right.
So the number kept going. Now let's move away from 1998. And then we go straight.
So this particular primaries produced a president
from the NPP for the 2000 elections. You know, it's 2 years ahead before the election, where they select their flag bearer.
So Kufuor contested
92,
twice, and he won the second time.
He won the second time and went for the 2000 election.
And this is the exact year I was born.
Oh.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Wow. You are learning some history.
Absolutely.
So you were born in 1998.
Yes, a hot afternoon on Wednesday.
Hot afternoon.
Interesting times.
Okay, so if you look at the pattern that has come in so far, Kufuor went for 3 times.
3 times.
He went 92, 96, 98. Okay. But he won the 92. We've done 98. So let's do the 1996.
Okay.
Which Kufuor won.
Okay.
But didn't win the election. And you see, there's a trend I want our viewers to know. If you compare 92, the figures there, the total number of voters in 1992 was 1,981. Now, if you go to 1996, 1996 was 2,000 people that voted. And in that votes, in that 2,000, John Kufuor had 1,034. Eduwa, he came back in 96 to contest Kufuor, but he got 400.
He didn't win this.
He didn't win. You know, he won the 92. He came back. He didn't win the election. He came back in 96. Kufuor contested him. Kufuor didn't win in 92. Kufuor came back in 96. Kufuor didn't win. Eduwa didn't win. Kufuor won 96.
So it defeats this whole argument that the NPP always retains the flag bearer, because clearly in 96 they didn't retain Edubuahin.
Edubuahin couldn't get the votes.
Yes.
He got only 400 as compared to 92, where he had a huge margin against Kufuor.
Yes, and Mr. Kufuor is so appealing. And if you look at the way he addressed issues, he's very calm, very on top, very articulative.
Yeah.
So he has that kind of love, you know. That may be a contributing factor to this particular tally.
But you know, one of the arguments of the Baumia camp is that the NPP always retains the flag bearer.
No, but watch it. If it was something, the trend in 92, Kufuor went, he didn't get it. Edubuahin went for the election, he didn't win against Jerry Rawlings.
Right.
Then Kufuor came back again in 96, won it against Edubuahin, but didn't win the elections. Then he came back in 98, again as a third time. He won the primaries with 1,990.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
He got 1,286, 64.60. That was in 1998. Then he went for the election in 2000 against John Mills. Then he won.
Yes, I get that. So
you got it.
I am saying
so he has gone for the primaries on 3 occasions.
On 3 occasions. But I'm saying that given this
scenario,
right, it means that the NPP does not always retain the flag bearer.
Yes.
Because in 92, when they presented Professor Edu Boahen and he didn't win the main election, they changed.
They went for the primaries again.
So Baumia's camp does not really have an argument that when the NPP will always retain the flag bearer. Because in 92, clearly, when they brought Professor Edu Boahen, he didn't win. They brought another candidate in 96, and it was not because Professor Edu Boahen didn't contest. He contested in that election. So it is possible that we may have a repeat of it.
You know, it is because of the Nanado Dankwa factor. That is why Mr. Baubia and his team are making this particular assertion. But elections come with its own dynamics so far as population grows, ideology changes, and more people are beginning to get involved. Look, who thought that NDC could have won the Akwetia by elections?
Very interesting.
You understand? So it could clearly tell us that dynamism comes on board. When we were at the grounds at Akwetia, the people told us that we want result-oriented candidate. So though they lost their member of parliament, they never counted on what? On sympathy.
No, you know, in Akwetia, sympathy didn't work, and then the slogan, in political marketing, the NDC did a swift thing. And so we have the person on the seat.
No, but
it makes it easier.
You know,
it makes it easier.
I would disagree with you.
No, what I'm saying that is a session of most people.
I was
that
there.
they feel that okay, the person we are not talking about. The person is there.
Right.
Now we have a DC from the camps of the NDC. We want development. The person sitting on the sitting government is from the NDC. If we had a person from the NDC who can deliver, why not?
Yes.
Don't forget about that if somebody is dead. So what?
You know, yes.
No, Ghanaians' orientation is beginning to change.
Yes. So, for instance, I believe in Tema West is a stronghold of the what? Of the NPP.
Right.
But now it is the NDC that has captured that seat. How come this is possible? Because the people are beginning to have what? A change in their mindset. The people of Ghana are looking for results, not new mass talk. So even if you are a father to maybe a particular delegate, that your son may equally vote against you because your son may do something that you may not be able to provide. So immediately an outsider give that alternatives and show the commitment, you will be voted against.
All right, so let's go to 2007. Let's just move from 98. Let's go to 2007 where Akufo-Addo was presented.
Allah.
You know, the man has gone with Kufuor.
Right.
He lost
it. Before that, in
2000,
for the 2004.
For the 2004.
How many people contested John Kufuor? I want to see something.
You want to see something that is in 2000, right?
So after the 2000 election,
after
the 2004 election.
There's 2010, there's 2014, 2023.
2004
election. Let me do the 2004. Okay, but you can make your assertion, then we can go to 2004, 2010, 2019, 98, 2007, 92. Okay, I think I've mixed up.
2007 was when we had the 17.
Yes, which was 10. Yeah, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 17 candidates. That was in 2007. After Kufuor is to leave the ferry in 2008. And then you had Akufo-Addo, Alain Chermantin, Aliu Mahama, the late Aliu Mahama, the former vice president, Yawosa Fumafo, Daniel Kwekuboche, Papa Owusu Ankuma, Hakma Owusu Ajima, and 10 others.
10 others.
For the 2007 election. And that one, they have 2,285 delegates.
And sorry, you know, over here, what I see here is that because of the change in time, democracy was growing. So more people wanted to partake in the process. That's how come we saw these numbers.
But you remember the NDC gave it a name. the current chairman of the NDC. That was when he made that assertion that the 17 tips.
The 17
You know that coin came out with it. And he said the 17 tips.
It was because
and they are going to elect the chief
thief.
You know, I think we had 17 because they thought it was easier to retain power.
Yeah.
You know, so everybody was trying to come in there. 17. I remember some of the names, Mr. Yaosafumafo, Dan Boche, was in the Papa Uso and Kuma, who later became
Hakma Owusu-Agyemang, Alan Tremantin.
Yeah,
they were all in
the great
there.
one.
The great one. Then it moved to the 2010 election. The 2010 election, that is where now the college was open.
Yeah.
Very huge numbers. Where the Greater Accra, Akufo-Addo had 23,138.
Ashanti region.
In the Ashanti region. The Greater Accra had 11,000. Eastern 16. Central 7,000 plus 7,564. Western 7,910. Bono 6,904. Northern 4,264. Volta 2,878. Upper East 1,114. Upper West 1,080. Representing 83.361 of the total vote of Tremantin had 20.40. That is 21,820. That was when they opened the electoral college. Very huge numbers going in there.
So Akufo-Addo took that.
Took that in 2010. Then Akufo-Addo, 2010, he didn't win.
He didn't win. Yeah, he didn't win the 2012
The
election.
2012 election.
He came against first-timer John Dramani Mahama. When John Mahama, succeeded Mills. Mills was supposed to represent the NDC in the 2012 election, but
but because of his demise in 2008,
it was a very short primary.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think the NDC just elected. I mean, they decided to retain
and
Mahama.
that was a time the NDC at that time played a sympathy card.
Exactly.
Which worked for them.
Yeah.
Okay, to retain John Mahama in 2012.
Yeah. And I think it's the shortest campaign period for any aspirant because we lost Mills in July and the election was December. So it was there 4 months for campaign and he won over
And the character of Professor Mills also played a very key role. Absolutely. So for somebody to succeed him, it would say that it would be very, very simple.
A lot of factors, apart from the character of Prof. Mills, also the 8-year election cycle.
Yes, and also, most of the projects that was undertaken by Professor Mills was spearheaded by the Vice President, Mr. John Dramani Mahama.
Yeah.
So over there, it was more or less like he has a practical field-handed job that he was doing already.
Yeah.
So he campaigned most of his issues based on the policies and the project that was initiated by his boss.
Yeah.
And that also played a very critical role in him being re-elected as the President of the Republic.
Yeah.
So, Professor Mills, his persona characterized or influenced a lot of Ghanaians' mindset decision towards that particular elections. And Mr. John Dramani Mahama too was seen to be very I would say he has the enthusiasm, the courage, the charisma. For any good leader, he is a communicationist. Yeah. So he speaks on national issues, he expresses views on issues of national importance and proposing solutions and alternatives. So I remember there was a heated debate between Mr. Akufo-Addo and his Excellency John Dramani Mahama on the state of economy.
Yeah.
And everybody that watched that particular interview could know that yes, John Dramani Mahama is on top of issues, and when this man is given a chance, he will deliver. And so far, so good. As we speak today, history is here with us. He's still the President of the Republic of Ghana by what? By constitutional means. And not only by that, by the good work that he started. Look, we won the 2024 elections not because of the MPP. We wanted change, but at the end of the day, the records of John Dramani Mahama first coming was everywhere for people to see. So people saw how he worked before the MPP tagged him as incompetent. Sitting home for 8 years, people thought that yes, this man, even though he was tagged as incompetent, the 8 years of the MPP cannot be juxtaposed with his first term. So that related into what the massive turnout in the 2024 general elections.
I still argue that, in fact, the poor records of the Akufo-Addo regime, especially in the second term from 2021 to 2024, played a major role in John Mahamat's comeback.
Yes.
I argue that if the NDC had presented any other person apart from John Dramani Mahama, the person would have won the election, because Ghanaians were fed up with the NPP, and especially given that the establishment at the time threw their weight behind Dr. Bawumia. You know, a lot of people were saying that Bawumia is just an extension of, or a third term Akufo-Addo government, and so even though Mahamat's records might have put him ahead, comparing to Akufo-Addo, even if they presented a different candidate from Mahama, the person would have won, because look, Ghanaians were fed up. Ghanaians wanted a better condition of living. So any person who promised better, would have won the election.
Anyone who promised better would have won the election. Before we do the final take on it, we know Dr. Edubuahin has cast his vote. We go to take a snap of the doctor and what he said after casting his votes.
MPP EPA asumdwe ene yede bibia obi tienya Dr. Bichu juma maye onwasuamu nia minim bia metumi aye enu se ma mi ginae na me wawe sem se etu ahene esi ahene fo obi hu me e wo sa kwan no so na omo ena ye to aben omo ato aba so nko dia yenya enkra bia sa se obi bia firi mu me ba he obi ameka me bi nkyere me sa enti bosomtwe ha me we die menti bibia atesa.
Okay, honorable, across the
neighborhood. Maintain the BM agency outside. When I some CBS you and to the baby so air couple. Maintain somebody be a MFI polling station baby. Our agents no so more baby. To be born in the side. Okay. Yeah, baby, I see when you're mensa. Yeah, bit me. I have an unfair. Yeah, can when you're mensa. GDS, the Breviano, the better as a baby. I catch you union aspirant. Said, was here comport to a Casabocoi. Oh, Minia, GDS and want to encounter Quenians to be brave. Say, what say depending on better our cheek, our brabby being within India, or born to one for Boo. Mobia and Kobia was someone and I say, I'm a one of you, will be answering your paper. I bet I will.
All right, so welcome back from you had the former Education Minister, Dr. Yao Educhum. What do you make of his demeanor going into this election? It's been so quiet.
He's been so quiet, the gentleman kind of politics.
Ghana, you need a buga.
Sometimes you need it to, even his team, they've been very gentle, very calm and campaigning, selling their policy to the delegates. I mean, we hosted his communication person here in the studio, and he spoke to Dr. Yao Educhum's policies, especially in the area of education, trying to raise engineers, trying to raise, people in science. So, and I am happy about the fact that he is accepting, acknowledging the fact that he has not heard any negative report from any of his party, his agents across the country, and he has not seen anything, anything bad, anything negative. I think it is commendable. It is good that the candidates would acknowledge some of these things. I wish to hear from the other for acknowledging, the peaceful and how things have been organized so far by the Electoral Commission, by the election committee. Also, and also by the security services. So kudos to the MPP. We are watching. If you do things right, we'll give it to you. If you go the other way to Yan and Betna, and like I said, the NDC is watching, especially for the fact that the NDC is watching. For you not to be branded as the violent party, try to do things well, and it will serve you well.
All right, so for you not to be branded, now let's look at the final lap of this conversation that has to do with the MPP presidential elections 2023 results analysis. Now, if you look at the Greater Accra, Bawumia won the Greater Accra with 20,915, representing 52.2%. Ken had 18,994, representing 47.5% in Greater Accra.
First timer.
Yeah, in Greater Accra. So Ken nearly flipped the capital. His grassroots appeal was strong then. Is he having the same grassroots appeal in the Greater Accra? It's something we all have to look at it. Is the dynamics changing now? What are the messages going in there? I mean, he's promised jobs and stuff like that. Is it going to still hold that momentum to get that 47.5? Or is Bawumia going to still hold on to the 52.2 or add up? Or Ken is going to flip it again, because he nearly flipped it in 2023. Now let's go to Ashanti. In Ashanti, Bawumia had 23,614, representing 64.5%. Now, Ken in the Ashanti had 12,327, representing 33.7%. Bawumia dominated the party base because that is their stronghold. But Bawumia dominated the Ashanti. But Ken's 12,000 vote was a record for an outsider. You get the point? Yeah. It's a serious record for an outsider to get that vote in the Ashanti region. So it tells you the dynamics that can change at any point in time.
Yeah.
Going into the 2026.
Sorry, I think that I don't know why I feel Ken could have done better in Ashanti region.
Yeah.
Ken himself, I see him more as an Ashanti than
I mean, Asen for so is as close.
So it's as close to the region.
Yeah.
So
when you go through the Ashanti Bekwai, and goes through they are in the central region.
But also you can understand why Bawumia did well, because most of the Ashanti MPs, campaigned for him. Yeah. Some wanted to be the running mate and what have you. So they rallied their supporters to campaign to vote for Dr. Bawumia. But I think there will be a change in favor of Kennedy Apo in the Ashanti region this time.
Okay, there will be a change. Now let's do the northern region, which is straight away for Bawumia. He had 11,623, 95%. Likely he will either get more or retain that point. But this man didn't do bad. 536.
Yeah.
That is a 4.4%. One of Bawumia's most lopsided victory. Complete lockout for Ken.
Of course. That was not surprising. That is his backyard.
Then we go to the northeast. Similar thing happened. 3,488 against 48.
Yeah. That is his home region.
Yes. So Bawumia's home region, he secured virtually every single delegate.
Right.
And I will not be surprised if this too repeats itself.
Yeah.
With the upper regions as well, coming to add up, where he won those upper regions as well. Now, if you do the central region, that was for Ken.
Of course.
That is his home base.
His base.
That's Ken crown jewel.
Yeah.
For the central region, he won his home region comfortably, despite the established pressure. 6,232 against 10,000.
Wow.
But still, Bawumia did well in Central.
No, he did well in Central region as compared to
Ken did
in the upper regions, and then the northeast and northern region. Now the western region gave it to. The western was close to call. 7,000, 5,000, close to call. 7,927, 56.1 against 42.2%. It tells you the huge margin there. Very close. I mean, a competitive battleground, which is still a competitive battleground for the western region, where Ken performs significantly above average. And I will not be surprised we're going to have that contest there. And then the eastern region.
Right.
Those eastern region is also going to play a solid win for Bawumia in 2023. But you see, now the dynamic in the eastern is going to change because of Brian Fact.
Absolutely.
So definitely he will lose votes.
He'll drop. Bawumia is likely to drop.
And it's likely Ken will maintain his votes there, which is a 31.8%. one. So Brian is going to eat into this and that.
Yes, number, yes, absolutely.
So we're going to see the numbers drop in the Eastern because of the Brian factor. Because Brian now is a high risk for Bawumia in the 2026.
Right.
So those are the dynamics we are expecting to see. How will this change? So if you're watching us live, it's 053-715-8638 is the number. 053-715-8638 is the number. We'll be going to listen to Ken Ohene Ejapon. And what he said, I was going to cast what his assertion so far. And I will go to our team of reporters who know Dachi Hima Ugwa is in the Krowo constituency to bring us up to speed with that one. So we go for a break. When we return, we have more for you. Don't switch off. Just stay with us. We got a lot to discuss. When we come back, I have a discussion to have with Christian with what's the name of the area again? Catamans, constituency. I know there's some dynamics happening with the NDC there.
Absolutely.
So we'll talk about it when we come back from this break.
Right.
Bisa se ene enhye se de akọ ahyase be bia bedure se na o se hu no
ase ba
ade ma se me
ma boni bia process nani
okay eto da bia ye to aba bete ne ye se bia obesi midin nim de keka ho mo baton be so mate bisa oh okay na tambe na bedu ha no se
bedu abe 8
oh sir. Oh, okay. It does. The back and farm.
Okay. He said the man who said, Yatoba, so about it. He said, and Cypra, I might be Bia Kama. And I'm a for to say Bianca Basabasa, baby, listen. The buyer so yeah, when is that? There also be Bia than outcome. Bia, I discipline. I cool a person Fortuna Ba, Yao Person Tunabama, as Messi and Asa Benson. Send number for you to say MPP for you, but Traba, be up in Chippy baby. By a band, so yeah, when is that? Be Bia than outcome. So if you pass all back, I will need Ganaka and I'll say, yeah, I'm to Misha Abunima, to be Lansoma, who for Traba, said they say, a fata. Until the Bia than outcome, come, be Bia cool. Just a very women and Coco.
Now, oh, did it say Sabri, yet to a license, Yankin Kane, and Yan declare in the cake home. A honor so, a face no, candidates no, said ya na mobile Twaba say, or more Bibia Mushina than Aquam.
Oh, Bibia, my Bibia, come, Bibia than Alchem. So they sit on Madame Busher, so there's some of the brand, my ever traveling now, with Bia in the Busher, so. And say, Uncle, we also the MPP, Edwin Kunin, okay, MPP in the beginning, Bibia than Alchem.
That's it. Mijidi, yes, Matt Batron Bessie is one of the candidates, and so if we had must say. No can hope in Asham Ukrainian Maba Boom Sana.
And also can have Dr. Osaya Wadichum. Now, people from China was I MP. Now was I education minister. On no county to Quentin and Myers.
Is here the education minister?
Education minister, but now a former advance at Libisa. So no Kahona, my Yadi, the Akabu, my best ever travel edition and Munyamo. Was also Bianca, also be a the work time in Pesasuano. It includes Sanson and Dr. Saya. That's a bit my one. So, Yantama, I had the with my opinion. Now, I just
all right. Good morning, folks. As voting begins at Boku Municipal Assembly Police Station in Boku Central, as voting begins, this is the delegates ready to cast their vote, and we can see security around. Everywhere is security. I think the environment is conducive for now. and really applaud the security for the great job. And we expect this till we are done for the election process. As you can see how the place is calm, everyone is being guided and followed by rules here.
Agents, and then our purpose here is to initially we were verifying with their ID cards, but then we realized it was slowing the process.
Okay.
So we had to bring in a new idea, that is recollecting their things with them.
Okay.
That is their phones,
Their mobile
anything with them. That will cause any commotion inside. So basically that is what they are doing. Collecting their phones, they will go home and then they check them, verify them with their various ID cards, and then they move on and then go.
Okay. So basically, everybody who needs to get into the inner perimeter.
A delegate, a prospective booster, is to bring their phone or anything here before they go inside and then vote.
Okay, so that's the standard protocol
That
here.
is the standard protocol.
Okay, thank you.
Noble? No, just a short video. How's the mood like? How are you feeling?
I'm good, I'm fine.
And I believe you are hopeful?
Very. I mean, it's an election. So when your message has resonated positively, you leave the rest to the voters. They have the power of choice. So at the end of the day, I've been able to communicate with them. I'm happy. The rest is for them to decide. At the end of the day, it's the party that is the eventual winner. And we are Democrats. The NPP have a responsible outreach for the sustenance of democracy right from 1948. So we belong to a very strong democratic tradition. I'm hoping that all of us will be sportsmanly. At the end of the day, whoever emerges the victor, I'm hoping that it is me, whoever emerges the victor, will represent the party well for us and then win the confidence of Ghanaians and the trust of Ghanaians to be able to give us power.
This is not the first time, the second time that you are contesting.
It's my third time.
Third time. And looking at how things are going, do you think that you've been able to galvanize the base very well?
Of course. I mean, the first time was very different. The electoral college was very small, just 10 executives of each of the 230 constituencies in those days. Well, not that many. You know, and they all crammed into Legon, if you remember, in 2007 to have that election. Right now with the expansion, and now a slightly more expanded electoral college, we have about 212,000. It's a significant number. And we'll see how it goes. I mean, I think I've mounted a very effective and efficient campaign on the shoestring budget. But I've been able to make my case. Everyone who cares to know knows what I stand for. I do believe that I will energize the base of our party for them to remember the very foundation values of this tradition, as I've always said, is what I call the triple S doctrine: service, sacrifice, and selflessness. If you don't have those character traits, don't go near politics. Because politics is really essentially about the welfare of the ordinary person, improving their livelihoods. That's what this whole thing is about. It's not about self. It's about the collegiality and the collective welfare of all of us.
Yes, indeed, the NPP decides. And then you heard a voice as we went to the camp of engineer Kwabena Ejapong. We brought you a conversation with the man who believes in education, touting education to be the key to unlock Ghana's potential, Dr. Yao Osei Educhum. Is also one person that we had. We had some of the delegates talking to our cameras. We went to the Upper East region, Boko to be precise, and see what is transpiring there. That tells you a refreshing story.
Yeah.
Security has been very top-notch in all the centers. The delegates are comporting themselves, and we wait to see by the close of date, 5 p.m. We should know who has won the election. Sure. Now, if you look at the dynamics we showed from all the regions that we talked about earlier, if you take the assertions as to who is the leading person for the NPP going into this election, already we have the front runners, the election which we discussed extensively before going into the various areas. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia with 56% of the delegates supporting him, according to the national security data. The national security data that came out says 56% of the delegates are supporting Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. He is seen as a continuity candidate with a strong technocratic credential, followed by Kennedy Ejapong in second, according to data from the national security. Is 25% support from the delegate. And he is known for his populist appeal and also blatant political messaging, energizing the party's grassroots base. Then Brian Echampon with 12% support. And he's also considered a dark horse with strong organizational skills and also a consensus building approach. Now, the key issues influencing delegates' decision has to do with the economy, economic management, and cost of living. Right. It's one of the things that is influencing the delegates, the party unity and healing divisions, leadership style and temperament, regional balance and appeal, and the performance in the 2024 general elections. All this came into the survey by the national security. So the MPP primaries will also impact the party's chances. Looking at what is happening now, we've seen, although we are almost getting close, 2 p.m. is just around the corner. When it's 12, we'll bring you our weekend review, which I'll give you the opportunity to keep into some of the stories for the weekend review. Then we continue with the elections, the coverage as well. Do you think the regional dynamics will play a part in this primaries? Looking at what we saw with a dark horse like Brian Echampon coming in, especially the eastern region.
Yeah.
The eastern region.
Certainly so. So for the eastern region, like you said, Dr. Bawumia is likely to drop some votes because Brian has also entered the race, and that is his backyard. That is his home region. He's from the Kuru areas, so he's likely to have some votes from the eastern region, even though I don't think he can win the region, but he will be able to get some votes, and that is likely to reduce the votes for
Dr.
Bawumia. Yes, and also Kennedy Ejapong, as usual, is expected to win the central region and pull some votes from the western region. I don't think he can win, but he's likely to get some significant number of votes from the western region and then western north as well. For the northern regions, of course, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia is likely to win in the five
regions of the north.
The
upper east, upper west, northeast, northern, and Savannah.
Savannah, yes. So Dr. Bawumia is likely to win because that is his backyard. He's from the northern sector. And the Volta region, I think the Volta region is likely to go for Dr. Bawumia, Volta, Oti. But Kennedy Ejapong is going to make some good number of votes from the capital, Greater Accra.
The Greater Accra.
Yes, he's likely to make some votes from the Ashanti region as well. So, all in all, it wouldn't be much different from the 2023 election, say for apart from Eastern region where Brian will get some votes, you know, to reduce the number of votes that Dr. Bawumia is likely to get.
Well, Chris, interestingly, you know, the nation gets interest in our politics, our body politics. That is why the national security, I mean, the NIB. Why did we change the name to NIB?
Well, it's a National Investment Bank.
I still don't get it why we changed the name from BNI to NIB. I think the Bureau of National Investigation is
quite better.
It's quite better than the National Investigative Bureau. I don't get it. Why do we do the changes? It's like the previous government loved name change.
Absolutely. Right? You can talk of other investees that was changed. Even the seat of government was changed, you know. And there's a school of thought that I think NDC should have done the needful by changing the name quickly back to what? To the Jubilee House instead of the one we have today. No, you see, as it stands now, every single person is beginning to find interest in our politics, because politics, as a matter of democracy, has become part of us. Because anything we consume, food, it is influenced by the decision of politicians. So it is important that all of us as citizens, groups, civil society organizations, we find our voice in matters of national interest. You know, as a result of political change or wind that changed, our lights have been on for the past 10 months. Political decision. As a matter of political decision, when change of government occurred, we have seen a massive appreciation of our cedi against the dollar. We have seen a persistent decrease in fuel prices, political will and political commitment. So day in, day out, politics has become part of us. So it is important that we all take much interest. And for these particular elections, Chief, I can tell you that coalitions across the country is being monitored, voting is being monitored, counting process is being monitored by the NDC.
Not just the NDC, we hear the other parties are also keenly observing what is going on.
Because, you know, political decisions can make or make us as a country.
Yeah.
So immediately an inactivity or something that will not help us is identified quickly, the media need to take it up so that we can all discuss it and find the best way and mean towards building a democracy. That is why I like it so much. The last time I was in Ashama Market. Look, one woman that I used to buy, I've been buying cassava dough from. This woman gave me a chunk of knowledge. Our market women, they understand politics and economics for that matter. There's a say that if you want to view the real economy, go to the market. Yeah. That's when you see the real economies over there. So at the end of the day, it is important that we all put our hands together in building our democracy, because democracy as part of politics have direct and indirect influence on us as a country.
Having influence on us. Now, let me come back to you before we do the NPP matters and go to other areas where we'll be visiting. We'll be taking people to where Brian Achampong also arriving. The sector will bring you the interview we had with our reporters on the ground. We'll share that with you here on the verdict day. The MPP decides. It's a verdict day. What is happening at Ponkatamanso?
Okay, Ponkatamanso.
Let me just dive a bit in that, because once you hear, I need to find out what's going on.
You know, Ponkatamanso has been in the news for some couple of days and weeks, and the main issue is that Ponkatamanso is faced with some practical challenges that are the basic but important needs of the people. 1, roads. 2, water. 3, double sales of land. And you know, Ponkatamanso, according to data, is the second biggest constituency in terms of land size and also in population. So it tells you that whoever is leading that particular constituency in the name of Mr. Joseph Akwete Tete is facing a lot of challenges so far as this particular constituency is concerned. And for a period of 10 years, we've seen a persistent increase in population within the what? The
catchment area.
Absolutely. And this raises a lot of developmental projects. And the sad issue is that for the past 8 years, for what we in the NDC, we know government is a continuous business. But we saw a total neglect of what? Kpong Katamanso constituency, because it is perceived that the MPP doesn't get any votes from there. Little did we know that the Ajay Kojo, I say Ajay Kojo, Ashaman Market traffic light to Okushibi, Apollonia was under contract in 2016. When we lost office, and investigations were called that the project to be halted. 8 years of investigation without any single sheet of evidence or issue brought back to bear. So a road that was under construction, phase 1 was done, it was left to deteriorate for 8 solid years. So it clearly tells you that because population is increasing, there will be pressure on the available resources, available infrastructure, the roads, our water issues. So the commitment now here is that there's a government that is committed in fixing the challenges of Kpong Katamanso constituency. And yesterday, the Honorable Member of Parliament highlighted some key important issues that the government is doing so far as tackling this problem in the constituency. One, our water challenges. Because it was the Kpong Katamanso constituency grew in a space of 10 years. Subtracting 10 years out of 8 years by the previous administration is only 2 years. So you could see that they failed to plan adequately. When population is increasing, you need to what? To supplement the population with what? The basic needs of the people, water. Till today, some of the areas in Kpong Katamanso areas do not have potable water. They need to buy water in tanks, which is a challenge. Why? The Ghana Water Company, the line that supplies those areas, because the population is merged, when they open the tap, it doesn't get to all the areas, which is a deficit. So consultations and talks are underway within the municipal assembly, in the MP's office, together with the regional minister, to cut sword for this big project, to facilitate water production and a fair distribution of water. If you talk of electricity extension, fantastic within the constituency. But the major challenge is that road infrastructure and water infrastructure is being taken on by the Greater Accra Regional Minister, together with the MP, together with the municipality, so that collectively, Kpong Katamanso will become a very great place to be. Today, you will see that people from Spintex, Ashama, Nungwa are going there because of how peaceful the place is. You know, so as a matter of strategy, the government is working so hard that all these basic but important needs of the people will be addressed within Kpong Katamanso constituency.
So that has been the problem in the. That's why the people are raising their voices.
Absolutely.
What is being is the party looking at doing to make sure that we solve these problems?
You know, one, most of the road contracts need to be re-awarded again.
Okay.
For instance, I don't know if I have the other paper from Parliament. In 2023.
But just before you continue, let's go back to the Bono region,
okay,
where we have our reporter Solomon. Solo, good morning again.
Good morning, man.
Now, Solo, at the end of SNC Bioma, at the end of Koso, dear Behinna, Sia Wakujina.
The Pato Wadaro, send me a minimum Hajan or Pano, you call 1 minutes a pa. If you went 10 minutes a panel, you did a time constituency. And if you see my baby,
okay.
And I see I'm not saying, my baby drew. Now, oh, baby, Hana, now we shall send you about 183 now. But you will say, or one shot when you're ma. Now, Nipa on the 12 about I have 727. 727. Now, Obana Bishop put the ball to almost one more put the ball, Marco. 58. I'm no better to see any here. So far, 3.20 now, Yakuni now.
who was there or more here at the ha about no. We are no. Nadia, come. But I mean, another brother, do you know the funny thing of this election?
Tell me about it.
Delegate for non-sona for one day, papa. Yes, sir. Or what you move, Marco, elum no. Uba say nipa Marco below where I say, me camp for no aye to abamano, nipa 35, and no aye or nobody 7. Like Japan, so Papa 74, and two more than any black illuminum. Or when you now, when we know which carry a bottle. And non a delegate, no, or what some form of wandering, says a young cook, young moya, and yet table, Nipa walk for Faha, men. Not yet.
It's a share of cocoa season, I don't know. So let's see our cocoa season. I don't know. So no, over to me, I generate as I will line no a monya at it. To two scenes to say, and to bet me, I generate not yet in command Cababa solo. As I say, I'm a town kind of man on Koyanko.
What the end for one? But if you want, for what did you do?
Sanke, bet to me as I fresh solo, Buman Cabame then. Say, bet me a fresh solo, Buman Cabame then. A bet me a fresh solo, Buman and Cabame then. It's a bear ye solo and free sona, yen sign and funnel. And to speech. All right, so that is Solomon bringing us up to speed. Brekum East, and solo at the 053715868. Our uti and also will be come with me any attraction como. I mean, till 1 minute to be answer 12 by the news review about bro. The news review no bro we pet. Let's say I can kind of ask you. I can kind of start your chassis if you for me. Maminko Christian, just finish up with a catamanso. Then I asked a question. You were saying that you think the road needs to be re-awarded.
Yes, most of the major roads. You know, one of the key things that we need to do in that constituency is that we need to do a lot of public sensitization for the people to know the core mandate of the district assembly, of the MP, and also the central government, because it is more or less like it is seen everywhere that the MPs are the developmental agent, which is not the case. So we need a lot of education so far as consultations are going on to look at some of these critical issues of importance in the constituency. We need to do public education to know the real mandate of all NDC MPs so that the pressure on all NDC MPs and also MPP MPs can also be reduced. Because, look, how can you expect an MP to construct a full road for you? It can't happen. But the only thing that the MP can do is to what? Is to lobby. You know, have that courage and lobby for projects. And so far, so good. That commitment has been shown by the honorable member Joseph Akwe-Tetete purposely to what? To get government attention onto the constituency to get some of these basic but important needs fixed for the good people of Katamanso.
All right, so let's go back to the Bono region. Brekum East to be precise, and we have Solomon Feke. Solo?
Yes, Daddy.
All right, so Solo Yanko.
Now, you're thinking that one country, I get the basic practice will be really at the matter or the content. And say, on what they say, create an award when you have a candidate bill. Our candidate bill really now a credit. What was the ticket? Fully, I will take it now. Now, we should count the
Yes, Catholic BC. She may be yeah, who can get the second is aspiration cafe or the Bombia. Not of the Bombia, but the end of my country. My point of view who teacher or the
Interesting pictures on the background, and the videos you're seeing is a reporter at Solomon Feke at Brekum East. I mean, people are seated quietly. Voting is ongoing smoothly. No, so far so good.
So far so good. That is mature democracy.
Yeah.
You know, it is the tone. Just go when it's your turn, cast your vote, go home, monitor proceedings. If you want to come back and witness the counting, fine. You don't have to be fighting. But he made a very important point. You know, the monetization of our politics. Yeah. It doesn't seem like it's going down anytime soon. People are dashing giving five.
So now the people have also decided to put themselves into grouping to pick up the.
Oh, but you know me, I've always said that if they offer you the money, take it. I'm happy that almost from Muadjin. You know, but
this is your season.
It should not influence your decision, your voting decision. No, if someone gives you money, it means the person doesn't believe they have what it takes to win the election. I mean, good policies. Giscano, but go and vote for who you think you want to win. You know, based on your own conviction and the things you are looking at. But a Masicano and determine your vote. As for that one, I always encourage you. Once you do that, it means that your vote has been bought, and then you can't hold the people you can't hold them accountable because they have paid for your service already. So why else can you hold them accountable? It's the reason most of our politicians think they are doing us a favor, because at the end of my yeah. So the monetization, I don't know what we can do. The suit that has been filed at the Supreme Court to increase the
electoral base.
The electoral base. But I think, like I said, even in the main election, the general election, the parties and the candidates still pay people, still give people money. So I doubt if that is what can, but the Electoral Commission clearly has a role to play and all of that in reducing this monetization. And even the political parties themselves, if we are just looking for people who have money rather than people who can, it's the reason people like Kwabene Japan are not doing well in the polls. Because if you are looking for, the fact is, if you are looking for a candidate who can do better for the MPP in 2028, it is Kwabene Japan. He doesn't have any bad records. He doesn't have any bad reportage about him. His policies so far resonate. He's trying to capture all aspects, all sectors of the economy. The things that a lot of people have not paid attention to are planning, our environment, other areas like sports development. These are things that some governments or most governments have not paid attention to. But these are things that he's saying he will champion. Our political development, trying to change the way we do politics. Bring about how do you call it? Not merit. Politics by merit, jobs by merit, employment by merit. Not because you know somebody somewhere. Trying to build a society of equal chances for all people. These are very important issues that the man is addressing. But because only Ska Obama 500,000, 1,005 fridge, TV, blender, stove, people are not giving him the attention. So monetization is gradually killing our politics. But I am happy that if for nothing at all, Asen North is telling us that the delegates scanning the Ombeji, but it is still going to influence their voting pattern. And we hope to get there one day where people who don't have money can also be confident that I can win election.
But people do not have money will say 0537158638 and numbers are also between me to train common. Nina for a year NPP elections are across the primaries. So mu yom franca to me be doing Nimako election 2028 and then Ijabo Ijana Bedru your reporters and then Miamia at the report every year so yeah the pension no so yegusua ehwe senior besiako no any who will be a smoothness level and to say no number but there say bibia challenge be sino. You who know a bloomer, and then you see, in from a car, I get killer a goal last show. But mini, get shell last show, a killer about him, Jimmy. So we'll look at that as well. So this is your NPP Decide, your election verdict day here live on NBN TV. Before we go for a break, let me pick your thoughts on the issues of the delegates on my form marketing.
Oh, sir, there is a say, fear delegates.
Fear delegates.
You know,
Sir John, you have to reference him.
Yes, Sir John, say fear delegates. Okay? Oh, sir, where we've gotten to as a country.
Yeah.
A time will come. That's why I made an earlier statement that you can be a candidate. Your son or your wife will even vote against you. Yeah. If your policies, your mindset does not reflect on their needs. You know, look, upon all the monies that the then administration pumped into Ase North, all the big men in the MPP then went to Ase North. We only campaigned on policies. So. But at the end of the day, they took the money and voted for the right candidate. So it tells you that gradually the Ghanaians are waking up. It clearly states that you cannot go to any person right now as it stands now where technology is everywhere for everybody to access. You can go and campaign to somewhere that, oh, vote for me, I'll do this. They will scrutinize you very well, look at you very well before they will give you that mandate if you deserve it or not. So in simply put, the Ghanaian people are waking up daily, day in, day out, and you can issue billions of cedis. But at the time will come, those billions of cedis cannot influence the directions of elections outcome. It might affect it one way or the other, but the consciousness is coming gradually. So we need to educate our people and say, imagine a candidate gives you maybe 500 Ghana cedis, and we are talking about maybe 10,000 delegates. How much is that? That money can build a factory or can start a factory. Another candidate is giving 700 Ghana cedis for what? A delegate across the country. So imagine the amount of money that is being pumped into the delegate system. So imagine these resources are channeled to build maybe a facility within the constituency. Is it not going to benefit the whole constituency for years and generations? It will. So at the end of the day, I will appeal to Ghanaians and the delegates across the country, both sides, that look, where we have gotten to as a country, it is better that we sacrifice 100 Ghana cedis for better policies and projects rather than what? Putting 100 Ghana cedis in your pocket that cannot last you for maybe an hour or even 2 days. At the expense of what? Voting for what? People with what? The money to what? To pay higher.
Yeah.
You know, where we have gone to as a country, it is the decisions that we will make that will affect us economically, educationally, healthcare, infrastructure, and so on. So we must be very circumspect in making some of these decisions. If somebody is incompetent and the person is not capable, please take that money when you are offered it and vote wisely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, it's the reason we have a lot of, like I've always said, a lot of our MPs, they don't deserve to be there.
Absolutely.
Because someone will be at parliament, wow, you don't really know what they tell you. It's not only about communicating in the chamber, you know, making statements in the chamber. Even at the committee level, you pick some committee reports,
you
and
don't
the
see
person
their names.
on your contribution. So what are they doing in the house? We are talking about, look, parliament, the parliament of the country, where core decisions are made, where government budget is scrutinized, where people come and respond to questions. Public Accounts Committee, they call you, come and you have to, judiciary will be Abema address to answer questions, where high-level decisions are made. And we have people who can't even read a document and make meaning out of it. But they are in the house. Why? Because they have the money to pay.
Absolutely.
And you know, if you check the contenders, people they have contested with, if you look at those people,
their policy, their
wisdom, their experience, their knowledge that they can bring to bear in advancing parliamentary democracy, they didn't win just because they didn't have the means to pay as much. You know, so look, monetization is weakening our politics. Look at Marcus Ibeyabwa. Can you imagine Marcus Ibeyabwa losing seats? I'm not saying that, but if you compare the person who took over from Marcus Ibeyabwa, I mean, let's be serious. Monetization is killing us. It is weakening our politics. It is taking the strong minds, the experienced minds, and the smart guys away, bringing people who like just have money to pay, and they are there. And the Akubi. I mean,
or say Chairman Sabonsu and co.
You know, so we are losing experience. Look, the parties have a lot of work to do. It is not just about the person who has money. The parties set up vetting to vet people who want to go to parliament on the ticket of the NPP. What are they looking at? Look, I was fortunate to listen to some of the candidates who appeared before vetting committees. Some of the questions they asked them, Mr. L, you ask you, this is somebody who is going to represent a whole constituency
and make decisions.
So look at whole world constituency. Mr. L, you are here. Look at all the problems we have, the challenges we have. If you are going to elect someone to go to parliament and they ask the person questions that do not really matter about parliamentary work, Jesus Christ, and we are not serious. We are not serious. So at the end of the day, once the person has money to pay, you know, and that is it, the highest bidder wins. How can we develop as a country?
And the funny one is that in 4 years, it will be the same people coming to complain that, oh, MP Nyakwan, MP Nyese, MP Fakos. Look, Mr. L, imagine a constituency. And every delegate is supposed to be given 100 Ghana cedis, and we are talking about what? Maybe 20,000 delegates. How much is that?
Well, that is why if you look at Dr. Nyaho Tamaklo, Professor Kwabena Frimpong Boateng, and Christina Amakohene have decided to go to court to go for the Articles 55, Section 5, and see if the Electoral Commission will mandate the party to allow every card-bearing member who is in good standing order to also vote to see whether we can get this money out. But you know, there's this story that came up that the campaign team of for the flag bearer hopeful Dr. Brian Champon has denied circulating messages. Remember this morning before 6 a.m. there was a message that was circulating all over. Now let's go to the northern region. Where we have our man on the ground, Philemon, to tell us what has been happening from 7 a.m. We're now hitting almost getting to the 12th hour of the day. Philemon, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Yeah, tell us, how is the atmosphere like in the northern region?
Yes, so the atmosphere here in the northern region has been very, good, let me say it that way. And I began my tour at the Tamale Central constituency. At around 6:30, I was at the Jubilee Park, well known as the police park. That is where the Tamale Central election is currently ongoing. And at around that 6:30, you will see that there was security, high security within the premises. I can tell that probably it was because they are also closer to the police station. So I could see a lot of the police and the security who were around. So the total number of delegates expected to cast their vote in the Tamale Central constituency is 922. 922. That is what we are expecting. Then we have some patrons who will be casting their vote, 4 of them, current executive 17, and police station executive 840. The electoral area coordinator 17, council of elders 5, TEXCOM members 6, former parliamentary candidate 2, and constituency executives 2. We have that is TEX 1. So we have 922 in all. Then we unfortunately 18 passed on, so they are not part of these numbers here. And the voting was. The voting actually started at exactly, that is 7:35 a.m. with the former mayor of Tamale, Honorable Sule Salvo, being the first person to cast his vote. Right after he casted his vote, I engaged him and he said all that they need is transparency and unity among the party. That they see this as an internal, issue. So they shouldn't cause any chaos after the declaration of the results. Right after that, I quickly moved into Tamale's constituency, where the vote is also happening at the Lamashugu School Park there. When I got there, in fact, the Electoral Commission who I engaged said that they were also around the park, or they also got to the premises as early as 6 a.m. Setting up the boxes and setting up the place for elections to take place. Unfortunately, they were to start the election at exactly 7 a.m. But as at then, the delegates had not come in, so they delayed a bit. So the election within Tamale South started, after 7 a.m. Unfortunately, that time that I got there, I tried to find out the total number of delegates expected to vote. But as at then, I was told that there was an issue that has to do with TEXCOM members. So within that period, from 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. there, TEXCOM members who actually visited the place were not able to cast their vote because their register wasn't really as at then. So they were not able to tell us, the total number of, voters that we should be expecting. But within an hour time, I engaged the Electoral Commission again, and he said the issue had been resolved. But the only issue that has to do with the TEXCOM members is that their pictures are not part of the register. But in terms of their name, their names are in the register, but their pictures are not part of the register. And because of the huge number of Tamale South, the police station have been divided into 1 and 2. Police Station 1 and Police Station 2. And in 648 expected delegates to count their vote. Police Station 1, I take it again, 648. Then Police Station 2, we have that is within 607. 607, that is Police Station 2. So far, so good. The elections is ongoing very well. I have not seen any issue currently in both Tamale Central and Tamale South.
What about security matters in both areas? We know there are some places, that pockets of issues that happen there. Would you say the delegates have composed themselves? We've got some snipe of stories coming from other regions that say that there have been some, I don't know whether to say enticement, with some luchis being released to delegates to cause them to buy their conscience to decide who they vote for. Are we seeing similar thing happening in the two places you visited so far?
Not really with the places I have visited so far. The only thing I saw at the Tamale South was food that was being loaded in pickups coming to give to delegates. That and when I tried to engage the Tamale South second vice chairman, Mr. Chiswa, he said that as delegates have left their homes early and coming to the police station to vote, some of them may not have eaten anything, so they are doing this to just keep them in good shape, so that they will be able to cast their vote. And here in Tamale, one thing I also observed within the police stations I have visited, or the constituency I have visited so far, the sun has been scorching too much. So we are hoping that the time given, that is 2 o'clock, by that time, maybe probably the voting would have ended for the sorting and the counting to take place. I have not seen any money being exchanged. The only thing I heard yesterday that I tried to engage some of the executives that I couldn't get a chance was that it was alleged that Kennedy Ajapong team members visited 4 electoral areas and it gave some of the delegates there and some money and undisclosed amounts of money were being issued to. I tried to engage those who were involved, but they didn't actually give me a hearing on that incident. But on the ground, such has not happened to my eye.
Well, thank you so much, Philemon, for bringing us up to speed on what happenings in the northern region, our capital, Tamale to be precise. And I want you to follow through with it. We'll get back to you again before 2 p.m. to pick the final wrap-up before we go for the sorting and counting, then we know who is winning in those regions. So keep on with the good works and keep following the traces and the things happening there and bring us up to speed with issues down there. Thank you so much. All right, so that's our man on the ground in the northern region, to be precise, giving us the exact what is happening in those two major places with the numbers. I think so far, delegates have really, really comported themselves.
Yes, and that will be as a result of how the security service who are on the ground engaging. You know, you see, baby, Nyankopon and bunch, you know, a while sooner, Bonsamso Day, to Nikobi, and I said more money. So we should continuously applaud the Ghana Police Service for humans' work by making sure that security in all the electoral grounds are well kept. You know, as part of law enforcement, one of their core mandates is to protect lives and property. You know, so let us also commend the Ghana Police Service and the IGB for this yeoman's work. So far, so good. As it stands now, we can do a comparative analysis when, after elections, sorting, counting, and declarations are done. Because I don't foresee any kind of violence, but at the end of the day, listening to the allegations that have started popping up already, counter allegations and so on, these are conditionalities that may result to any kind of argument that may lead to interactions in the process. But so far so good. We need to applaud the delegates of the MPP and also the Ghana Police Service and the EC, for that matter, in making sure that this particular democratic process becomes successful.
Making sure that this democratic process becomes successful. Already we got snipes of information from Sohum, where some delegates are accusing aspirants of sharing fake currency.
Wow.
For sharing fake currency is one of the things we've got a snap. Barry Kessie, delegate to the Ashanti region, also demand cash top-up before voting and abandon the election process. It's also one of the things coming from Barry Kessie. We'll keep bringing you up to speed with all those matters as we move on. But you can also share your thoughts with us on 0537 158638, 0537 158638. We've been to the northern region. Would you say northern region is really becoming cool of late when it comes to elections in Ghana, general election in the south?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I was in Brusa South, that is Fumbisi to be precise, and I witnessed a lot of engagements. I engaged a lot of people, for that matter, assessing their thoughts on elections and outcome of elections. And generally, they spoke to me about how lack of development is catching up with them. They lack certain amenities, and it is because of instability, conflict, and so on. So I was telling them that, hey, before any investor can come here and come and invest, there should be, first of all, a peaceful atmosphere. For the government to come and put up a factory, there should be a peaceful and a serene atmosphere. So at the end of the day, they begin to understand that there is a need for peace to reign within these localities. When that happens, investors are forced to go there because of the effective farmlands over there, because that place is a food basket. People will go there, and so far so good. I can tell you for a fact, based on the reports that we've had, based on other reports that we had in previous elections, if you juxtapose this report to previous years, there is an improvement in terms of stability, so far as peace elections are concerned. So far so good. I can tell you confidently that these particular elections, because of the activeness of the Ghana Police Service on the ground and the other security agencies, I'm sure that northern region or the 5 northern regions will come out violence free. If maybe something will happen, it may be minor disagreement and so on.
All right.
I expect a clean sheet from the 5 northern regions.
Clean sheet from the 5 northern region. From the northern region, let's move straight to the OT region. We have Abdul Razak on the line. Abdul.
Hello.
Abdul, morning once again. Abdul, what's the new development in the OT region?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Abdul. What's the new development there?
Okay, currently, let me just say it's almost 12 o'clock. In the OT region here, as the elections started just in the morning, we are all making sure that we will see everything transparent in the region. Looking at the security situation at hand right now, I could say the regional police commander is doing very well to make sure that everything is calm, or the whole place, or the election is very transparent for all the delegates to have faith in the election process. Currently, as I'm speaking, I'm in Nkwanta South currently. We all know from some years back now, Nkwanta South has been down that the streets in KQ, the security situation here is very high, and then looking at the security presence over here, we have police in their heavy numbers, and then the fire service, the immigration, the military are also patrolling in the town to make sure that the whole place is calm, because Nkwanta has been in KQ for some number of years now. So they are making sure that they monitor everything and then know that the whole place is calm for the elections. And then looking at the delegates right now, you can see there are so many people who have casted their votes so far, and then few are yet to also go through their voting process. We are waiting for the end of the vote so that we could maybe count the ballot and then know how it will move.
All right, so but there have not been any money sharing reports at your end?
Yes, of course. That one is something that we can never take out of the report. Money sharing has been something that even caused confusion. That was since in the morning. Some delegates were actually complaining right here that they couldn't receive some money from other camps. Some were mentioning Kennedy Japan's name. Some were also mentioning Brana Champon that they have not received the money from their coordinators here. And it became a very huge problem over here. They were dragging each other left and right. But the police intervened quickly to make sure that the leaders of the political party see to that, so that it will not cause any mayhem in the region and in the constituency as well.
All right, so we'll still be counting on you to follow the process, and then at the end, let's know who is winning at what polling station when the sorting and the counting is done, so we can have the figures as well. Thank you so much, Abdul Razak Samalis, our reporter in the Oti region, bringing us up to speed. The confusion, huh?
Yeah.
To be a Pisca.
Yeah, Pisca. It's good season for the delegates. I mean, one of the reporters said that some were even saying that they were asking for top up.
Yeah, that's
and that's quite interesting.
I mean, if you don't give, they will not receive. You know, now all this can ask to the extent that they are asking is honorable Niaudia Bedisa, Yana Fahu, and a top up. You know, if all delegates, if all candidates decide that they are not going to give, they are not going to give money, they are not going to share money, when the delegates go out and vote.
Yeah.
You know, and I even feel that they will even hold you accountable, because you know you didn't pay for their votes, so they will put you at a place of accountability. But for this kind of way, Obama or in your power, how would you complain? You don't even have the moral right to complain. So please, our candidates, stop sharing money. If you don't share, they won't collect. Yeah, it's understandable if you give people, of course, they come out from their homes, you know, they line up to vote, you give them water, food, snacks, but to be sharing fridge and TV, blenders, microwaves, rice cookers and stuff like that. I mean,
you're bringing this one in there.
You are clearly, you know, trying to buy their vote.
Trying to buy their vote. We're going for a commercial break. When we return, we'll bring you the news, a review. Now we'll recap all the top stories that has made headlines across the country and within the week. And don't forget that the process, the verdict day, still continue. I have my man seated with me, Christian Tete, who speaks for the NDC. He's a communication team member, the Tema West, and also Greater Accra, Greater Ghana, is it?
Yeah. Absolutely.
And the man I'm looking to see go to Katamanso to pick the seat today. Will you go for the seat today?
Oh, blood of Jesus. As a matter of fact, well...
as a communication person there.
Oh, well,
You
we are
about
open
it?
for consultations.
For consultation.
Absolutely. So whatever the base is indicating will determine the best choice. But so far so good.
So far
we are working to propagate the good messages of the NDC in all areas, regardless of the constituency.
Regardless of the constituency.
But Christian will be a good, communication.
Yeah, no, but I think
for the constituency. I've known him for quite some time. Very enthusiastic about party activities. Very, very enthusiastic. I mean, you are most likely to see him at every party event. Yes, I've been following him for quite some time now. Yeah. He's all over the media. And so, I mean, whether Tama West or Boom, whichever area, whichever constituency he decides to do his politics, please listen to him. He's on the grounds. Yeah, he's always accessible. At least for now.
For now,
I can tell.
All right,
I don't know if maybe something will change in future.
We're going for a break, but we're also bringing some snipes of some of the stories that is happening on the various polling stations across the country. We'll give you snipes of some interviews that has been carried on by reporters. We show it to you so that you can take a listen to some former MPs, some former DC. Brian Champon is in the news. We'll bring you a clip of Brian Champon. We did out of engineer Kwabena Ejapon, and then we'll do Kennedy Ejapon, and we'll do Brian Champon. Then we've done Educhum, we've done Kwabena Ejapon. We'll bring you the Brian. So, but before we go for that break, let's turn our attention to the central region and join our man Daniel Asuku. Danny, good morning once again. Hello. All right, so we're going to the central region. Remember, we went to the northern region. We spoke to Philemon. He brought that up to speed with the happening. We're hoping that almost all the centers will be from the Bono to the Ashanti region, to the northern region, to Oti region, central region. Everything has been cool. Yeah. We'll be going to the eastern region. We'll be joining Duncan in a short while to also bring it up to speed what is happening in that area as well. But in between time and now, the next stop will be at the central region with the man Daniel Asuku. You join us is the Verdict Day, NPP Decide. The Verdict Day live on NBN TV. We also live on all our social media handles. That's Facebook, X, as well as YouTube, NBN 360. This is your election Verdict Day. NPP Decide on NBN TV. 0537158638 is the numbers. Share your thoughts with us. What do you make of? So far, so good. We've got some more, but like some 2 more hours, and the polls will be closing. Yeah. Now let's talk to Asuku. Asuku, good morning once again. Hello, Daniel Asuku.
Yes, sir, Mr. L.
Well, are there some kids at the voting grounds?
Yes, a few updates with me over here inside the Awutu Senya West.
All right, let's hear you.
Sorry.
Now, bring it up to date with the happenings, the current happening at Awutu Senya West.
Yes, sir. So, Mr. L, the update as of now is that we can now say that about 70% of the expected voters have been able to go through the process of voting. And then the interesting issue over here is that most of them will say that, they have other things to it because it's a working day, though it's a political season for them, but it's also a working day. So, being them corporate or private workers, sometimes they come and then they will want to go home and come at time of counting. Some are also saying that they would want to rely on the media for updates following the counting and the declaration. And then there was a kind of misunderstanding some few hours ago that is got to do with some tipping that was to be given to some of these delegates. In the earlier report that I filed, I made it known that over the past night, some of the camps met with their people, and then some campus were given up. Yes, I personally saw someone count about 500 students. So if it was only every one of them, then that should be the case. or whatever is known to them what each one was given. So some of them, the information available is that they do not lay hands on their share of such tokens that is really said to be for CMT or something of the sort. So they were waiting, and then information came that some money was coming from the national for them to be given out so that they will continue with the process. First, an internal election or internal process, they wouldn't want to draft it so much. So the delegates were told to they come and they did conference and then voting proceeded. So as we speak right now, people have been able to go through the process. About 70% yes, we can say have gone through the process. And then some of them, they are standing by. Others are also saying that they want to go home, as I said earlier, and rely on the media for updates. And when voting ended or declared closed about 2 p.m. or thereabouts. And then some are also left. So we are going to do, they are yet to lay hands on their share of whatever the taking will be. They are also around the waiting. So we can see that activity is still on point. And then people are also doing calmly. That is what is transpiring here within the Awutu Senya district or territory of the central region. In fact, from here, you go to Awutu Senya, that is Kaswa and the line. Then Gasau, then you are entering into the flights of Uida and Soichu or that they are coming to Accra Center. Some of the notable personalities that have been here so far, then I can see him right here, is Honorable George Anda, the MPP MP who mounted the seat from 2017 through 2021 when Gibela Akushita and Tutepe took over and then claimed the seat in the years gone by 2024 election. So just on that is 4 years that just on that is here, and then other notable personalities I said that commission executives are also around, and the voting is going on smoothly. So far, even for Bawumia, even for engineer, that's Bawumia Prime, and then Ken are always seen around. But the rest, that is the former education minister, and then the other one, sometimes you not see the man. But that's what is going on right now. So everything is under control over here inside the Awutu Senya West constituency or district of the central region.
All right, thank you so much, Daniel Asuko. I'll still be on the grounds. We have just about 2 hours to close the polls, so we get to know exactly who carries the day from that constituency. Thank you for bringing us up to speed. We'll still be waiting on you, counting on you to bring us more before and after the election. The ballot has been cast. Well, so far, if you go on the snipes, you see that 3 prophets predicted for Kennedy Japan to win the primaries. 3 prophets so far.
Spirituality versus science.
Spirituality versus science. Prophets, almost about 6 also prophets also declaring for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Yeah.
You see, with this particular involvement of some of our pastors, I think it's becoming too much.
Yeah.
Because we need their voices in shaping national discourse. You could see you only hear certain pastors' name when elections are approaching. But when issues of national interest are being discussed, you don't hear them speak. So are they political pastors or what? Or are they seasoned prophetess and prophet or what? Because we've been in this country, we're faced with so many challenges, at least as part of the process of building up our country. Civil society organizations talk, traditional authorities talk, the clergy should talk, but at the end of the day, it seems like it is only when elections are coming, that's when you see some pastors making prophecies. At the end of the day, I think that we are overhyping this active participation of this our traditional, our churches in these elections, to the extent that even pastors need to put their priesthoods on the line. You understand? We have more pressing issues to discuss as a country, developmental issues that can help lessen the burdens on Ghanaians. Then we come and give predictions. Look, the winner of these elections has been ordained by God already. And so what happens to the people that their prophecies will be going over the bar? We must get serious as a country. It's becoming too much.
It's becoming too much. We're going for a break. When we return, we'll bring you some more. But you can share your thoughts with us on 0537. Okay, so before we go for that break, then let's go to the eastern region, Yilo, Menya, so many areas, with the man Alfred Duncan. Good morning. Hello, Duncan. Hello, Duncan. Hello, Jude Duncan. I think we've lost Eric Jude Duncan, our reporter at the Lower Menya, the eastern region to be precise, to bring us up to speed, the Shai Osudoku areas. Tell us what is really going on there. How far with the election? Well, Dodowa. So currently, okay, so we're going to Dodowa with a man, Eric Jude Duncan. Good morning. It's 12, right? So good afternoon. Hello.
National communication department and an aspiring national commander.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. You know, you're a bit hello.
What?
Hello.
Hello. We can hear you. What is really going on?
Okay. Yeah. Oh, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Let me happy New Year once again to all of us. It's a new day and a new year. The New Patriotic Party, that is the NPP, today I elected their club there. And so Kenya Shai Osudoku, that is where I'm reporting from live. And I have with me one honorable person who also supports us. A constituency, and he's a national communication member, and then he's also aspiring to become a national organizer. So he's going to be able to tell us his name and tell us what is really happening here this afternoon. My name is Eric Jude Duncan. So that is it. Without much ado, let me quickly go to the back. So, welcome to MBSTV. Thank you very much, my brother. Yeah, I'm fine. And then I want you to tell us, so far, so very good. How are things going on here? In regards to all listeners and viewers on MBN TV, as you can see and object, things are marching perfectly. In the MPP sector, when we are doing something, it is done well. Just like the insurance. We are very much orderly. If you want the queues well arranged, and if you want the police officers, they are all at vantage points. The electoral commissioners are also doing their job properly. So the whole place is very calm, serene. People are voting for their choices. And I think in about 2 hours from now, we'll be able to start counting to know who becomes the fact that I will be leading to win 2028 election. Okay, talking about the time, the 2 hours time, to wrap up for me. How many people to up for, let me say, your role? In South Sudan, we have 725 delegates made up of former executives, made up of current executives, patrons, and council of elders, as well as electoral area coordinators, police station executives. All sum up to give you 725 delegates. And we are not expecting anything less than 700 to turn up at today's elections. Let me push it a little bit. Shall we, which is the candidate, the 5 candidates you think, lead in terms of popularity and, let's say, patronage? Well, if you ask me this as a national communication officer, I wouldn't want to let out who is leading or who is not leading. But the choice of the party will prevail. If you go around and listen to the hymns, voices that are on the ground, it is history that we have been repeating, and it will actually come to pass that NPP will have to win 2015, and the best candidate, of course, will emerge as the winner. And you are saying it, and you have seen it. At the end of the ballot casting, you see the right person that will come. Now, we see political parties going to primaries and then, after that, division and all those things. Are we foreseeing, anything of the sort, or after the winner is declared, we'll see the party united for the 2028 general election? Thank you very much. My position as Archibald Colette Gamon, I have been in this party since 1992. I've been in the National Front since 2002, and I've gone through several elections of this nature, which of course I have been in many other camps, and I work across the country for prospective candidates. There is no way this party will divide after today. After today is where we can see the bonding that makes the party stronger. Is what we will see from today. Because, it's election. An election is an event. As soon as the event is over, we now come back to ourselves and reorganize the party. And the winner definitely will go to all other contestants and bring them on board. Yes, if you look at it, when Franton broke up, you consider the result that he had. It tells you that the party is supreme. So if you go out of the party, it means that you alone you are not going with the party. The party is stronger. So you remain in it and you become part of us. So as for unity, I can assure you that we will do all necessary possible things. The party is united. And now we're talking about Franton. Now they are, a political party. Okay, a political party. Don't you think that people are saying that they are moving away from the party, now forming a political party, affect fortunes of the future? I wouldn't want us to even drag into that issues because we are here now for our real elections. Okay. And I want us to look at it. Even in the NDC, when the former first lady broke up, they couldn't get anywhere. In the same way, Afro don't not get anywhere. So you let's look at the best aspect of our elections, where of course things are going to go well with us. Where we are looking for a potential candidate that will give us power after to do work today. And inshallah, there will be division. Nobody will leave us. Everybody wants it. That is why they find a peace. For everybody to see that we have said if you lose fairly. That is why everything is going orderly. Have you seen anybody causing any issue here? Everything is calm. And in the whole country, you are a justice. Have you heard anything anywhere? No. The committee has done a human job and needed to be parted at their back. They have done that everybody will accept the decision of the delegate. So there will not be division. We will rather unite and become one. But looking at the questions, do you see any of them, try to at least misunderstand each other? We don't have faction. There's no faction. It's about content. There's no faction. There's no faction about their faction. There's no faction. There's no faction anywhere. So we are united in this. We are united in this. We are on the same page, the same face, the same thing. There's no faction. So what is the message that you send to viewers that are watching you or listening to you right now from those that is a child people? I want them to just urge on for us to continue. We have just 1 hour, 50 minutes to end the process. They should continue in the same manner that we are going, and we should all rally around and just comply with the decision of the election committee and also comply with the police officers and the electoral commission for them to do the counting peacefully. I only want to urge everybody to take care. Nobody should go in for anything that will bring chaos to us. And I believe we will still cool everything to go with us. Talking about security, what do you make of the security architecture? it helping you in organizing this very? Yes, you can see entry, you have a lot of policemen there. Exiting, we have the policemen there. And you see across the whole cordon area, there's no way you cannot see a police officer. And the uniform is even telling you that there is going to be peace. If you misbehave, I think you'll be handled properly. So security matter is perfect. It's perfect. Thank you very much. So, I think you heard it from a national communication member who is also vying for national organizer position. So that is it. Is there anything that you want to find out from me?
I want you to follow proceedings and make sure that you bring us up to speed with all the happenings right after 2 p.m.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The birds have been talking to Amanda on the ground, Dodoa, Eric Jude Duncan. Interesting times.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Interesting time.
Yeah.
Well, I check with the time of done 12:30. We're going for a break. When we return, we'll bring you some more conversation. Stay with us.
I'm extremely positive. First of all, thanks to God. Secondly, to the Presidential Elections Committee. They've put up a very good show, largely peaceful, credible elections process. I always had confidence in Joe Owusu's led committee. I think they've done a fantastic job. I also see the security, as promised by the IGP, is going well. And I'm talking generally across the country. I also see that the Electoral Commission is up to their game as they've always been. It's largely peaceful elections from the elections organization standpoint. There are a few challenges that had to do with the party people, and that is really also not affecting the elections. But all in all, I think that it's been a very, very peaceful, credible, and satisfying process. In terms of how I feel, going around the country, I've always felt the energy of the party people. I remain optimistic. I believe in the delegates. I know that they want something totally different. They want something new. And they want something that is going to help transform our party. So I'm upbeat about it, and I look forward to a very successful process.
Eastern region as home.
Expecting 90% from Eastern region. I was expecting 100% from the Eastern region, but we're dealing with a human institution where people have differing opinions and views on issues, so that may affect my chances of getting 100%. But I'm sure that I'm going to get a majority of the votes from the Eastern region. And I also expect to get a majority of the vote from across the country.
Into radio and so there are more opportunities for people to know. But so far, so good. I want to say, we are at the team. The Futuna, and said, Yasha say, I eat young Fanasa, a party. And I, a beton would be you be so I say, aha, anti party no a attractive one. But it is too early. You busy and then be a shed on your campaign. So I say,
Kana memfa akwanya so na mentia watifo ne ahwefo nyina enne ana edana du say ba beto presidential primaries no aba no ne American delegates nyina no say ubia emra ndia numbers na omomra meto aba no kama sane ye no omadi kan akasa no ma omomma ye kasa na ye kan ya no bibia ensesa sane ye no maka no omonya no sa pepepe emfama ba bia me gyina de wonim say mentime nya campaign no aka me but mentime nya campaign na osha environment na say security no very tight but already no ha say there basabasa bia eni ho a ebeba ha isan say yete ye ho ase ye nuanom na ye to aba ne ye kan cho bibia na so bia mfa akoma fan ne adwemo fan mara na ye mara meto aba no nipa bia obawe ne na party ni nyina ya ta na chi say ne be 2028 election ebetime arena what want to bet in you but akwa person pontin tokwa omo pegya no you no mo de aba from boko bibia kama bibia edida na kwan mo kama enti wo hwa delegates omo bo ma sha se ba omo to no nkakra enti bibia edida na kwan mo kama oni bia we don't expect any bad news bia na basabasa bia bibia edida na kwan mo kama
and your family team Kraben Frimpong no Kwa East ye nyina party ma ye to aba na honorable branch ampon empesu aso ne ha baomia ono nso aba ye nchen aba emri bi atwam oba ye nyina ye pesu aso beni ebedi nkomo se ye momode ne mo ama party no entena ho nye party nanim guase na yehwe na imom party ne ntena ho ne say ne nti enam so ma ye nyina ye bomu adwuma esese ye ne yaye yaba onwa ye ba omia achidifo ne say omo say yen kwa isifo se ye to aba no e de ama eye ban champon ne say ne nti ni omo de ma ye so omo de mfamre no omo mfa ma yen no alfe no omo mfa ma yen enso o messages aba ye phone so bebre e che say transport ka ho even ato ye wie kurampo no a ne ye de be ko didi kakra so esan ka ho ni nyina mu ama nti ye bopini won bi so om se na ye pamcho na na so ma ba na mo ye den ana om se ye se ye to aba no 100% e de ama ban champon doctor ne say ne nti no bibia obi a no om ni ye ni chefa nti ye pay se ye bisa se enye national na ye sa de na ana district ni pe na ye ana eno ni ye haw na fe ye hu na at the end of the day no yetimi hu kwan be fa so a na ye bisa so se ono anfa ama no se Brian afen wa start se wan wini na se ono ba omi aba wini a etu on beba be campaign e wo yen ye ha na eno ne ye pese be hu
edikai medical da asafi huase se na wati wi mama yen e good weather ene ye one the just to me dey asidama party committee na omote presidential election committee senior ma omodi to akwan mu no me hunu se akoyi ama discipline aba ade na ye ni asede to so me exam de ma ye nua no ma police for and electoral commission for so to so nine okoba bia the setup is so perfect unya 100% here but near perfect actually say the way I'm here layers no here barricade layers no ama obi kotwa ba omo ya isolated omo kwa na unza battle for the here the force so any menshia south na to media the me huno all other centers including Egusu and the number of police for no the buy a dot at least so be from a mountain for na ba be here the one year who police for no do no and yam to me ehye no the year pen say be dra nwumre no na we ato aso from sabre ya kusitu ho ye count na nya sa discipline na na ewi ya be po aba no ba bi a be to bi aye mboye we obenya no onya wa ka won to be challenge because system no they are building a such that near foolproof oba aboma odini mu a odini enye obi na ye frame mu enye obi na didi abishe the one the album no ema ye be ye review ewo ordinary fathers every constituency ba be share ye why na wo mu a ye yi na frame mu why na wo mu a ensese wo mu omo wi omo dey buy for exhibition the year exhibition no corrections e ko ye bi ma na omo photo nka ho ya ye ko empanifo na omo hwe ne ma we nyina so be see den e aseda ne de mom ebia na obi tie abonte party for misre obi pe ahwe akanse ne woni afa obi pe e ka obi nko a nanka sabi akobasa na onya bi aka Monday no mo de aye news but said ya conduct ye nto aso by 2 o'clock near wie acha 3-4 na polling center bia obi anim do we no ye college nye ka bomu a imposa yisi ba ye no bia on centers anu anso ye ni college imposa yisi be ba bonten be 6 o'clock 7 o'clock na wa we no nim do we ni do lose nim do lose and the akono is a chef for me na we di madansi ba bia makọ bia mo hu se centers no na peace or orderliness a reigning supreme and meda perform battle including ECNI police for said the omo share bono Sandra Regional Police Commander of prayer to a meeting so on pebasa only the men of my world the akoso I asked Daniel the mom na but ye nwie yenti me hold on as that say ye wie na say ya net ya na mom 100% after that
good. I don't think there will be repetition of what happened in 2023. We hope it doesn't happen. And we've all done our job well to prevent rigging and everything. So I expect a fair contest.
At some point of the campaign, it got a bit hotter and tighter. After these polls, if you emerge as victorious or otherwise, what is the assurance that the party would be able to come back together, form a unified front, and then go into battle in 2028?
I don't think it's an issue because we're all going to come together as one party and work. So there shouldn't be a problem at all. And you should, as for contest, you should expect that sometimes it gets very tough and certain words are used which are not palatable, but hey, you have to take it as it is. And that doesn't mean you should go out of the party. So I hope if I'm the winner, I will be able to bring the party together.
Okay. Some delegates are done voting, others are yet to. What would be your message, particularly to those who are yet to hit the voting centers?
Well, all I'll say, they should vote number one.
But are you so
with what I've seen here, I hope it's everywhere. So far, so good. Yeah.
Yesterday, I did speak to the team in Autu Senya East. They were raising some concerns about the manner in which the voter roll has been put together. Have you had any feedback from them? Has those challenges been resolved yet?
So far, I'm not aware of what you're saying, but I'll cross-check and see. I don't expect any violence. I mean, if you look at the number of police here and everything, yeah, we're praying. We're praying.
Thank you very much, and we wish you well.
Okay. Thank you.
So by hey, so you will drop Budum. Anyway, you know, baby, Bia will be your Jana so head fair. You did your home for my battle also possible come the trap commissioner Yena Juma, Lucy also your Majuma Kama. There's also a way to the near the Chila Yeven. I had to be okay so far. Turn out no so a month for Papa. Okay. So this one I'm planning to move. So she said, "A better new ready." I said, "Or don't want to say you move one."
What are delegates do those saying and they are eligible to vote from this particular center?
The data are there.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, so far, and the campaign be a moto about process no at the same Moshas. Oh, it is a platform with some nice cash. At the about idea, okay. A party about 7 million. I will check it my around and correct. They buy in a cave home. We are our trouble come. Okay. What do I say? And I'm 1,001 something. Okay. 1,012. 1,012. Oh, okay. Okay. 8,080. And I'm 1,012. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Now, 1,112 here. Okay. Okay, baby. Achmango biaja barikasi. To be specific. Almost here top up. And sana omato abani bikrano etete hono mo so monya mbibia na top up bia oh there be top up there I just dey here top up sawo I just so yasan to okura and bibia man ku no ade akuma okay and here ko gina bia say me top up ansani aba ko yeah party mu there e ko di obi ana ready I got to me go feel me fifty me buy me do license me here to be at the mama because I said we woman to my me and the people out there and the episode here okay yeah to be at about the line more
good madam monso mo here bibia and mato aba yes yes anto ma de ya mam ska kwa monye oh sir na ga mabobo yi 200 bi say ga rozo enti onye mi yi 200 sisi mame onzo onye sika sika ma so fu bi ko si ekran man wate So far, Niema say mo process nipa 1112. Osha say so far nipa no ba o ma ban ne ba ha say ya good. The bia comfortable. To abaka mo. Nipa so ya ba ni go so aye ba. Tam no so ya e mo 12 we dey. Gidi say e mo one na ma no bia na e comfortable. Bia so far e bia da na ko kama. About already Igusua yet Obi anyone in the Afriabon. Be buy the minty say BD Afriabon. Obi answer can top up. Yeah,
so by hey so you will drop budum. Anyway, you know, baby, Sabia will be you so here the fair. You did your home come out, but also come out. The track commissioner here, the Juma, Lucy also you, Majuma Kama. There's also a way today, the near the Chila. It's a had you, the okay so far. Turn out no so a month for okay. So this one I'm passing over. So she say, a bequem ready. I say, or don't want to say you move one.
Wadaroma delegates do not say and they are eligible to vote from this particular center.
The data are there, I can't.
Oh, okay. Oh, so far, and the campaign be a moto about process no at the same Moshas.
Oh, it is a platform so nice with Ash. At the bar idea, it was in
okay.
A party back on 7 million. I will track it to my ground and correct. They buy in a came home. We are our trouble come.
Okay. What do I say? And I'm
1001 something.
Okay.
1012 but 1012.
Oh, okay.
Whatever 1080 and I'm going to 1012.
Oh, okay. Now, 1112 here walking. Oko baby, Chumango Biaja, Barakasi, to be specific. Almost here top up and Sana, Omato Bani Bucrano, Etiti Horn. Most money be animal top up beer. Oh, they will top up there. I just didn't have top up. Sound. I just saw a year, that's on Tokra. And people are okay. And the young could never be as a met of Tanzania. Yeah, party would you could do Biana. That ready, I got to me go feel me 50 me buy me do license. Me here to be at the mama. Because I said, woman to my me, and the people out there. And the episode here, okay. Yeah, to be about the line more. Good. I'll be Madam, Monsieur, Moya Bibia. And mato aba. Yes, yes, Anto ma de. Your mom is ka money. Oh, sir. Na ga mabobo yi 200 bi say ga rozo enti onye.
Me you 200 is here. Mame onzo onye. Sika. Sika masofu because ye grandma wate.
All right, so welcome back from the Snipe Secondary Run all the constituencies across the country, picking the thoughts of delegates, speaking to them, interviews with some of the leaders and some of the aspirants. You had Ken Ohene Japan, you had Brian Champon also speaking earlier. We've heard of Dr. Yao Edichum. I've also heard of Kobneje Japan. The final person we'll be bringing you has to do with Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, the final person. So far, we've listened to the 4 already. We're going to the lines. We'll be joined by our reporter, Dachi Hima Araba Ugwa. Will be joining us, but before that, the flag bearer, hopeful Kobne Japan, has also cautioned fellow contenders and their supporters to avoid personal attack as the party delegate vote today. That was his comment earlier. Before they went into this contest. Today, he heard him when he was being asked on that snap of call. But we also saw the IGP also visiting the various centers, polling centers to assess security matters. The Inspector General of Police, Tete Christian Tete Yono, told selected polling stations in Accra, conducts his presidential primary today. So now let's go to the line and speak to the Dachi Hima Araba Ogwa. Dachi Hima at saying. Hello, Dachi Hima at saying. Hello, Dachi Hima. Hello, Dachi Hima. Hello, Dachi Hima. As a Dachima and you're ready, sir, or nearby to come on. Hello, Dachima.
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
It's the same.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, good afternoon. It's the same. Bombing come on, and now the bombing come on, and a question.
Cristiano, Mababe do Nungwa Prosecco, inside Prosecco, one of the polling stations that amount for Abba. So far, I have no police report. I am signing up for a Jumano 78 police officers. And you sign or more Hanomo. At the hour of 6:30, not set up a cost to 7 hours. As I say, every vote. Yes, and you say, the Padudo 1,244. Hanomo every vote. At the hour of 11:30, nipa 680 and able to see there you are Hanua, yes, and new one, and for Ebuswa, able to be a polling agent back over Hanuma, which will say Dr. Bank for money be into our animal, Milano, ever to trade and come more. Papa, Papa, Ediba, NBA TV and so. But we be all right, Mr. Joseph. That means you set expectations that will concerning and I won't.
But this is I think that I know about now you expect that if you school in election and I want I know shit after the Sharana or you do police for the panel, Kenya, they are not at the school. Okay.
All right. Talking about it being peaceful, the real one mono, yes, Baumia and Profono, etiquette comments, be a church or one, that a secret comment, I would need to change a yaman. As where we are over other position, what would be this and after what's it? Then I'm going to me I found.
Making desire. And I said, because the people will desire, but sister Bofoka can't cover. It's a special policy that we say allegation what they do. But where I sit and after where I stand, I've been paying the beer waiting, we move to be and I said, maybe that will be a whole. I think they will take it a mere allegation, Ketana, and Coquema, that is over.
Sure. Yes, it's start to get at the back. And then I'm more concerned before you are peaceful, the kind of parties in the next day, yes, and you will say. At the end of the day, there will be having a beyond the Vanessa.
Yes, because once I free and pen and quiet, what ask our about to know be a just to say, Selunia, will be a coffee, a swap party.
I couldn't say as one party, if we are not about that, who comes in a couple of years. Can you not a prime minister who can say a digital way, Cassia, when you are Diana, or Sha, or a Kabakwa. I
think that speaking and a move ground in Dano. The Viana of where police, and Sister Medica Catadano, Oshe, police for the Pana, also, all right, but they are barely, seated, like I said, she is not actually going to get him, or be a very outcome I want to look at it.
I wonder how we do well. And keep going. I can't be careful. I was a police force that been 8 I'm trying to 8 we not fear and panic be everyone. Before then,
yeah, panicking. But I think that with the build up of campaign, we are now after tension, a high criminal, and a man for which say, if you are the good man, quality. In Girona, I will be here meeting the Kekeba. I think that by and large, I peacefully say,
all right.
Yeah.
Apart from the person who will be concerned, Ghana for.
You think I can say, MP Party, peaceful. And the year so up or so, you do, I said, and to answer I did, you need to go back as one party. Now, somebody to be, I think that will champion a massive and United Front campaign I went back on which in the general elections. They are 3 countries free and on with you. BSPD will be there, or kind of wouldn't see who said, but BBI is free and painting. I know.
Get out, for being that. APL, and this summer, what you after pulling every command. Who said, candidate or 2024 Edima MP no engineer ever had who make at the engineer to clear that many engineer to think of engineer they think of one no we don't
and then drink come on can we enco
today when you say can you attack power me personally in the professionally in no me strategy me from the number no it today ni
I don't know the I can want to know they are funny work at you who know where or any okay maybe that they work
all right okay what about both
me of the animal
okay. She all right. Now, what are your expectations? We have five strong men. I mean, nobody can become the platform for FKP. What are your expectations?
Okay, NPP, more saying, let me be able back. Only I did party member, maybe was a presidential candidate. No fair, my expectation. Many years, potential people. They are my name. I was famous. In India, they will be famous. The fact well sure I think after this to form about together I thought we healing of the wounds about a few some of them on tree animal okay what's our papa many time about to be an enjoyment we say I can the money of the 2020 fashion 50 people you to come in where you will get change your dollar. That's right. No, the be a child will follow here and pan. Remind me after you to buy. Do I show I can something between or from one of our shall. In the morning, I know the more than a question of people are people. I don't it to my people. Who got them? Oh, you don't say. Take your daughter more friends. Don't do it. I'm a well, so I teacher, you do stand up an MP candidate. Why not? Politics are bad. Some who are bad politics, money, politics are bad. That's a part of the young men, no, some men are bad, they are more bad. Mr. Ken, I can know only cooking like another thing here with Jenny. You call me darling. I can't remember when I tell him, so you empty. I'll go too many. We many share factory. Who come and only will feel like a back. I don't think one man. I met them not to put on there. You come to Munon and put on the halfway. Many share about appetite. It's like a party. It's like a party. No, you didn't report no free party. It's a man on okay. You want to this who call the machine man, the will represent that. Man, dear majority by dear, no general from a wacko. Well, anyone said the on the other ball with some good by me. Because when you know why entity. Ghana, so. That's all what's with the devil. Can I get you and when a dear corporate of firm I was coming? The question I have many are very people that show me by the end like you say, my family. It's a fair more excellent market than who are winning. We perform by winning over the war by new music. What I can implement may be a baby. I to make a position like a new share. The be an understanding. I'm not big up. I'm never trying to come in and I can hear. And also, come on, you know, perfect. On that fee. You not be a fool by I don't see there and Joe figure. So, you know, when that's a bone, no, or they don't quite not a found me a camp be a million comments for yet. I'm a city coming to Kwame Kelly, I live in. I saw open no palo and open up. Oh, yes, you may bear what you political limits. And like politics, anything, but they go where I would Okasha. She can't look where I shall. Okay. And you can't go up with this way of being there. Go on, I'm away. The Bugaba, but I find your family. I go out places I go now to you. When I'm on the job. Oh, tell me, when you come and tell me what they're paying your camera. You put to them, you'll be on every camera. Okay. I'm not going to go in there. You think I'm going to go in there. All up on the job. No, it doesn't really matter. All right. They're not being disagreed. Or put money by. No, yes. All right. All right,
that's him.
Tanya, what see, and one yet after our handman. I want to follow one get on one drop 5 times, but and said that I come to our handmo. They are sitting down calm, looking forward to 2 p.m. and that's one. When they got that, I want to hear the Saturday, and that's what
now, Nipa Dodo Ahina now almost in some other Twabano.
Nipa 1,244, and the opposition means that what other 2 Abano. And after 11 no, not Nipa 680, and I go to. And she is for a good to send a mention and then be the other question, if you are, the
Mate dache hema meda wase se won so de reports. Okay, Prasheko. All right, so much. Thank you so much. Your report of Dachi Hima. That's a comprehensive, interactive report from Dachi Hima. Interestingly, tension flared at the Kolebu Police Station Center in Ablekuma South. When two disqualified delegates confronted the constituency chairman over their exclusion from the party album.
But didn't they check their...
That is a question you need to ask.
I mean,
didn't you check to know whether you are qualified to vote or not?
Yes, so you should have done due diligence. When you realize that your name was not in,
An accusation is coming from one camp to the other.
Yeah, you know, Ablekuma has been a hotspot for some time.
Yeah.
And remember the NDC went for some 9 polling station rerun, the same Ablekuma. So as a matter of fact, who were the people that supervised the process, the coalition of the register? After coalition is done, I'm sure exhibition should have been done for people to come and check, cross-check, and make sure that their names and their pictures are well represented in the register. So for elections day to see these kind of things, I think quickly the police service should intervene so that any matter that might escalate to any kind of misunderstanding that might lead to any possible disturbances, they can quickly get it resolved as soon as possible. And I know the Ghana Police Service is committed, making sure that this particular democratic elections is free from violence.
Yeah, I think the register was made available. The album was made available, except that I think these candidates didn't take the time to check. And so they cannot blame anybody at this time. I mean, as a delegate, even in the general election, the EC will always do the, what's the name?
The exhibition.
The exhibition for voters to go and check, make sure that their names are in the register, correctly spelled and what have you. And that is done before the election. So on the D-Day, you cannot go and accuse anybody that your name is not in the register. That is why the exhibition is done. So if you as a delegate, you didn't take the time to check the register to be sure that your name is in there, you cannot blame, except you did, you checked and your name was in there and was later removed. If that is the case, then fine, you can blame somebody. But if that is not the case, you didn't check, then I think you cannot go and be causing any commotion.
There are people like that, they will not check, even if the album has been prepared and then the exhibition has been there, they won't check because they know what they want to create. And you don't assume and think that it should be there.
There's human error. So it's not always that somebody will deliberately remove another person's name. Sometimes there are human errors.
So the question is, if it is human error, why is it only in Ablekuma that this matters?
So this is Ablekuma South.
South.
Yes, where we had the rerun. I mean, the reconciliation was Ablekuma North.
Yes.
Rerun. So this is Ablekuma change.
So it's still Ablekuma.
Yes, Okovanda West.
Is there anything so special about Ablekuma that we don't know?
Maybe there is, but now let's look at the 2028 election. No, because this one is a road.
Absolutely.
That will lead you to the 2028 election. Do you think it's going to be that easy for the 2028 part will be more difficult for the NPP going into this election? That is, if what we are seeing from 2025 continues to before the 2028 election and nothing untoward happen, where I was thinking that the current number of people in parliament for the NPP should also strive on the goodwill and then try to say, give an alternatives instead of just saying nothing has been done, nothing is going on. And then you go back to look at the NPP in the first 4 years of their tenure. I wouldn't say they didn't do anything. The 8 years were darker, but the last 4 was the darkest out of the 8 years of the NPP rule coming to 2. So there's a reason. We had no reason to do some things that were did. So let's say first 4 years wasn't that bad until COVID hit, but the last 4 was the darkest
all times.
Of all times in our situation.
Yeah.
So there were complete anarchy.
Absolutely.
We all saw complete anarchy, as if there was no leader. You don't know where the country was heading towards, and all this thing happened. So for me, the road to the 2020 IDM is going to be very difficult. I don't know whether you also see that, because 5 aspirants who are all contested, the outcome of the primary would determine the party's flag bearer general election.
Right.
But how will the 2028 play out?
Well,
I've given you 2 scenarios.
Yes. You know, as a matter of fact, the MPP should completely, and I mean completely, forget about winning elections anytime soon.
Why?
The reason is that you won with overwhelming majority in 2016. Fast forward, 2020 elections, Ghanaians gave you a hung parliament. That was an indication that the policies you sold to us, your economic messages and so on, comparing to John Dramani Mahama one, was nothing to write home about. So the Ghanaians gave you a hung parliament, thinking that they will reflect on the reasons they use arrogance of power, they use corruption, in fact, detaching themselves from the what? The Ghanaian people. 2024 general elections, you saw the abysmal performance that they what? They chopped, and they have fewer numbers in parliament now. So if they have anything to do, they should focus after their re-elections, the primaries. They should focus on building up their party by, first of all, identifying reasons why they lost, speak to the needed and the relevant people within all the branches, all the constituencies, regional and then national, so that they can what? Gather the momentum. I am still looking for the Professor Michael Corey's report, which may contain the reasons why they lost in what? The 2024 general elections that bad. So they should focus on reorganizing their party, but they should forget about what? Possible win in the 2028 elections. Why am I saying this? One, look at the economy. Dr. Bawumia Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo campaigned solely on the economy, that Mr. Mahama was incompetent. You have been given a nod. You took $1 at what? 3 Ghana cedis, 80 pesos. Worst case scenario, 4 Ghana cedis. When they were leaving office, it was 17 Ghana cedis. The question is, how did we get there? You campaign solely on the economy, our dollar to cedi ratio. But after 8 years of managing the economy, we saw how the economy was handled. Now, about our energy sector. So far, so good. 1 year of the NDC's administration, we have seen a payment of what? Debt in the energy sector. That is making sure that
some debts.
Absolutely. In the energy sector, that is what? Keeping our light on. If not for anything, I have not seen any light out over this 10 months period in our government. We have seen economic recovery. So if the NPP have anything to do, they should rather concentrate on building their party, organizing their base for a possible comeback, but which I don't see anytime soon. Look, about our educational sector, relevant institution, the PTA system was collapsed. That was a disconnect and a disjoint between what? The educational stakeholders and the government. How can you manage a whole educational sector from the Ministry of Education in Accra, leaving the directors of education, the district director of education out of the process? So this is a clear indication that the NPP government then lost touch with the people. And at the end of the day, they will need to do, first of all, they need to do a cleanup exercise in their various rooms, I mean their houses for that matter, their branches, their constituencies, their regions, so that they will know the problems that led to their defeat in 2024. So that they can propose alternative solutions. Because even in proposing solutions, we've heard them before. They were given a chance. What did they give to us? Look at Projects like one district, one factory, planting for food and jobs, one constituency, one dam, one constituency, $1 million. These are life transforming policies well implemented. But 8 years down the line, what has been the scorecard of these policies? What has been the success of these stories, these particular policies and its implementation? How can we implement planting for food and job for 8 solid years, and at the end of the day, we buy 2 fruit or tomatoes for 5 Ghana, 10 Ghana cedis in this country? That is a sad reality. And it is metamorphosed to all sectors of our economy. Dr. Baumia told us that the dollar was arrested and the key is given to the IGP. Little did we know that the dollar was the dollar was coming to what? Beat up our city. To the extent that the exchange rate was 17 Ghana cedis. You need to get $1 to what? To make businesses. And this collapsed a lot of businesses. Now that the exchange rate is now 10.5, 10.6, 10.10, what happens now in the economy is that it is going to make people make more money make a lot of savings. And when that happens, they'll reinvest this money into the economy. And when that happens, you don't need more cedis to work to go and buy dollar to transact business. And when that happens, burdens are lessened or reduced on what? Businessmen across the country. And when that happens, more opportunities will be created for people. So if they even propose solutions for us, we should be very careful with the kind of solutions they propose. Because they preach about economy recovery, they preach about agricultural mechanization, they preach about security, we saw insecurity. They preach all the good news as if we were in heaven, or they were taking us to heaven. Meanwhile, what we can remember is what? $58 million hole. We have seen a lot of hospitals across the country uncompleted. Forgetting that as a country we have priorities. Implementing projects that do not bring any value to what? Our Ghanaian economy. So if they have anything to do, I'll do a free consultation for them. They should focus on building their party from the scratch so that they can regain the confidence from the Ghanaian people. If not for anything, I know for sure that they have a lot of cleanup work. And whoever emerges as the winner of today's elections will have a lot of work to do. I rest my case.
He raised his case. Can I ask you similar questions again with regards to the road to the 2020 and going back 4 years down the line? It was 8 years of dark, but the last 4 years was the darkest in our history as a country, where we've seen the economy at the point was grinding to a halt.
Yeah, I mean, my brother has spoken a lot, and I agree to some extent with some of the things he said. You know, remember earlier I mentioned that 4 years is too early for Ghanaians to forget, you know, some of the things that went on during the second term of President Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo. And I particularly believe strongly that people decide now based on their economic conditions, their standard of living, you know, their perception of the economy and all of that. The economy is a big determiner of electoral outcomes in Ghana. And so if the NDC continues on this tangent, as we have seen, then one can say, you know, that it will be a very tough election for the NPP in 2028. Be that as it may, I should also state that it is not a done deal for the NDC, right? Because the man who has been at the forefront of NDC politics, as things stand, except something changes, which our constitution doesn't allow, John Dramani Mahama will not be on the ballot in 2028. What it means is that the NDC will be presenting, you know, a new face, which as of now we don't know, right? So that person's character, that person's experience, persona, their competence will also be assessed vis-a-vis the person who will be elected today to represent the NPP, right? And so, yes, the Mahama's performance, this current administration's performance, will be key in determining which party wins in 2028. Also, the candidates that will be elected today and the one that the NDC would also present are also key determinants of who will win in 2028. But I believe strongly that if the NPP is able to put their house in order, they will be able to reclaim majority seats that they lost to the NDC and some independent candidates in the 2024 election. You remember in 2016, when the NDC lost, I think they had 116 seats as against NPP's 130-something. So, based on the work that Haruna and Co did, I always believe that Haruna's leadership, how Parliament, how the minority at the time held the governing party accountable, how they scrutinized their budget, and the sort of solid work that the minority at the time did contributed to their increase in the number of seats and even presidential votes in the 2020 election. But I'm not seeing that leadership. I'm not seeing that vibrancy in the current minority. You remember yesterday we sat here and when we had the editor of the Hawks newspaper, we were saying that probably they should reconsider the leadership of the minority, because they are not making the party look attractive, But if they are able to re-strategize, which is very important, probably the leader who will be elected to be the flag bearer can help to re-strategize from Parliament so that they will be able to reclaim some of the seats. I don't think the NPP will have the same number of seats in the 2028 election. I doubt if they will be able to have the majority, because that requires a lot of work. Remember, even looking at the sort of work the NDC put in place from 2017 to 2020, they could not get the majority. They believe that it was a stolen verdict, but the fact remained that they didn't get the majority. It was a hung parliament. We had one independent and the same numbers for the two leading parties. Even look at the magnitude of work that went on. The party was united, and then the minority was up and doing. Even that, they couldn't get majority. They were able to have a hung parliament. So I believe that if the NPP is able to re-strategize, because their current strategy is not appealing to most people, but if they will be able to strategize, like you were saying, acknowledge the good things that the government is doing, whilst trying to find loopholes, trying to propose alternatives. That is what that's what opposition parties do. Not rubbishing anything good. It is an insult to the intelligence of the masses to say that the fuel prices are low and it is no good thing. The dollar is not, the cedi is doing very well against the dollar. It's not a good thing. The lives have been stable. It's not a good thing. Our children are not crying over lack of textbooks and food in schools. It's not a good thing. It's an insult to the intelligence of Ghanaians. But if you acknowledge the good things while trying to, and that is why people like Opon Nkrumah and Co should be allowed to speak more, so that Afenyo Markin and Co will take the back seat. Anytime he speaks like Akufo-Addo, like chasing the elephant to the bush. After Kennedy said about President Akufo-Addo, anytime they come out to speak, they end up doing more harm than good. Such people should take the back seat, so that Patrick Yabuames and the Opon Nkrumah will come out to speak. Abu Jinapo, fantastic. Let these guys come out to speak for the party. It will rebrand the party, make it more appealing to people. Then they will be able to, reclaim some of the seats and possibly increase their vote. Like I'm saying, the 8-year cycle will favor the NDC, even though they are presenting a new candidate. But it looks like the 8-year electoral cycle that the Ghanaians from 1992 have come to believe in will favor the NDC. So the NPP needs to do something extraordinary, to be able to win the seat. But it is not an impossibility. It is a possibility. From now to 2028, a lot can happen. A lot can happen. The NDC can decide to be complacent and then try to, go the rough way and to come up to hurt them. Remember, if the NPP elects Dr. Bawumia, he will be contesting for the second time, as against the NDC's candidate that will be contesting for the first time. So the dynamics are very interesting in 2028. A lot of factors will come to play. But for me, most importantly, the NPP should be able to strategize. If they are able to do that, they are sure of reclaiming some of the seats and increasing their votes. If the NDC also goes on this tangent and even do better they are also likely to even get more seats, and more votes, in the presidential election. So yes, I mean, both parties have, but 2028, I see it as an open election. I will not say NDC will win. I will not say the NPP will win. It depends on a lot of things. From now to 2028, you remember 2021 to 2024 alone ruined everything the NPP did in the first 4 years. In fact, I can say that 2022 alone, because that was when the hardship became very severe. That is why we had to rush to the IMF. That is why we implemented the haircut and all of that. Just a single year ruined everything good they ever did. No Ghanaian was remembering free SHS and what have you. Everything was about the economy, the hardship. So 3 years is too much for any party to claim that they are in a comfortable lead, right? If they are sure that they will keep on this tangent, Mahama, as he says, this is his legacy term, make sure that all his appointees are up and doing, then the NDC can say that, it is easy for them to get, the 2028, to win 2028. Other than that, the MPP can come back very strongly, in 2028.
The MPP can come back very strongly in 2028. You heard Christian Tete and also Bernard Eduji, a party.
Sorry, I wanted to ask Christian whether he's related to IGP or
because it's called Tete.
This question has been coming day in day out. Even just yesterday on a Facebook post,
somebody asked whether you're related to him.
Yes, I said I'm a Christian Tete, you're no genius, so don't mess with me. But it's quite interesting to have a name of one of the best performing individuals, personalities for that matter, and occupying such a sensitive position. It tells you that names really have impact on you. I enter certain places, say, hey, is Mr. IGP your father? So yeah. Then I'm gone.
You are gone.
So a name, anytime it comes on board, it speaks so well.
But
there are some names.
But that's why there's this problem that says a good name is better than rich.
Absolutely. There are some names when you hear in this country, whoa, you run away. I wouldn't want to mention a name in this country.
Please don't mention any names.
So you can also join us. Let's get interactive. 0537158638. So far, it's been good. We're looking forward to get our reporters. It's almost getting to the final stretch of the election. 45 minutes from now, polls will close. Then we'll begin to see the last minute skirmishes that is coming up, because the party has been criticized for its identity. Most people believe that.
MPP has failed Ghana.
If you look at the people contesting now, we have the technocrat versus the streetwise. That is what is happening now. Dr. Baumia, a political persona, projects himself as a data-driven leader throughout his campaign, with a focus on creative ideas.
He ran away from
about the economy and digitization. Kennedy Japan, on the other hand, has emerged with a street-smart political persona.
Absolutely.
One who presents a gut instinct leadership, raw, exponential, and also unafraid of menaces. He's not afraid of anything. He says his attitudes. This is a man, but he appears anti-fragile. It's something that people see gaining from disorder. Now he's been calm. Look at his look at his video, the way he's talking. I mean, a street fighter, great.
You remember?
Let's not take it from him. Canada will not be a bad president in terms of the economy, but the excesses,
Chief, I will disagree with you, because listen,
he can be a good leader.
He can be a good. I mean, Donald Trump.
You can be. No. You see, look. Ghana as a country, we are very problematic. Let's be very honest to ourselves. What haven't we heard spoken about presidents? So you need to have that courage, that zeal to lead Ghana.
To stomach a lot of nonsense.
You understand? A person like Mr. Kennedy Japan, a little bit of provocation, he's angry, insulting people. Such a person to be the commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, inciting tribes against one another, that is what? Disconnecting national unity? No! These are the red signs for me. Because the precedents are there. The records are there. The last time I was searching a particular video of his, I tried all the platforms, I never got it. It means there may be a deliberate attempt of what? Taking some of these documents out of what? The space for consumption, which is very, very dangerous for what? Our future generations. If you leave a good legacy, your legacies will speak for you. Dr. Kwame Nkrumah did the motorway today. I'm enjoying it. My sons will enjoy it. You know, electricity that we enjoy today, it is Kwame Nkrumah's legacy. So if you want to be remembered for something, what do you and I remember Mr. Kennedy Japan for? What do we remember Mr. Economy ran to the digitalization? What do we remind him for? Or remember him for? So at the end of the day, Mr. John Dramani Mahama's comeback was not only a comeback. The people of Ghana reflected on what he did when he was president. Building schools across the country, scattering hospitals, concentrated in key areas that are needed the most, connecting communities with good roads, expanding electricity, connecting community with lights. That was John Dramani Mahama. So when somebody want to judge him, he wouldn't need to struggle for records. If someone want to make a judgment, you're not going to struggle for what? To go and make any kind of comparison. You only pick him as a minister. You only pick him as a vice president. You only pick him as what? A president. Then you compare, you juxtapose. Then you can make a codified judgment and inclusion. So that you don't need to, if we pick Dr. Bawumia today as the flag bearer of the party, we will not struggle. What are we going to do? We are going to pick his records after record. Economy, how did it go? The funny thing is that anything important in the NPP government, he claims it, but anything that goes wrong, he's trying to run away from it. Look, there's this argument that he was not allowed because of a certain prime minister somewhere, blah blah blah. The question is, if your government disagrees with your opinion or suggestions, why won't you bring it out for us to know as citizens as you that, oh, the man is trying to push something, but he is facing a lot of opposition.
But that is for the purpose of party unity.
You understand?
He wouldn't want to come out to say, oh, I am not being allowed.
Then because Oka Amanokobi Huna Senema Enko year. And you know, absolutely. You get my point. If not all this kind of comparison that we are making, we may not have the right to even do this kind of analysis on Mr. Bawumia. But because he failed to speak on issues, immediately you make a proposal and it's being rejected. Please, social media is there. You put it loudly. So and so I made this proposal that has been rejected by so and so people. At the end of the day, we are in a democratic world.
But that is also not good for party.
All right.
No, but it is better you address your issues rather than what? Keeping them in board that to rot and begin to smell. So now Dr. Bawumia is smelling all over badly.
Badly for you. Okay, but for his party delegate, they decide on whether he do badly for them. Let's go to the Ashanti region. John Fantastic. Boy is on the line.
I wanted to.
Hello, John.
Hello.
John, it's saying.
Hello.
Yeah, John, it's you. John Bombing Command area. Say, Enchebiana, you're devoting about area.
And my family, Asante Mantemo, a grass, a Chegumate, and Gay. Every year, no, I said, yes, and something, and not so free and a pack. And you know, a winner is meant to be. No. Obi I would do that. Not baby. Look at it. A mark could be a human tea. Now, when I want Oba, a grass at human dia. Nipa, at one money, making us a day. Now, a sunny year part a day. Oba Answa, the different day, and Aunt Papa, and Adam Mama Tibiano. Yeah. And they see one mono, and one is here, Sarah no Casadia. As a young one, and Jibia now have got baby.
Now, Ocean Nipa, and what was the Siana, a Medrodra Akea, to me out to Abana and Son, a two no abo.
No, obedient one more dilato. I just I map to buy out to one, I just I perimeter ni mu na te say wa for no akoko to aba obi bia edi la so ti je no mi ni akope hotel o making kind na o ma hede wedding thing
na nipa dodo be ahina na mo hwe nim so mo beto aba na sesia na me no kaze nipa ahina abato aba odi we ni buja
nipa dodo ana o mo hwe ni mu se emo no mi no no ma to ma ba ewo edia se chedima se eye aha kron ene bi no 912 ana what o ma ba no plan ya ni tani officer edition simu anipa atwa ba no ebro ahanum 500
onipa be ahanum na to but o hwe echi ebia 2 ne be bono na omomaka no so abete won de
sa pe se bla ya ne cheche sa nkomo no ebre ekoyi na ka se mu atwen ti sane ne wo hwe edoma na ugu dila so ne die o munyina apa ko to ma bante no sane no mo hwe ni mo ne die yen na beye let me ato ma bana
John me pachofa weni edi eche enche bi ebesa ba ho ne abehwe akenkan no ene sorting no ne beko
atimi ya ha je beto fumbia se ma ya hwefo ina ehu de beko so
yes, yeah, that's our reporter from John Boy now went to a different location to bring us up to speed as what is happening at the Secretary in the Ashanti region. Quite interesting. Boys in the wage,
they are doing so.
Yeah, Pimako, Sanko, now Yakofa, some of the issues that has come up that has to do with the elections. I know there have been a lot of predictions that came in 6 against 3, right? 3 prophecy. Bernard is still pushing for it. But let's go to Impreso, Abetifi, and others in that order, and then take a listen and view what is happening there.
Brian Zone. Hey.
Ye fami ntim kraben frimpon no kwa east ye nyina ye party ma ye to aba na eye honorable branch ampon empesu aso ne ha eye baomia ono nso aba ye chen aba emre bi atwam oba ye nyina ye pesu aso beni ebedi nkomo se ya momode ne mo ama party no entena ho nye party na nim guase na ye hwe na mum party ne entena ho ne sa ni nti enam so ma ye nyina ye bomu adwuma esese ye ne yaye yaba onwa ye baomia achidifo ne se se yen kwa isifo se ye to aba no e de ama eye ban champon ne sa ni nti ni de ma ye se de mfamre no mfa ma yen no fe no mfa ma yen enso messages aba ye phone so bebre e che se transport ka ho even ato ye wie kura mpo no a ne ye de beko didi kakra so esan ka ho ni nyina mu ama nti ye bopini won bi se se na ye pamcho na na so ma ba na mo ye den ana se ye se ye to aba no 100% e de ama ban champon doctor ne sa ni nti no bibia obia no ni ye ni chefa enti ye pay se ye bisa se enye national na ye sa de na ana district ni pe na ye ana eno ni ye haw na fe ye hu na the end of the day no ye timi hu kwan be fa so a na ye bisa so se ono anfa ama no se Brian afen wa start se wan wini na se ono ba omi aba wini a enti on beba be campaign e wo yen ye ha na eno ne ye pese ye be hu
Shaba eso onizo esibeji ha onizo one ye yo hene Kennedy eya bi onizo ebi de chi ene ye ya Brian so a ko di sie
ɔno nso nnimafoɔ nso agyina yɛkɔ aporɔ ayɛ campaign a basabasa yi biara ansi ɛnɛ da yi mɛda bambɔfoɔ sahene polisi panyin ase ɛne ɔmototoeɛ na ɔhyehyɛ paa a ɔde aba party mpanyinfoɔ nso so tumi atitae a ɔde ma a wɔn sɛ ɔsoro kokuroko ama no kuro no yɛmpɛ sɛ ɛka bi ɛbɛba yɛn ho na yɛ asɛ ghanafoɔ na amanfoɔ ɛyɛ hu yɛn sɛ yɛ ama yɛ kuro no ɛyɛ ayɛ saa na ɔmo adwene ɛyɛ ayɛ atwitiri ama yɛ kuro ba yɛn deɛ yɛn ne gidi yɛmpɛ basabasa eti sɛ biribi si a yɛ na yɛn ne gyina ha yɛ sɛ ɔsoro ba bɛtena ɔsoro mu efie aduonu 25 years na mebɛhwɛ sɛ yɛbɛyɛ basabasa ama edimbɔni bi ɛka bi abɛka yɛn ho ebi nsi saa na ne nua no mu nyinaa so afa ɔmo adwene kɔɔma mu ha nyinaa saa bere abɔ ne aka miniti du baako na abɔ n'ondu megye tum sɛ ɛnkyɛ biara ɛbɔ no du mmienu na obiara to n'aba wie sɛdeɛ nhyehyɛeɛ a mpanyinfoɔ de du akwan mu ne to ɛkɔ so pɛpɛpɛpɛpɛ keke akoma ahuru na mese misɛ ne nyinaa na ɛyɛ ɔhyew bɔ ne nti ɛna ɛma saa akoma no tumi sɔre na mo a mo baa yɛ mo ni ahu mprae so ɛyɛ asomdwie ɛma nsia ne matrɛ mu mfie nwɔtwe ahwɛ sɛ dimbɔne bia ɛmma masa bɛyɛ amanyɔni yɛ nyinaa yɛ wɔ ha yɛboa abɔ kuro no ho ban ahwɛ sɛ ɛdi wɔ bi so far so good delegate baa yɛ sɛ ntoyɛ a mpanyinfoɔ ayɛ a ɔmo bɛdi yɛ sɛ obiara nkɔpɔ so ho fan obiara twe n'aba obiara no ho obiara se ɛda obiara anim a yɛ nyinaa yɛ sere eti so far so good mpae so deɛ nfo sɛ ɛkɔ yie saa so na bitie nkɔkɔ a saa na tie abitifi saa na tie aframagya so saa na tie na yɛ gyidie sɛ ɛbɛto aba wie na MPP adi nkunim na deɛ obedi nkunim a me de me gyidi sɛ me candidate Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia a ɔno na ebedi nkunim ɛwɔ mpae so ha wɔdi nkunim wɔ nkɔkɔ wɔdi nkunim wɔ aframagya no mmienu nyinaa yɛbɛwie no na nyame ahyɛ no because ensoroma na apie no the star na nyame ayi no a nyansafo ni di akyire kɔ hwehwɛ agyenkwa no saa ensoroma na apie wɔ ne so ɛwɔ Ghana fa na nyinaa frama a ɛbɔ ewia a ɛbɔ nyinaa kyerɛ sɛ sɛdeɛ yɛwura mampani dada kufuɔ kaeɛ sɛ the destiny child bɔhyɛ ba no ne ensoroma pii enti mi wɔ gyidie sɛ yɛbɛto abawie na me candidates wɔde nkunim a ɛbɛyɛ overwhelming victory ɛbɛyɛ overwhelming.
All right, so we're coming back from the grounds of picking the views of the delegates and what they think. But this one is from Abena. Abena says, please, greetings. Does that mean that God have different way of speaking to people? He says, please, does it mean that there's a different God? Because what I don't understand is why one God? Different prophecies. Abner, if you ask me, I don't really know why one got different prophecy. So we went to Primaries, so Abetifi will be going there, we're taking the minds of the how do you call it? We get to Somanya as well, Dodowa and its environs. We'll bring you the videos from there as well too. But it's now time for us, a few more minutes from now. Polls will close. We go around all the regions with our team of reporters to bring us up to speed as to which of the centers have officially closed. I believe by now some centers are done with their elections. And I don't foresee 100% people being there throughout till now. But that is elections for you. Now, But just before, let me digress a bit. We're still waiting to get the result. But some delegates in Ododo constituency have also threatened to boycott voting unless they receive their 700 transportation.
That is what we have made it.
Allowance from campaign team of presidential hopeful Dr. Brian Echampo.
That is what we have made it. We have monetized our election. So, I mean, we introduced it. It's the politicians that introduced this whole thing. So you go, you offer money for people to vote
for you.
Yeah. So they have to finish what
they've started. Let's go to the northern region where Philemon joins us. Philemon, gradually we having almost about 20-25 minutes to end. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, so currently I'm at the Tamale Central constituency again. As I reported earlier that I was at the Tamale South, I've just moved to the Tamale Central again. Just some few minutes to the close, and that is the 2 o'clock that was given. And as of now, the number of voters or the number of delegates who have casted their vote is 637 there. 637 for those who have casted their vote, so far. And as I said earlier, the total number of voters expected to cast their vote today is 922. 922. And as I tell you, those who are in the queue now, it is being tense up now. Very, 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 very tense. I can see the police who are just making sure that there is law and order within the queue that is being formed here. They are just trying their possible best so that there wouldn't be chaos here. But I can also see a lot of pressure from the queue that has been formed. If you can hear the sound of the noise at the background, this is the queue that is producing that sound. A lot of the I've seen there are a lot of the vehicles of the Ghana Police Service putting in the barricades here, the check, just trying that so that within the shortest period of time, no chaos or no issue will rise from this election. So that is what I can say for now. I asked one of the executives, and he told me that those who are in the queue within maybe 30 minutes or within 30 minutes time, they should be done with the voting, and then sorting will begin.
Now, if you look at the numbers that is there, are they up to the difference that is remaining to vote, the remain of the numbers of the people?
If I heard you right, in fact, with the numbers in the queue so far, I can tell you that if this is the same number who maybe if others are not still at home, but this is the number, I tell you that I think by 2, I don't think you'll be able to end the voting. What I am seeing, even though the voting has been moving very smoothly, but I tell you that with the population and what I'm seeing here, the voting may not be able to end 2 o'clock here. And looking at the map, as I said, 922 people who are supposed to cast their vote. And for now, we have 606. Within the 637 there, about who have casted their vote so far. Even though the difference is not that much, but with what I'm seeing, I don't think they'll be able to finish this within the 2 o'clock that begin.
Well, but we know that if you're in the queue and it's 2, you'll still given the chance to vote.
Come again.
I'm saying that from what we know, even if it's 2 o'clock, but once you're in the queue, you are allowed to cast your ballots. So,
yes, definitely. So that is why the Electoral Commission is there. So once it is 2 o'clock and you are still within the queue, that means automatically you will be allowed to vote. It's just those who have not yet come to join the queue that when it is 2 and you come later, you will not be permitted to join the queue again.
Well, thank you so much, Philemon, and then follow the other constituencies and update us with them.
Sure, all right.
that's our man on the ground, the northern region. It's meaning that now last minute people are now moving to the centers to complete the process and make sure that the NPP elects who leads them for election 2028. And right after this, now they will go to the constituency, the polling station levels to go and have their elections as well, and to the regional to national level will also happen. Interesting times are way as we're looking at the I mean, you were saying something before we went on that, we went to the north, and that has to do with the people asking for money to be paid.
Of course, so the politicians introduced it. They will offer money for people to vote for them. So yes, now it's coming back to bite them. People are demanding top-ups. What impetus? I mean, people are demanding top-ups. If you see some, you want more, you know. And because they know that once after voting for you and you are gone, that is it. And we have monetized the whole process. I mean, so if everyone decides that they are not going to give money, those who will vote will go and vote. Yeah, but we want the votes. We want everyone to vote. So we want to win at all costs. And so we are giving money for people to go and vote. So
well, quite interesting. He's a man who tells us the money bags that goes into our body politics. It's something that we've raised several times. We've spoken about it. But let me look at the security aspect of what the police have done so far. Right. But you can see the Inspector General of Police visiting some of the polling stations, selected polling stations in Accra, and is asking government to provide a service with adequate barricades to strengthen election security nationwide. And I think they need that. It's very important with regards to what we had at Ablekuma North, the rerun, the chaos that characterizes. You see that we didn't have enough barricades that would have stopped people from entering certain areas. Number two, we learned from Ablekuma North election. Akwetia was quiet, and I'm believing that with what the NPP is doing, though it's an internal, I think security-wise is being handled well by the police. The police have picked 2 people with body cameras, which I think somebody will say, then you have yourself to blame.
Yeah.
Because why carry body cameras there? I think the police have done well. In respect, we just want to wait to see how the final run will be handled when the counting and the sorting starts. Well, that's the key thing. That is where the election is.
Yes, exactly. But then, as a matter of fact, I would say that we all need to commend the Ghana Police Service because they have demonstrated once again that yes, they are on top of their job. If the police service will be left out of any kind of manipulations, any kind of interferences, I think our police service is one of the best in Africa, if so to speak. Because when you look at the operational aspect of the police service, if you look at the structural part of the police service and the architecture itself with their core mandate, I think if our institutions, most especially not only the police service, can be left out of any kind of political interference, I think we will do better. We will do best. Look, Ablekuma, elections. The issue is that day in, day out, population is increasing. So maybe, unless of course, the available barricade that the police service has right now needs a beef up. And I'm so happy that my uncle, Mr. Yowunu, has made it a point that the government should provide that. And I know my government is a listening government. Whatever the police service needs as a matter of beefing up to support their services on services delivery, I'm sure the government is going to provide that as soon as possible. As a matter of fact, we should still commend the Ghana Police Service and the IGB for a yeoman's work. And I know that at the end of this particular elections, the Ghana Police Service will have the green card again, the MPP will rejoice and people will be crying at the end of the day. But all is a process of building up our democracy. I keep saying, anywhere that God is trying to cook his banchi apisieno, a while sooner, so at the end of the day is not closed yet. So let us be waiting and see what exactly happens when the last ballot is counted and accounted for.
When the last ballot is counted and accounted for, 0537158638 is the numbers you can send us your thoughts, what you make of the 2026 presidential primaries. NPP decide. The verdict is today. Verdict day is today by 5 p.m. roughly 6. Every matter will come to an end. Then we know everybody's smoothness level. We got just a few more minutes. They're coming to you live from our studio. But let's go to take a listen to some of the police personnel that we spoke to earlier in the morning, and also some other people that we chance upon to have a conversation with them. We pick on those ones, and then we come back into the studio, and then I'll start looking forward to see where has the polls been closed, which areas have their polls closed.
Mobile travel yeah, the NSA it providing security. And I will buy from police for the door. Sorry, Omo hand. When you say the Omo hand, I bet that's your gun or something to be true. That's in the best mark. Mama buy. I tell you will be the best judge for a human police. Let me ask you, Sabi, and price of one already no. I'm on your master. I'm sending you baby. Ebe to abankese na awon ehia omu nyina enyam price nyina bakate party for enti already no the time ehia omo ye no mo kasai after no do problem bi no anti asia otimi efre no ebusa ebu ho atam no beka no na enye police asem na ebu ana electoral commission to direct electoral commission any party for number at the end of the year and for it to for the food be a mammy. So, now how you doing? How about your mama? What's how many of you talk Every say, what a bomb by Ubia, minimum Sabian, 10 of us or Cocoto, Ubia, person of Bobby, baby, or more about it. About that, Ama, Sabi, baby, and yes, so we can baby, a friend, inner perimeter, middle perimeter, and outer perimeter. But Ubia, person, you can call inner perimeter. Yes, she said, such a way, at least in and was a bush. But in and baby, Kakapa, but you make sure I say, you have 3, 5. The police for guys. Almost almost I'm to about the sea about more the vampire said, because my name is 6 years.
Me fi friend say nkran ha ya batme wo ka so a brand ho donti ana ka me ba beto aba no but the eda brand akoma so a so de be ma ye ne campaign team for no mudi na nim no o ma jisika no e champon e no poku ye me kasa me zone 20 na ebu 29 e na enya ye ya akakra ye say e be ka be ni ba be 35 ye nsan ka ye sika enti ye zone 24 de aba no still a egusu jira ye nto aba no enti ye ka kire onabo brand Sasa wenya abana na ye ne campaign team for no e na ama na enya sa nsesi ai bro oti enka baby an nkrofo no bi on fro enya sa ye zone 20 kwa abana ye ye because ye sanka ye sika ye nuanom bi saka ka om sika sika ne 700 obi ade aba brand pe e de na e maaye ne de na 700 ne de na 700 midi ye fra me sanka
Mr. Party Penny4 Abom Homodi Asheshe Jumadi no kama Eresenia air corner Enika na bibia de na kwam se ne sefata ai ogidi se emra o ma hyehyɛ se ebetimi ato aba na bebedo so ne ato awie kama ama bibia tumi akwawie pa na as a former executive so party so ama ya kwanya metimi enso ya kire ya adwen in selecting of a leader for the party. I think it's a step in the right direction. What party number so one share for this election? So we're internal election. And what team work can be a here? It's say you really never say boom. I bako. Na yet me ako J to me afi enuanom NDC fo ensem enti pinche de ho hia kra na ehwia ne se bewie na nyina atimi akabu nti bache party for so obi ntwa akoma nto we fie ntokwa nya abonti ntokwa a ye di nkontini mabaa na ebeko we de ye de ano na ye den eka ye wie a na ye wie na asomduaba mse party mpanifo abom homodi ahyehyɛ dwumadi no kama ehwese ne a ekɔ na eya nika na bibia de na kwan mu se ne se fata ai ogidi se emra a o ma hyehyɛ se ebetimi ato aba na bebedo so ne ato awie kama ama bibia tumi akɔwie pa na as a former executive so party so ama ya kwanya metimi enso ya kire ya dwen in selecting of a leader for the party. And I think say it's a step in the right direction. What party na baso won hyehyɛ ahoro a omaye for this election. So we are internal election. Enti what team wa kan bia ho hia. Esan say you are nyina besan kan bom aye bako na yetimi akɔgye tumi no afi enuanom NDC fo ensem. Enti pinche de ho hia kra. Na ehwia ne say bewie na nyina yetimi akabo nti bache party for so obi ntwa na koma nto we fie ntokwa nya abonti ntokwa a ye di nkontini mabaa na ebeko we de ye de ano na ye den eka ye wie a na ye wie na asomdua ba.
Omo better about ever better. Yeah, the NSA it provide security. And I will buy from police for the door. Say omo ha no me say the omo ha no mo abetete obi ala so mbe yi di tu. Person the best ma prepare everything. Mama buy I think you will be the best judge for a human police. Let me ask you, say price of one already no omo nye basa. Omo an better abandon now. A share woman, and young prize looking about a party and already know you find Asia or you know more Kasai. After I could do a problem here, no one says here with me, a friend will say, well, some number can and your police assembly. Now, it was an electoral commission to direct electoral commission. Every time, any party for number as the end of the year and forth. It's me for the food will be a mamma. So, I hide in how much of my body. Once I many to be able to talk from the say, what a bomb by Ubia, minimum savvy and 10 of us or Ubia, person of Boppy, baby, or more about it. About that, Ama, Sabi, baby, and yes, baby, a friend, inner perimeter, middle perimeter, and outer perimeter. But Ubia, person, you can call inner perimeter. Yes, in such a way, at least in an old emotion. But in a baby, Kappa, but you make sure I say, 3-5. The police for guys. Almost said you almost I'm to true. The moment about the sea, about more the vampire said, because my name said, I'm a 6 years from my
back from the quick break. You're still live from the MBNT. Bringing you the verdict. We'll bring you the verdict day. Having discussion here in the studio. So we're looking at the primaries, essential primaries of the MPP, the road to the 2028. It starts with that. We also have some sniper story coming from the Andansi Formula constituency where Mona Kennedy Gabon fan clashed with Dr. and two police station agent over TNT investment. Why should I be a fan of Kennedy Gabon clashed with a good polling agent over TNT investment?
You see, as a matter of fact, when we started these whole discussions, I was very quiet, taking my time, and I became to count the time an hour after an hour. I am not surprised that some of these issues are in already. And, as part of the love, and so far there's a commitment that is being made financially, everybody wants to partake in that particular financial benefit. It's part of all of us. It's part of human institution. But then I think they can do their things, but they should find a way of handling this particular matter so that it does not metamorphose to any other frictions that will lead to any chaotic event. That is what we are preventing as a country, because any kind of disturbances that happens right now is the image of Ghana, and the democracy that we build, has challenges. So at the end of the day, my issue here is that all that is being alleged so far so good. They are expected, but they should find ways and means of handling them properly so that it doesn't metamorphose to any other conflict that will maybe receiving showdown at the end of the day. But the bottom line is that so far so good. The process has been very fair. The Ghana Police Service have been top of their jobs. So far so good. I don't expect any kind of friction to happen in any of the camps. They should all enjoy it. At the end of the day, some will be crying, some will be... Hey, it is very sad that your candidate will be losing, and at the end of the day, the little alalamia that will be coming right to you also lose it. So they are trying to protect their interest. So it is expected, Chief.
Was it expected?
I mean, it's very disappointing. Very disappointing that.
But the reality is that it is expected.
Oh yeah, I mean, but this thing should not come to limelight. It shouldn't be appearing on our media spaces. Delegates saying that Brian the end my. Not just what the Baumia the Candy. I mean, the special prosecutor some 9 years. I come back. It's back on. I mean. Look, Mr. Kisei Jabe, please, if there is any evidence of vote buying, vote selling, what have you, please pursue them. Let's not normalize these things. From my fear is that we are beginning to normalize these things. Or say, on first number onto Ojina House Brian Sikani Maya onto. So, Mr. L, the next time my friend here appears, find ideas with experience in the constituency, wants to represent his people, they will be demanding money. If he doesn't have the money, then they will not go and vote. Is that what we are reducing our democracy into? I mean, let's not be tolerating some of these things. Even if some of these things, yes, it's a human institution, like my brother said, but it shouldn't become the main topic, right? Some of these things should be done in hiding. Obiya Krante. It should be the international community is watching. Everybody is watching. Ghanaian election there. I mean, it's all about money sharing. If you don't bring the money, we won't vote.
The highest bidder.
I mean, the highest bidder.
So the seat goes to the highest bidder. 053-715-8638. 053-715-8368 is the number. So what do you make of the from morning till now? We've got just about 3 minutes. And the polls will be ending. We're going across the regions where we have our reporters bringing you all the snipes of information that you need to get, putting this production together with our team. It's been a wonderful time from morning till now, 2 p.m. God has been good to us. Seen us through from the early hours of the morning till now, and we're still waiting to see how it ends, it unfolds will become, who wins 0537-1586 and numbers. Why not all James says, he's here 2 minutes. Now, voting centers in the Bray and not sorting ever shots here, not counting ever also. Our green tree, we can wine at the which we need to sample. We've gotten to the very final stretch of this conversation.
By this time, OBM.
Obi bonfire. My friend is going to not Obi now.
Obi che disikaro no so Obi.
You know, people go into elections and then if they don't win, it's like they've lost their entire fortune, they've lost their livelihood, they've lost everything.
You know,
because they spent to contest.
You see, I don't know if you have lost an elections before. Back at SHS.
Okay, give me an example of that.
Yes, you know, it is a different world for you to contest an elections and lose correctly. Why am I saying this? Back at Tongo Senior High Technical School, I contested for the head prefectship, and the candidate, my colleague that was brought to come and contest me, won by I think 82 votes. And at that time, when you lose an election, it is more or less like something has been taken away from you. You will see that that is a well neatly dressed chair for you, but there is no way about us will sit on it. The reason being that you have entrusted yourself so much, you have invested hours at the higher education level, comes with no financial implications.
But you still be buying watching.
Oh, absolutely.
Jollof for the boys.
And ice cream and so on, yogurt and so on. But at the end of the day, it is very painful to lose an election.
Yeah,
that is why sometimes it is difficult for people to concede elections. You know? So going to contest an election is a different ball together. People see that they can't win. They simply need to chicken out because that kind of feeling, they don't want to go through that. And people invest so much to the extent people sell their cars, people then sell their lands, people sell a lot of properties to contest elections.
But Christian, why would someone sell their house, sell their property if the intention is to become a leader or go to parliament or become president to serve your state, to serve your nation, to serve your constituents, to serve your district, whatever it is? Why do you have to sell your entire fortune to do that?
Yes,
I mean, that is what causes the heartbreak and people losing their minds and all of that, people becoming depressed, becoming suicidal because they've invested everything. No, they didn't have a contest election, then the person will lose.
Yes, you know, that's where I'll chicken it in. Leaders are born. If you're a leader born well oriented, you don't go to an elections, lose and feel so much pain. Though it is painful because you know that you are going to serve the people. Look, if you have the character to lead and to serve, then you are safe. No matter how tense the election is, when you lose or you win, it doesn't take anything away from you, because the core mandate and the mindset is that I'm going to serve my people. Right now, what we're saying is that people come into the political space purposely because of one, personal interest. People see it as a way of making money. At the end of the day, people see it as maybe a quick way of making money. So people keep doing a lot of commitment towards elections. But I know for sure that the core mandate for leadership is to come and serve the people. And it seems we are deviating away from that factor.
Yeah, we are. Don't you think that this is the precursor to corruption? The much corruption that we've been crying about.
Absolutely.
Because if you have to sell everything you have, if you have to sell your house, sell your cars, you know, and everything, your land, just to contest an election, don't you think that even if you win, you also find ways and means to recover everything you have lost? Isn't that the grounds for corruption? If we allow some of these things to continue, is that not grounds for corruption? Does it mean that we are not going to see an end to corruption now?
And my brother, it hurts development. Why am I saying this? Look, For instance, we are going to contest elections at the branch level, and a competent candidate say, I am going to contest for this particular portfolio. There is another person that is also having that same mindset of going to contest that particular office, but then his case is different because he's more resourceful. Now, you know in your heart, in your mind, that I can do the work when given the opportunity. But because you don't have the financial capacity, you may not be given the chance. Absolutely. And when that happens, because you were disadvantaged in terms of finance, you end up sitting back, and whoever has the money goes. Now, when that person captures that particular seat, one, he or she has paid you 500 Ghana cedis for a single vote. Ask yourself, where is that person getting that money from? Is it a loan? Is it a borrowed money?
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, when the person gets the office, he or she must go and what? And what? Service that there with interest. So any project that gets to your community that you benefit the good people, that contract is highly to be sold out. Purposely to what? To recoup that particular money that was shared among you for votes. So when that happens, the rate at which development is supposed to get to the closer to the people, no, it becomes a problem. And the same people will come out after 3-4 years and come and be complaining, oh, no, but you have not done anything for us.
It's the same thing I am saying.
So we are part of the problem.
We are part.
So
we are contributing to the problem.
The earlier we speak truth and identify people that that are willing to do the work for us, it is better. So that we stop helping political leaders or enthusiasts to engage in money sharing that leads to corruption that truncates development at the basic units.
But the point is that it's something that we've done from time.
So there can be changed. A time where the citizens must change.
The point is that are the citizens ready to change?
You see how the woman was lamenting.
As if it's an obligation. Now it has become like it's a mandatory. So that is where the problem is. Until we begin to reorient the minds. Yeah. To get to understand that, because now our democracy is not about the human rights.
Yeah.
Our democracy is about elections.
Yeah.
If you look at our democracy we are running, it's about the election cycle.
Yeah.
The election comes after we vote. Everything finished. Whatever happens to anybody, nobody cares.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
But when we begin to tailor it that, okay, democracy is more of people having rights. And people understand their rights, the do's and don'ts, and know that the right has responsibilities. Now, when you crash, this is what will happen.
Absolutely.
When your rights ends, somebody's right takes off from there. So you know your limits. They say monkeys play by sizes. We need to get to the level where we can get our people to understand that, look, the developmental agent, it's not the MP.
Yeah.
It's the DCE.
Yeah.
It's the assemblyman who is supposed to see to it that the DCE makes sure we get this thing done. We've left them off the hook. The MPs will come and tell us, because this is how it started. Or if you vote me, I'll make sure you get skyscrapers on the streets. This road will be changed to asphalt within my tenure. Whereas you know, you are a legislator, you enact laws. You don't have the means. You don't have the means. You can lobby ministries for your MC and DC to get the development into your sector, but you don't have anything to do with it. We are not telling the people the truth. It's also one thing that is eating us up. Now, how can look at these primaries? Like Abner sends us a message to ask, how can God be speaking to pastors or prophets, 6 for one person, 3 for one person, different things.
The same God.
Pastors thing is
you understand?
Agenda.
So it's part of our making as a nation. If we begin to see that our democracy, we want to develop it, because you can't win election in Ghana. Parliamentary election is costing about $3 million. Just parliament.
How much do you earn?
How much do you earn? So this is how we want to break the cycle of poverty. We want to break the cycle of corruption. It is endemic. It's entrenched.
Yeah.
So people that have the know-how, who love this nation, who are patriotic and really want to serve, don't have the money.
Yeah.
So they will be sitting, and those who has the money will dictate the pace. But it's about time we need to be able to begin to grind the wheel and turn back.
Yeah.
We have lost patriotism. Everybody feels that the only way to make money is to be in politics. That's the only way. Why does everybody want to run into parliament?
Yeah. Even when they have no business
there. When they have no business there, they want to go there.
Yeah.
We've made it look lucrative.
Yeah.
That the only way you can become rich within the shortest possible time is to become a politician. And look at it, people get into politics. You know them. You know people you stayed with. There's some teachers that even buying food become a problem. Get a political appointment within 6 months. Everything about the person, you see the mansions and things that is going on, and you ask yourself, "Let me pay." Nobody questions that. And that is the biggest problem we have as a nation.
Mr. L, so poverty is a contributing factor. Look, I have said that I don't think anybody can buy my vote. I don't think. How much can you pay me to change my no. And I don't think anybody can buy the three of us.
Question. He's a politician, he's a friend. He was talking plenty, running round. Then I asked him, "What can you do for me in this your position? What can you do for me?" He was quiet. "What do I gain for you getting that position? What are my gains? What difference will you bring to the constituents that will benefit every Tom, Dick, and Harry?" You are thinking about yourself. You're not thinking. You're not looking at the entire picture. So it's a problem.
Yeah, poverty, Mr. L.
Because like we are doing now, financial literacy. If we begin to teach our kids how money works from the primary level, basic level, to understand that you don't just go take a loan because you want to take a loan. You need to understand what goes into it. And begin to orient their mind. We will get, at least if we don't get everybody out, we'll minimize it.
Absolutely. You know, that's where the point of changing our mindset comes.
And that is part of your party's agenda.
Because, for instance, we need a change of mind and of character. And in Greek, it is called metanoia. Change of mind and of character. We must begin to see things in reality. When Mr. Kene Japan comes to tell me that Christian Tete Kukwananse, I will build you a road that goes through the ground to your hometown. Somebody will believe that. Look, systematically we have failed as a country because, one, if you look at our educational system, you are taught A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3. You are taught a lot of calculations, reading, and so on. You are forced to put books into your head. But things that you can do by your hand, by your brain, that can take you out of poverty, that you will not let anybody come and convince you what any kind of story, we are deviating from there. When other countries are teaching their students, their younger ones, how to serve in the military, how to cook very well, how to do intensive farming with what? Proper irrigation system. We are preaching A, B, C, D, A, F, G, H. So you could say that it's a systematic failure. If we want our country to move on a pedestal that all of us will want, it can be done by, first of all, targeting the younger generation, inculcating in them, as you were saying, the values, principles, patriotism, so that immediately they grow with these ideals. So whoever wants to go into politics will have a good intention to go into politics. Whoever wants to do business is going into business. So at the end of the day, systematically, all of us must come together, support any government to implement the right policy so that we can begin to take some of these things, because it's a mockery.
It's a mockery. You were making a point, but I want you to hold to your point. Let's go to Tain. You know, Tain are already done with their voting and sorting has been done. Let's join our reporter, Solo.
Hello, boss.
Yes, Solo.
Hello, boss.
How is it going there?
Very well, very well. Now, Wadaruma.
Yeah,
but so law school, Wadaruma, na before I local authority.
Solo. Now, yeah, there's some not be real time. Yeah, way.
Wadaruma. Nandopano MP for make a fracture. Ubema woni ekukuru won ware wo ba kokko. Ubeke man out we ajebo ajanya ba bedrogi. Ebo so mi enu pepepe and electoral commission time constituency and ye wo to gate them krr and an ye wo hie bu ho and ye afa ni ba be yi la la sa ye so sa. Now what happened at the end of the force of the Cafrata or your own river? Young Vanny for Bejumagia. At the car, Guadiana Mekai and one shot. Number me and Media was so. Now what happened? Young Kayan, the Baumi, you will take one that one, the Agnaman. So far, I say that yes, also ye and Sana Yababe can 1111. Nampany for to Bema would you to Pobuno? Would you to Pobu and Nasty Bema? I dare not tidy, but Mummy, the young carrier, you better be an ambient people, young fire and Campbell.
Yeah, to MBN TV. This is MBN TV, and our reporter in the Bono area is in time. Time are done with their elections. Sorting has started. And he's giving us a brief. Now, as a man, can we get you? What's that?
Obema Bruno. Worry about Coco. Now, you don't soon your fire. You're funny in that is so interesting.
Oh, Solo.
Wakeja to help
Solo. Enti, Oshe Senya near Messi Quadiana. Nya me yiri ya kokoro ona opie ewie
Wadaruma
eti for when di eche na my numbers no yen start and collect back the enko
very cancel Wadaruma
me da say
interesting times ahead.
We are waiting for the time, but it's interesting. I like my reporters today. They are fired up in different angles.
Yeah,
Ugwa will come up with a style right now. And so let me pick your thought. You were raising a point.
Yes.
Before we went to Solo.
Yes. So my point is that look, for us to be able to minimize vote buying, monetization of our politics, and corruption in politics, we must empower the people economically. And it starts with education. It starts with skills development. Because the truth is that for people who are so broke, people who don't have food to eat, people who are struggling, right? You can't tell them that, Obi bro, 50 cities said Jinato Abamana. And it is because of poverty, it's because they don't have the means. That's why I said the three of us here, I don't think anybody can buy our vote, right? Because at least we are not so poor that we can't survive the next day, we can't survive the evening. But for people who are very impoverished, so such people, you can't go and preach to them that you don't accept money for votes. No, you can't preach to them. On crowd channel. Yeah, on crowd channel. I mean, how many people have you seen who are well to do, be safe, if you don't bring their money, won't vote? They don't need your money, right? They are voting based on your policy, based on your competence. But for other people, this can't be banned because they are broke, they need the money to survive. So before we can tackle the root cause, like my brother was saying, tackle the root cause of monetization of our politics, corruption in our political space, we must begin to empower the citizens economically. People should go to school to better their lives. People should learn jobs, apprenticeship, and all those things. Acquire some skills. Do something for yourself. Other than that, when you are poor, you know, the poverty of the people is to the advantage of the politician. That is the fact. The politician who has nothing, who has no competence, has no experience than money, the poverty, the impoverishment of the citizens is to the advantage. Because when they come, you can't question them. You can't scrutinize their policy. So what are you going to ask them? And then they give you money and then you are gone. But if you are educated, if you are informed, if you are economically empowered, and you are thinking about your child's education, you are thinking about health care for your aged parents, you are thinking about, you know, what's the name? You are thinking of your businesses, the policies that will advance your businesses, the environment,
for you.
Right, peace and security. Yeah. These are the things you are thinking about, and you are looking for somebody who will come and advance those interests, not somebody who. So it's about being economically empowered. When you go to advanced societies, you can't win elections just because you have money. Donald Trump wouldn't have lost the 2020 elections, but he lost despite all the monies he has. And because you can't buy the Americans' vote. But here in a part of the world, because of poverty, people look forward to some of these things. Like we were saying, we're making more fun of it. Cocoa season. It's a cocoa season for a lot of people. A lot of people, they've been waiting for this day.
This is a system somebody's benefiting from.
Exactly. So and it's the politician that is benefiting.
Yes, and he wouldn't want you to go tackle anything that has to do with orienting the people in the rural.
Great.
Or the greater areas like the overseas areas in the country, set up the same educational system that we have in Accra in those areas, so that Nipa Nenetia, you see that so they will not do it. So it's and then if you look at it closely, institutions that are mandated to champion the cause of making sure that people understand even why they vote. Are under resourced. Institution that has to deal with corruption in this country, government after government, they are all under resourced. It's a deliberate.
It's a deliberate thing, of course.
Because they benefit from the system.
They do.
So they will not do it.
Yeah. I have a friend who works with the civic education. I met her December. So what have you been doing? I said, you know the office already. So these institutions are not resourced. But Mr. L, I still maintain that even if these institutions are well resourced and are doing their work, no matter how active the NCC is, trying to tell Bernard why I should vote based on this. If I am hungry at the time, Mr. L, I can bet you that I'm going for the one who is giving me the money. Yes, so let's begin to implement policies that will lift people from poverty. Once people are economically empowered, Mr. L, trust me, when the politician comes, it's no longer about your money. They are listening to. I remember. I don't know if my friend was there. We were once at a rally, and one of the aspirants. Let's just say, moi so fancy docuno here, moi so akple here, until moi so towards Africa. Can you imagine? Is this a campaign message?
Is it a campaign message? Let's go to OT region and come back. Hello, Razak. Hello, Abdul Razak.
Hello.
Yeah, Razak. Let's get to hear you. How far are we done with the election? Is past 2 already?
All right. Currently, let me just say we are done with the election part 1. We are done with the voting. So currently, as I'm speaking, they are counting the ballot papers to see who will make the win and now in the Nkwanta South constituency over here. Looking at the numbers that we are seeing, we don't actually know until the last official figure will be mentioned to us before we can be able to confirm to know who will win in the Nkwanta South constituency here regarding the MPP presidential primaries.
The number of people that are supposed to vote there, did everybody show up? Do we get 100% of the people?
Yes. Looking at the register, we were expecting about 856 delegates. But as it stands now, they are now counting for us to know the number of people who have voted as well. We know, but that have not been president, so that we can be able to take that out of the total number and get the actual figure that we will have here.
All right, so we'll still be sticking with you and hoping that you stick around and get to know the numbers.
Okay, there was another thing that happened earlier on that maybe I might like our listeners to pay notice on that. There was one gentleman who had been fainted and then was sent to the hospital quick before the decision. After that, then we end the polls over here. So as we're speaking here, he's currently receiving treatment at Nkwanta St. Joseph Hospital.
We wish him a speedy recovery. Maybe he hasn't eaten. Didn't any of the agents came there to bring food? Like we've heard some other constituencies are loading food to places.
Yes. For current, let me just say, everything went on peacefully over here. So as the accountant, we pray that we see a fair accounting process to us. Right. We are here because looking at the environment, the security presence over here is much that I could say anything that may trigger any misunderstanding, they will be able to hold everything so that the EC officials can do their work well.
All right, thank you so much. We're standing by and waiting to get another call from you telling us who won in that constituency.
Oh, okay.
All right, thank you so much. That's our reporter on the OT region. It's becoming interesting now. Now, everybody, I'm just wondering, people's data has to start working. I've started getting some collation from some places already on the screen, coming in from some sectors. So definitely we'll start mentioning the provisional results. Stick with us. Don't move away. 053-715-8638 is the numbers. You can share your thoughts with us. What do you make of the elections? So far, so good. Now, let me continue with you. You were talking about the mindset of the people and the things that they need to do.
Yes, so I am of the view that we should, before we can come out of this vote buying, this monetization of our politics, corruption in our political spaces, we have to first tackle the root cause, and the root cause is poverty. When people are poor, you can't tell them that they shouldn't accept monies and gifts. Look, somebody cannot buy fridge. If you dash that person fridge, what charity cry?
Only TV.
Only them, you see. So when some of these people, it is because of poverty.
They buy the conscience.
They buy them, right? But for you and I TV or the TV browser to Abamana, is that enough reason to change you to vote for the person? No. So we have to start lifting people out of poverty.
Yeah,
and so there are some communities, if you give the people some of these things, so it's poverty is because people lack these things. They don't have the means to afford them themselves, right? But if you empower people economically, if you empower people, if they have skills that will earn them jobs that they can make a living from, if they're educated, they have access to good jobs, good employment and what have you. If they are well informed, you can't come and give them money and expect them to vote for you. Even if they take the money, it will not change them. It will not cause them to vote, to vote that way, to vote for you. So for me, the best way we can tackle this thing is to lift people out of poverty. Is to empower people economically. Let's start from the young ones. Because we school learn apprenticeship and then makeups about 6 months, 3 months. No use your makeups here with pedicure, manicure, go and learn something. Fashion design. Today they are the ones earning the monies. Go and learn fashion design. Just learn something. Massage therapy, block laying, tiles, tiling, POP. Just learn something. Commit to learning something. These are the people who are making the money. Right, my brother is here. Who names score? That is his field, right? And that is why you can't pay him to vote for you. But until that is done, when you go to the village and you find poor people there, Mr. L, no matter the work the NCC will do, telling them that they should not accept it, they will accept it because they have need for it. But if people are empowered, the people who are well-to-do, you can't buy their votes. That one, it requires competence. They must see you as someone who has what it takes, the mindset, the experience, the competence, the right policies to lead them. And that is the society we should be moving to. But if we don't lift up people from poverty, if we still have a lot of people wallowing in poverty, that is to their credit, that is to the advantage of the politician who knows nothing but has money to buy the votes.
That's about a politician who knows nothing but has poverty definitely shapes Ghana's politics. Politicians always leverage on the poverty alleviation program, promises to connect with voters. And it's like, oh, I understand your struggles, I will help. This is the English they put. I understand your struggles and I'll help. And this leads voters to prioritize short-term gains, dependency on politicians for handouts. And those are the reasons.
Yeah.
At the point we also put pressure on the politicians, especially the MPs. They go to every funeral, they go to everywhere. Even somebody is going to get married will go to an MP and say, I need money to get married. My wife has given me that I need money to go and do them ceremony. So we also push them to go and steal.
Because
they don't have the money.
They don't have.
And they've come with a lot of promises.
Yeah, they don't have.
Now we go back to push them.
Yeah. To accuse them of corruption. Meanwhile, we are contributors of it. Yeah.
We're part of it.
Yeah.
So, but I think that if we've schooled our people from the basic level, and you know that because we are a nation that we don't have the culture of saving. And we begin to put our people through the level, from the basic level, the need to save something. The need, because wealth is created. You create wealth.
Yeah.
You don't get up one day expecting that I need 40 million and God give me 40 million. God will give you something to do that will enable you to start making some ends meet. But it's up to you to use that wisdom to create wealth, know how to save something, and know how to move that saving into investment, create those emergency funds and stuff like that. So that in case of emergency, you know what to tackle, and then the investment you don't touch. And so once we begin to teach our people this from the basic level, and they begin to grow with it. Look, the level of poverty in the nation will come down.
You know, Mr. L, you see, I had a very good training from my grandparents. And growing up, we saw things differently because you were oriented in a particular way. You see life as an opportunity, so you appreciate every little thing that you have. And now, your thoughts should be shaped in a way that no matter the area that you find yourself, you should be able to work to survive. But today, look, in the morning before a student moves from the house to the school this morning, biscuits, calipo, snacks, food in the morning, afternoon, evening, it is there. So that experience, it is okay. But at the end of the day, what is the end result of that? I'm not saying giving snack to children to school is not best, but at the end of the day, our kind of experience shaped us. Our kind of orientation shaped us today. Pick a child from Greater Accra or any other region, pick a child from maybe Fumbisi in the Grusa South constituency, give these two people maybe primary 6 and JHS 1, 2 pair, and give them practical things to do and see and compare between the two categories of students. You see a clear difference because one, the environment has shaped one in a particular way, affecting his or her thoughts on issues of national discourse. The other one also, that's why I'm so much enthused with practicality, because when you fail to practicalize, you have failed in everything. Look, even in elections, if you don't practicalize or strategize, you fail.
Yeah, but you need to be intentional with attention.
You understand? So as part of bringing out of this particular poverty menace that will lead to what? Influence of vote buying and so on, policy should be formulated. Comprehensive education structure should be employed. Practical ones for that matter. As I sit here, I'm very good in what? In pavement installations. No matter the land size that you give to me, I'll be able to install perfectly with correct gradient. That is what I learned with my hands. So aside every other thing, I still have something to do with my hands. You understand? And another factor too, our youth of today, they don't want to learn. I try so hard. Absolutely, I try so hard to gather one or two boys and train them freely. When you come to work, at the end of the day, you are paid. But then, like, learn something. No. They're only interested in the day money that they'll get, or the week wage that they'll get. So you could see that it is a problem. So the government should be doing its part. Traditional authorities should be doing their part. And the clergy too should be doing their part. So that we will come out of childhood, become responsible people, not liabilities in the country. Today, look, I'm not doing politics over here, but then if you take the student that graduates within the wholesale free SHS era, ask them critical thinking questions. Chief, you baffle. Some of them come out of school, they don't know their left from their right, they don't know what they want to do because of the kind of what training that they had. No discipline in schools.
No discipline.
Students were left on a laissez-faire atmosphere where teachers are not allowed to punish students. You know, where in my school, a student went and reported the teacher at the police station. What was the cause? Because the teacher told the student that, hey, the hair you are carrying is too bushy, so go trim it down. If not, I will not allow you to write exam. That student had the guts to go and report the teacher at the police station. And the teacher was invited to write statements. Government policy, don't discipline students. So the students were emboldened.
You know, the free SHS is also another topic on it.
Yes, I know, but it all...
One of these days, we're going to do a comprehensive story.
Absolutely.
So much power was given to the student,
yes,
the teachers.
Is the reason students can
beat up. You understand?
Well, let's go to the central region. We have our reporter Daniel Asuku. Has votes ended at that place?
Yes, Mr. Earl. Vote has just ended, and then as we speak, sorting is underway.
Sorting is underway, and how is the atmosphere like?
Wow, it's a relaxed one. It's a conducive one for political atmosphere like this. We will say, wow, we wish that a national exercise like this where we will be having a general election, and if we will have it such as this one, we will say, wow, what a history to write. But normally when it gets to do with individual political entities or political parties, that's what the obvious atmosphere that any other person or any other one would expect. And so that's what is happening right here. Voting actually almost ended before the police officers who were ensuring security and safety were relaxed. So was the other people around, both observers and then agents, and then delegates themselves, and then constituency executives, they were all relaxed, and then interactions were ongoing. Even as we speak now that sorting is underway, we are still having chit-chat with each other. So it's a lovely atmosphere, a calm one that for the purposes of security and safety, for which you would want to employ the services of security personnel. Someone would say that, oh, why do we have about 20-30 police or security personnel around? But for that, the atmosphere is calm, and the sorting, as we speak, is underway to make way for counting.
All right, thank you so much. Daniel Asuku, stick and then also bring us the results, the provisional results. We can't call the election, we can give you provisional results and then do that for us.
Exactly, bro.
All right, so counting is underway, sorting is underway, and
absolutely.
Counting again. But interestingly, funny enough, some few of the portals on our data points where we have some few results coming in already. It's interesting. Okay, let me start from Brekum West constituency. Brekum West constituency, Kennedy Ohene Japan. 1, 2, 3. Baumia 147.
Wonderful.
Yao Educhum 04. Brian Champon 63. Komene Japan 0. That is the latest from Brekum West constituency.
Why did you need to emphasize 0?
I'm calling numbers.
Justice for my man.
I'm calling numbers.
Oh, justice for engineer.
I shouldn't have mentioned that.
Justice for engineer.
Now Brekum East. Let's do Brekum East. Ken 200. Brian 182. Baumia 265. Educhum 0. Kobina Ejapon 0. What's funny? You know something when you go to something.
Yeah, bokegu.
Now let's do Salaga South. Salaga South. Ken 37. Brian 38. Baumia 207. Educhum 2. Kobina Japan 1. You don't make me call the figures. You don't make me call the figures. We'll be showing you the provisional results on our screen in a short while. But let me go through Akim Odan constituency. Kennedy Ohene Japan 114. Dr. Brian Champon 52. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia 327. Dr. Yao Osei Educhum 3. Kobina Ejapon 0. Kintampo South. Kintampo South. Ken 73. Brian 127.
Okay.
Baumia 463. Educhum 4. KAA 1. Bole Bamboy constituency provisional results.
Okay.
Honorable Kennedy Ejapon 142. Brian Champon 71. Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Baumia 375. Dr. Yao Osei Educhum 8. Engineer Kobina Ejapon 4. Rejected 3. So these are some provisional results that have come in from the constituencies I have mentioned to you. There's more coming in. Now let's do Doma West. Kennedy Ejapon 95. Brian Champon 42. Muhammadu Baumia 175. Dr. Osei Educhum 0. Kobina Eje Ejapon 0. Provisional results from Doma West. Provisional results from Doma West. So those are the provisional results I just sent through from Doma West also coming in. Counting is underway. We'll bring you the provisional results in some of the constituencies as it comes in. Now let's do Yagaba Kobori constituency. Kennedy Ejapon 0. Dr. Brian Echampo 0. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia 379. Dr. Yao Educhum 0. Kobina J Ejapon 0. And then the one got One guy. How did my phone in 0-0?
The crew have a dead time.
And now because Yagaba Kubori, and we're northern regional, northeast.
Yeah.
Crowfrom constituency.
Okay, Greater Ashanti.
Kobne Japan 2. Educhum 3. Brian 63. Kennedy Japan 87. Baumia 188.
Baumia father.
Mion constituency. Kennedy Ohine Japan 36. Brian 76. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia 369. Yao Osei Educhum 3. Kobna J Japan 0.
Hey.
0 now. What's your own person?
Why 0?
Ahafo are not southeast. Ahafo are not southeast. Baumia 244. Ken 103. Brian 83. Akim Swedro Ken 45. Brian 66. Baumia 177. Educhum 1. Kobna Ejapon 2. Ifijai Asokori constituents. Ken 26. Brian 114. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia 456. Educhum 2. Kobna 0. Brekum East. Ken 200. Brian 182. Baumia 265. Educhum 0. Kobna Engineer Kobna Ejapon 0. That is some results that has come in. Showing you the provisional results. The results we are mentioning are provisional. They are provisional. We'll go to the Brekum Township to see something for ourselves. We'll be moving to the Brekum Township to see something for ourselves.
Looks like Brian is doing better than expected.
Yeah. Now let's move to Second D constituency in the Western region. Ken 81. Brian Champion 39. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia 392. Dr. Educhum 0. Kobna Ejapon 0. Rejected 1. Total vote 560. Expected vote is 560. The turnout was 513. It's not bad, is it?
Yeah, it's okay.
Central Town constituency as we move to the voter. Ken 81. Brian 184. Dr. Baumia 301. Educhum 4. Kobna Ejapon 1. Rejected 2. Spoiled 0. Total vote that's 574. National headquarters. National headquarters. Kennedy Ohine Japan 160. Brian Champion 3. Mahmoud Baumia 308. Osei Educhum 3. That's a Kwabna AJ Japan 7.
Surprising that Kenya Japan could get 160 votes.
160 at the national headquarters.
Yes, because the caliber of people who vote at the national headquarters, you call them the parties.
The constituency around there voted there.
Yeah. Really? Yeah. Oh, okay. But the constituency around there is Clote Colley.
Yeah.
They voted at the headquarters.
Yeah, some voted at the headquarters.
Okay. Because I know there were 277 constituencies, right?
Yeah. They are doing 276.
276. How many constituencies do we have? Parliamentary constituencies? 276. Yeah. So they added one so 277, which is the headquarters. Yes. So I'm surprised that Kennedy could get 160, because that's where the creme de la creme of the party, the elite, the former presidents, former executives, national.
And then you have some other.
Yeah. I mean, Kennedy is not doing too bad. I mean, he's not doing too bad.
Akim Swedro results. Provisional result from Akim Swedro. Ken, 45. Brian, 66. Baumia, 177. Educhum, 1. Kobna, Ejapon, 2. Borga is result. Ken, 14. Dr. Brian, 69. Mahmoud Baumia, 186. Educhum, 0. Kobna Ejapon, 1. Akontomra. Kennedy Ejapon, 83. Brian Echampo, 99. Dr. Baumia, 206. Oseiya Educhum, 8. Kobna Ejapon, 2. Now let's do the Esunafo South provisional results. Kennedy Ejapon, 145. Brian Echampo, 126. Mahmoud Baumia, 365. Yao Osei Educhum, 7. Kobna J. Ejapon, 0. Rejected, 0. Total votes cast, 463. Total expected 643. Total expected is 697. Upper Dintra West. Kennedy Ejapon, 222. Baumia, 301. Echampon, 21. Kobna J. Ejapon, 1. Educhum, 2.
Upper Dintra West is West Central region. Wow, and Dr. Baumia beat Kennedy Ejapon there. I have that of, I'll send that to you.
So those are...
I have Asin Central.
Asin Central.
The constituency of Honorable Kennedy Ejapon. Yes, so these are still provisional results. Kennedy Ejapon, 495. Dr. Brian Echampo, 4.
You mean single 4?
Yes, single 4 in Asin Central.
But why did you want to ask? What is single 4?
That's in Asin Central. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, 28. Dr. Yaose Educhum, 1. Kwabna AJ Ejapon, 1. So these are the provisional results from Kennedy Ejapons constituency, of course, with commanding lead, 495, as against Dr. Baumia's 28.
Now let's do the Tyne constituency. Honorable Kennedy Ejapon, 90. Dr. Brian Echampo, 118. Dr. Baumia, 570. Dr. Yao Educhum, 5. Engineer, 1. Rejected, 1. Tyne constituency. Away from the Doma West, Kennedy Ejapon, 95. Brian Echampo, 42. Mahmoud Baumia, 175. Dr. Oseiya Educhum, 0. Kobna J. Ejapon, 0.
Kobna Ejapon, that was delegates.
Justice for engineer.
Oh.
Akim Odan constituency. Kennedy Ohini Ejapon, 114. Dr. Brian Echampo, 52. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, 327. Dr. Yao Osei Educhum, 3. Kobna Ejapon, 0. Omo da nasinanka.
Ya bokegu.
Aye.
Ma bokegu.
So the counting is still underway in all those constituencies. We'll bring you more as we soldier on this morning. Now let's go to Efia. That is let's do we've done the upper Dintra West.
Yeah,
we've done that. Efia constituency, right? It's also there. Kennedy 64, Brian 75, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia 343, Dr. Osaya Oduchu 1, Kobna Eje Ejapon 0. So now let's turn our attention and go to the Bono area and talk to Solomon. Solomon.
Council.
Now Solomon, since you are saying this, sooner be
Wadaruma. And the election now you call, you know. Like a Japan for one dog to find near in Tanya Riano. A Japan back of the fat. Nanso and Jimmy and Maso. And the time constituency. Yajapano Chuna by a king, you know. Honorable Kennedy was in Japan. Obomodina enya 90 Dr. Brand Achampon one kotofofra one chaya wo ba su mu no watimia yirikere Japan pa na sum Brand Achampon nya 118 Dr. Mahmoud Baumia Sese Jata Akugu captain. One also enya 570. Former Minister of Education, Dr. Yao Adichum. One also enya Mako Enum. Former General Secretary NDC Engineer Kwabra Japan, when you kill it, when you back up, and I know be so bad, send the traffic up to no tribute, so now come the do what was said rejected ballot one. Not the accord to our time constituency.
Okay, so share the other areas into Saka Wenchi, Nani Akana, not Odi Apes.
What I Nuguswa Entebiano Yabeko Brekum East. Now you're the name so Abramo.
I have new job in South.
Okay,
in the Eastern region.
So put the new job in South, then I'll come and do the try so.
Okay, so new job in South provisional results. The Honorable Kennedy Ohine Japan 268. Dr. Brian Champon 104. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia 594. 594. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia 594. Dr. Yawose Duchum 3. Kwabna Eje Japan 0. So Dr. Mahmoud Baumia won heavily in the new job in South constituency in the Eastern region.
All right, so away from the new job, and let's do Karachi West. Ken 74, Brian 77, and your lotto number. Baumia 292. Yao Educhum 8. Engineer Ejapon 8. Rejected 4. Busumchi. Now let's do Bekwai. Ken 176. Brian 102. Baumia 634. Omo Makano. Result from Abetifi constituency.
And Brian's backyard.
Yeah. Number of delegates 770. Kennedy Ejapon 1616. Dr. Brian Echampo 665. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, 37. Dr. Educhum, 0. She, Engineer Kobina Eje Japan, 0.
Wonderful.
Total vote cast 718 out of 770. So Abetifi is for Dr. Brian Echam.
Yeah.
This one here.
And I can say that he took the votes of.
Yeah, he took the vote of Dr. Mahmoud.
Yeah.
And that of Ken.
As well.
If you look at the analysis we did earlier, we took it from both.
Absolutely.
Now, let's do impriso.
Okay.
Impriso.
In fact, in these areas, Dr. Brian Champong is likely to carry all these areas because that is where he hails from, you know. So we will not be surprised at all.
You will not be surprised at all. Now, before we do it in price, so let's go back to Solomon. Solo.
Council, where you are down, my yadi bana we yadi anya tre eye brekum we na brekum e. Yanko brekum we. Honorable Japan, enya 123. 123. Council ena eye Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia enya 147. 147. Honorable Adichum enya 4. Brana Tampon enya 63. 63. Tanzania engineer Kwabra Japan enya she na eno de course to e wo brekum we eno no quickly no medimani e say let us say eno to madie no bono rating yanga ba wiye big east and also the echo ye honorable Japan enya 123 Abu Bratampon enya 63 Mahmoud Bawumia enya 147 Sansona eye Dr. Yaw Adichum enya 4 ena engineer Kwabra Ajay Japan one enya 0 na the echo so e was part of Bono rating MPP Primaries no yada committee and Solomon Kwesi Checker.
So that's it. The DNA is back. Now let's do in price. Number of delegates is 692. Kennedy Japan 50. Dr. Brian Echam 383.
Wow. Said it.
Dr. Mahmoud Baumia 206. Dr. Educhu 3. Engineer Ekome Bako Buda 1.
I have Bantama constituency here. Yeah, in the Ashanti region. So Honorable Kennedy Japan 293. Dr. Brian Echampong 47. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia 454. Dr. Yawase Duchum 2. Engineer Kwabene J Japan 0. These are the provisional results from Bantama constituency.
From Bantama constituency, let's go to Takoradi constituency. Provisional results. Kennedy Japan 96. Brian Champion 61. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia 462. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia 460. Dr. Educhum 0. She Engineer Japan Ekome 1. Asin not. Total vote cast 531. Rejected ballot 1. The results provisional. Kennedy Japan 407. Dr. Educhum she 0. Brian Champo 83. Dr. Baumia 40. Kobne Japan 0. Provisional results Bibiani Polling Station 1, Kennedy Ohene Japan, 269. Dr. Brian Echampo, 64. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, 220. Dr. Yao Osei Educhum, 1. Engineer, 1. Rejected, 2. Rejected, Kura Ipchas, Uncle Fumi. Sport, A0. Ascend South. Total number of delegates, 698. Total number of votes cast, 650. Rejected, 1. Honorable Ken Ejapon, 338. Dr. Brian Champon, 59. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, 250, 250. Dr. Osei Educhun, 2. Engineer, 0. Chris Minton constituents. Kennedy Ohene Japan, 107. Brian Echampo, 76. Dr. Baumia, 233. If young contact constituents, Ken Ejapon, 63. Brian, 72. Dr. Baumia, 343. Tano South, provisional results. Kennedy Ohene Japan, 181. Dr. Brian Echampo, 198. Baumia, Dr. 404. Educhum, 11. Komneje Japan, 1. Rejected, 3. Return warnings.
The Elmo in Shaiso. Yes, in the Ashanti region. Okay, so in Shaiso, Honorable Stephen Amo sticker. Oh, yeah.
Ni base,
ni Persia. So, oh no, yeah, Kasama for Bako de Ma, Kene Japan campaign team now. So, when me and Fakoto and Yan Quine, Hono. Kene Japan, Enya 321, 321. Dr. Brian Champonya 91. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia 379 margin in Sumbiasa, but still Dr. Baumia won at Inshaiso 379, 379. Dr. Yawase Duchum 4. Engineer Kwabne J Japan 0. These are the provisional results.
Wonderful.
From
Inshaiso. You see, there is one key thing that I'm picking up from this particular poll. I don't know the research that have gone into their decision of contesting this particular race.
But people have various reasons of contesting. I think, Christian, you and I know that the candidates themselves, they knew they were
going to. Anyways.
So probably for other reasons.
Well, maybe sometimes it's for you to bring yourself into the limelight.
Yeah. You know, but Mr. Brian Echampo is doing so well.
No, he's doing well.
Yeah.
You know,
and I believe
the front runners has been 3.
Yes. Yes, and I know I don't see anything so special about Mr. Brian Echampo aside his being resourceful. That's the only factor that he might be pulling. But on what competence is he bringing on board to match these particular 2 people? I mean, Dr. Baumia and Mr. Ken Ejapon. You understand? So I'm sure the resource factor, that is what is pushing him through.
If not, 700.
So just imagine that. The cash is working for him actually.
Asqua.
Okay.
Formerly Katie
Amon.
Adansi Asqua. Provisional results. Kennedy Japan 114, 114.
Okay.
Brian Echampo 70. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia 306, 306. Dr. Yawase Duchum 2. Engineer Kwabne J Japan 2. These are the provisional results from Adanse Asqua constituency.
Now let's do the provisional results for Tano North. Kennedy Japan 118. Brian 65. Dr. Bao 478. Dr. Edichu 2. Cornell J Japan 1. Rejected 0. Sport 1. Only Japan boom. Tolong constituency. Tolong. Kennedy Ejapon, 46. Brian Echampon, 54. Dr. Baumia, 585. 585. Gumwa West. Kennedy Ejapon, Gumwa West, 476. Brian, 87. Dr. Baumia, 280. Educhum, 7. Komna Ejapon, 2. Takradi constituency. Ken Ohine Ejapon, 96. Dr. Brian Echampo, 61. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, 462. Omo Makano, 0.
Interesting.
Osei Crow, Kennedy Ejapon, 321. Brian Echampo, 151. Dr. Baumia, 611. Educhum, 7. Engineer, 2. Rejected, 3. Rejected in China. So those are Nkoko, Yanko Nkoko, presidential primary result in Nkoko constituency. Kennedy Ohine Ejapon, 129. Brian Echampo, 312. Mahmoud Baumia, 368. Osei Aweduchum, 3. Engineer, 0. Asawasi constituency.
Mutaka Mubarak.
Mutaka Corner. Kennedy Ohine Ejapon, 150. Brian Echampo, 160. Dr. Baumia, 662. Asawase. Lower Menya Krobo, 853 delegates. Ken Ohine Ejapon, 151. Dr. Brian Echampo, 267. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, 362. Dr. Yao Educhum, 8. Engineer, 0.
I have Efijase Asokore. Provisional results. Kennedy Ejapon, 26. Dr. Brian Echampo, 114. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, 456. 456. Dr. Yawase Educhum, 2. Kwabene Ejapon, 0.
Who?
I have Old Tafo constituency. Old Tafo in the Ashanti region. Honorable Kennedy Ohine Ejapon, 138. 138. Dr. Brian Echampo, 84. 84. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, 439. 439. Dr. Yawase Educhum, 4. Kwabene Ejapon, 0.
0. Salaga South. Kennedy Ejapon, 41. Brian Echampo, 147. Dr. Baumia, 428. Educhum, 3. Kwabene Ejapon, 0. Rejected, 4. Ahanta West constituency. Kennedy Ejapon, 286. Brian Echampo, 225. Dr. Baumia, 368. Omo Makano, 0.
Kukoti.
Menchia North.
Okay.
Kennedy, 183. Brian, 101. Baumia, 391. Educhum, 8. Engineer, 0.
Why Menchia North there? Menchia South will have, then you continue. So Menchia South. Menchia South. Kennedy Ejapon, 65. 65. Dr. Brian Echampo, 51. 51. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, 453. 453. Dr. Yawase Educhum, 0. Kwabene Ejapon, 3. These are provisional results from Honorable Matthew Opoku Prempeh's backyard. Menchia South.
Menchia South.
Yeah.
Menchia South. Okay, so those are few provisional results that have come in. Adansi Asokwa. Adansi Asokwa. Kennedy Ohine Japan 114. Dr. Brian Echampo 70. Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Baumia 306. Dr. Yao Osei Educhum 2. Engineer Kobne J Japan 2. Bantama Kennedy Japan 293. Dr. Brian Echampo 49. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia 454. Dr. Yao Osei Educhum 2. Kobne J Japan 0. Spoiled ballot 2.
Wow.
Spoiled ballot nature.
Brother Yami.
Akim Swedro constituency. Kennedy Ejapon 45. Brian Echampo 66. Baumia 177. Educhum 1. Ejapon 2. Rejected 0.
Akanaipe.
Hey! Assemble body. The crisscrossing in and then about
Mr. Tete, I don't know what you make of the results so far. Is the NDC happy about the outcome so far, or you are afraid?
You know, we learn from precedents, okay? And this is not the first time such elections are conducted. So before the first one that ran up to the 2024 general election, we saw how things metamorphosed. So learning from that particular elections and comparing it to this one, there's nothing so different about this. As a matter of fact, people have campaigned based on their success stories. People have campaigned based on their competence. People also campaign based on their resources. So there is a little bit of dynamism, but we know where this particular election is going. So as a matter of fact, I will not be surprised that Mr. Baumia, the economic messiah that ran away to become the digital man, will emerge the winner. So all those people that prophesy, saw visions and so on, their credibility will be in question. So far, so good. These are provisional results, and if any political analyst or anybody do this basic mathematics, can clearly identify and know that Mr. Baumia
is in a comfortable lead.
Absolutely. In fact, he is wearing all the boots shining, you know. So basically, among for more Bokeguno, they will cry more.
They will cry more.
Absolutely.
Let's turn our attention to Bekwai.
Okay. Joe Sewusu.
Joe Sewusu's constituency. Ken Ohine Ejapon 175.
Okay.
Dr. Brian Echampo. Charlie, you see what? My people say make I can't do that.
Yeah.
106. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, the former vice president, 634. Dr. Yao Osei Educhum, the former education minister, 5.
Single 5. Oh, okay.
Okay, single 5. Okay. Engineer, single 1.
That's right.
Rejected, single 1.
Wonderful.
Let's go to the Ashanti region. John Boy joins us. John, to say. Now, John, assuming you're the baby, you will be a one.
Meno Casadia, kind be a baby, a just a matter.
Okay.
I'm no Casadia, be I as you
Boy, I'm coming again. I call.
May I say, send your medical and am I a dear for near Capoina and one on Nipadoa, now open to so just a matter. No. Tombeto Abano, a half crown, anything, 912. A big margin baby, and then if I told Abano, a half watch, a 941. Now, you hear a mano, one is not yet for Mosabana, you like 10 or any edge upon. I would decline when you move a year if you watch 80. You are blind a tampon. Our talking, you know. Honestly, at your corner, 95. Yeko Yula, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, also Enya, Educia, Ahensia, Educia, Yenu, 662. Yula Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, Enya 662. Yula Abichum, Enya 1. Aya Kobana Ajay, Ejapon, Enya 0. Yako registered nipa miensa ana mo di omo so mo ntumo bia ne mum ombo mo wode ana mo to ede asai no na ninia na ubisa me a sene e nipa maako abioson baako ana o mantumi ama meto o maba ti ye ba agie agira teteduma te dia ibibia akọ awie asunje mu a wona no abodom pimo ha no mahu sene o mo candidate o mbeto aba ede ma no yewura Mahmoud Dr. Baumia and I didn't call him
Yo, John Yadasi and money Juma. Because so after results now, King Kaina Nawama Yaswat. That's our reporter John Boy speaking to us. Now let's move to Elembele. Elembele, Ken, Oine Japan. 165, Brian 107, Baumia 515, Esikado Kenton constituency, Ken 182, Brian 135, Baumia 423, Takwa Isim Kennedy 184, Brian 55, Baumia 967, Echima Achuma, Ken 274, Brian 79, Baumia 671, Educhum 7, Kobina J 5, Sport 1. Now let's do Busumchi surprise. Hey. Busumchi, that is Educhum's constituency.
He's the sitting MP. He's expected to win. If he doesn't win, if he
doesn't win, there are two things involved.
I mean, your own constituency as a sitting MP.
Okay, now let's hear Busumchi, the former education minister, the current MP. Ken 142. Hey. Brian Echampo 96.
Hey. Oh, how?
Dr. Mahmoud Baumia 230.
Hey.
Dr. Yao Osei Educhum 502.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Which means we
at least Anya Shekran on one constituency there. Also, we can boy and Faninka. I mean,
a Jurassic Udumasi 95, Brian 80, Baumia 662. So far, those are the results that
people are making their calculations with all.
I have some results here.
Okay.
I can take them. Okai Queen North in Greater Accra. Okai Queen North provisional results. Kendi Ohine Japan 299. Dr. Brian Champon 62. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia 436. 436. Dr. Yawase Ruchum 10. 10. Kwabene J Japan 0. Then from that constituency, Okarikwe North. Okay. Let me do Bole Bamboy, Greater Accra, Bole Bamboy. Provisional results. Kennedy Ohine Japan 142, 142. Dr. Brian Echampon 71. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia 375. Dr. Yao Osei Duchum 808. Kwabene J Japan 404. Yeah, these are the provisional results from the Bole Bamboy constituency. Yes. Yeah.
So what we'll do is that we're going for a break. When we'll return, we'll bring you more of the provisional results. Stay with us.
40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49.
Sorry, Daddy. Oh, no.
47, 48, 49. 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49.
Sorry, Daddy. Sorry, Daddy.
This one, it is shocking because you have to point so we go start again.
Come on, do too much. I don't think I
First time person they show in face. Brian, right. See where he reach. Top one. Get 400, 800 and 800 and 85. 858. If you get 400.
I don't think they could get 100% turnout.
Yeah, no. People would die. So if you get 400, it's like half of the.
156.
What? How much is left? Can I have 156? Hey. See the backing vocalist. Oh, so 384 for Brian, a champion. 384 for Brian. So Brian, 384 for Brian for Yilo Krobo. A very shocking result. Hey. Then the
858.
Is that not the total?
That is the total.
So we don't know the people who vote. No, 540 minus 385. 8. No, 8, not 8. So Brian has won. So Brian has won. Brian has won. No,
it's not possible.
No, 100% turnout.
There will not be 100% turnout. Then maybe rejected ballot.
Yeah, that was so they are not counting for Baumia.
Yeah. And then the other candidate, maybe the other candidate will get 1 or 2.
We are not even considering them. Maybe some 1 for the Chum. Yeah, let's say some 10 or 5 maybe between 5 fear delegates and back. When I go see pilots for I get okay. Pilots is it Eastern? Because I learned he won at Okra as well. Yeah, that's what yes. Which means that we should not home. So then the race no will be easy to give out. No. Hey. First time Brian they show your faces. And you're winning the no news for right president. The second time.
Or even Dia East.
From where they come?
Dia East. Kennedy got 83. Brian got 99. And then Onya got 206. So Brian passed Kennedy for there.
Brian passed Kennedy Japan. For where?
Dia East.
Then this Brian, he shocked me. Wow. Only that shocked me. No, I'm stunned. You are shocked. I'm stunned. Because I thought he would be far behind the two. That'd be hot cake. Wow. Now we have to be looking at the strongholds of Baumia.
The thing is, if even
Julius was the weather down there. Is Julius with Brian? Yeah. Because I thought Ken moved. So I thought it was only Eric that moved. And then the people are saying that Chuma has also moved to Brian. Yes. But he's not doing it openly like how Eric. Rolo and Kane.
This is really watch.
Every polling station must have equal number of people, right?
No, really.
It depends.
Who is the first one?
I mean, by not opposite.
Yes, I do.
You're ready.
Checking Canada and watch us here because no beer fin any fee. Yeah, Papa Yanka.
Oh, we are going to have a good in that one.
See, we see Cosso Martin. Atafatnes Kaka, Governor General.
Candidate. And the free agents will be added on Sacramento. Mumis are safe. I have been.
Doesn't one come with us on here too.
Omonim, it's almost here go to resource.
Now I come ready. Oh, almost so to Adiano. So what technical aya? One who say, BA. And a doctor, Neko. So, okay, you go here. Young Kenny,
let me go here. Never. You.
Manager, what can you?
No friend on can. Now, me person Ghana for the MPP for Dr. Bichum 40 as I say, Abranti or Dinawi. What Dinaha will be our dear Duchumachi. What Dinawa campaign about me. Hey, Tuku. Intino me say, Mina Minian, Tuku. What did Miachia Dibau Canadian call for there? Well, when it's propaganda, almost on Papa. And Tronqua. They say, Canadian call for Tronqua. I do to listen. Manila, I can't stop so be and Tron. They say more at the other mama. Pentecost for Babbage. Now, also Ghana program, the Pentecost. And I also say program on Abetina, so we are Pentecost, where I saw so. Let's see, like Kennedy there. And Toronto, a man and man up. Moon Cantron, I'm wow. Tuku. So, you say, no Kennedy.
Okay.
Chuku so nim say keke minia. Keke kan san fan wa so nim say no pre. Na me kan san fan won say no. List me bi ne ka chen so mi. Na se be bia wa ko ni afato no propaganda na o. Fato no so eni. Ko kwasa mo baba. Chuku o ma ne mi. Kennedy. Na no aka satisfied to mo ba na nya ba na. E da pre. Chuku o ma ne mi. O ma ne mi. Na mo twa. Ma ne mi list. Entro na mo twa. Me say
Them person me catch them.
List
where the community by me polling station back.
Oh, community by and they all decide you need to hire them. Near the amount.
Patro there. Ain't you wow?
Miss Hannah, when you
assemblyman.
Miss Hannah, Patron.
Keke.
Patron.
Keke, almost what you musica.
I'm still listening to
Listen,
if you are a Zako, what? Matuma baby. Who are company? Maybe me old me camp on the wall. Oh, maybe me a blanket. Blind champion. Now, musica buy. Oh, musica long fair buy. And then back where high and say, Obia can it be a long fair by little long fair to now be a and then high and you say, oh, my dear, Mamma, oh, dear, see rather than to listen to the assembly man. Two good and then Minia for your bones. I don't say, Mamma, me or some of Minia for your
Kiki, or yet, but politics is sanity. Why who say I do too? But say alliance no way there. I don't know. And to no. What as a waku suma waku abo be so ye wo wo.
No, video. I come on, for this can be. Oh, Bobo, me. Any man in Chuku. Come here. Keke.
Champion, the end of Mokin Kano. Kennedy, Japan, 200. So Canada Japan. Kennedy 200. Canada Japan 200. Brian Champon 182. Brian Champon 182. Identity jubilation now everybody say we are the Akano. The greater number of people in the first 700. Jeffrey Rombeka Alaji Dr. Mahmoud Baumia there. 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, 134, 135, 136, 137, 138, 139, 140, 141, 142, 143, 144, 145, 146, 147, 148, 149, 150, 151, 152, 153, 154, 155, 156, 157, 158, 159, 160, 161, 162, 163, 164, 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, 172, 173, 174, 175, 176, 177, 178, 179, 180, 181, 182, 183, 184, 185, 186, 187, 188, 1
93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99,
100. Alaji Dr. Mahmoud Bamia 200. 200. The Academy of Mokak.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65.
It's a house on the top of the 265, 265. It's East, about to be also known. Omakaya no, Dr. Mahmoud and so 265 votes. Our Hanuman, America and Japan, 200 votes. Now, we are champion 182. Our Hanuman. After the airport, I will kind of the queue. And everything are full.
So, Alaji Dr. Mahmoud Bamia 265. 265. Kennedy Akompre Kwa Japan 200. Dr. Brian Champo 182. 182. Empty. The dynamics is that majority of people have rejected. But we are aware, say majority of people, we are statistics, majority of people know, in terms of the voting, are rejected by Umia. Oh no, oh maybe some question. Statistically, look combine the opponent views, no couple more. There's a majority, no, you get. Oh, question maybe, sir. Who combine them here now? I Obia Nanko. Came for Florian, I really soup, Jessica, or King of Bar, more reduces the margin. Anna, will Swaba, Jamaica statistically own Tiasia, own statistically make and will not say, oh, combine here. Acceptance, any rejection. Jamaica just win, but majority of people know about Hano. I reject it. That is, you understand it? Do you understand? Jamaica, I'm rejecting King's numbers were rejected. Anna, Brian. That's what I'm But as it stands now, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, this time has. And you were saying that you were making a point there. We are Jumamo Binan and Yansa. There's a Kennedy, I appreciate you. And you know, so I'm also been here. And you compare, many one and an army one. There's a difference. It's a different nature, as man of being SUV. Yes, maybe we are more powerful. Going forward, no dear message now, the Bema. In terms of the party unit. Everybody on board. Let's see. Thank you. So, hey, tell her, yes. Yes. Party not a Kitaye. Now 3 years ago, my name is saying that all of a sudden, none couldn't done it. Then I done it. I said, came for and I split it with a train. I'm a proud of how many are maintaining, never be able to maintain it. I'm going to go time. I'm fantastic. I'm on Mate, Secretary Gaza. Yo, I'm saying, I'm a interview me. Mami can say, Yamu Babano, now His Excellency Bawumia, I will break. But aren't you worried, say? Maybe say will be of an phenomenon. Aren't you worried, say? Majority of people at Tuabana rejected Bawumia. Oh, no, I'm rejecting. But just statistically, no. Who combine can Brian voter and put Bawumia. Okay. Now, who compare last 4 years? Bosua, King Enyaye. Not this term, so each of Bosua, Bawumia, and Swanti. Back in the end, and now, Grand Beden. And not to say, King Nkofona a year campaign, I will be King Han. But Mania perfect campaign, I'm marking. This time. Should I say, Blokum, you will idea be say, Corona Timino.
Mina no, ye penny crony. A birum the Shabba with a bamboo and a decided to my Yamina way. Last 4 years, Matuma Bama, Ken. But this year, Miyama can say, Bidumu Summer Bear can, and Mammy meant to Mabanya, and for so bebre. No, we have a genuine William dear, and yet, since you're better. As I've seen the factor. So don't say Ghana. Secretary, what are the affair? MVP for Shatawale. MVP Shatawale. MVP Shatawale. This time round, they are third force. None of my thing. We had the campaign of Brian, and in the Dimina, I'm not surprised, but we couldn't vote. And the man. About to say I never call nationwide. The cost say yeah, I give me 50% too. Okay, I tell you. Yes, who's striking the way? What was you? Baba couldn't lose you, but it's anyway. West. Baomia winning. Oko Drobo, Baomia winning. Oko Doma, Baomia winning. One fear, Baomia. I know the hearing saying, but hearing saying, you also no player day. But the air can say, I'm going to 5 o'clock. Now, Baomia, Nakia Koda, Franca, Nakia Koda, Ken. Everyone in your campaign. And the king, second year, Candy party clearly, most of the days without him, but yes, stop from. I do want to come. I do want him to phone the boy. And I do want him winning. The second term, Anna for the buy. I do want him to Anna. Everyone, I allow for your chairman thing. Any Nana Kufuana. Alam for gentlemen to Antiana. At media, the minimum your party, they say, so-called election, no use. I do the farmer out, Johnny. I know I don't want any say you are okay. And the king over Banquaria, no, Papa, a young shot. Second, a bear to Mamma Petty. Never is 24.
Some have more than
yes.
And then because they are taking founders and executives, past executives.
depends on the number of polling stations.
Does every police station have executives?
Santiago South.
Santiago South. Where? Osino or where?
Yeah.
Osino.
Brian 304. Kennedy 108. Kennedy 102.
Where branch of 43. 43.
Why Osino?
Osino. Hey. Where? The same road where they carry going down.
For Brian.
Have you ever brought Osino to talk or Corudi? Have you the same road now? Osino.
No, Kennedy 0.
Not origin.
All right, so we took you around some of the collations that is being done. The counting is still underway in some various places. We believe that by 5-6 we should know who is winning, and then we'll bring you some more information on that as well. But you're still live on the verdict day on NPP side. This is NBN TV, and we live from the constituency levels. I'll be here in the studios with Christian Tete, a communication team member, Tema West, and Aqua with us. I know he will soon be leaving us. But are you impressed about our production? And I want to thank you for being part of it.
Well, as a matter of fact, this will be one of the best shows ever, because having reporters all over the country coordinating issues and bringing to the national bay, I think is very laudable. You know, other bigger stations struggle to do such. You know, working with the media for some time now, I've had a lot of experiences. But what I experienced today, since morning till now, your men are actively on the ground, giving you back-to-back content, not only content but figures and situational reports. I think it's laudable. And I want to congratulate yourself and your team, the MCR, and everybody that is making sure that this production is successful. So far so good. If I want to rate this particular production, it's going to be a 99.9%.
Oh, thank you so much. But the point is that you've also been part of the production to make sure that the production has been at top notch.
Yeah.
And I want to say a big thank you to you, because I know you are busy, but when I called you last night, I said, I need you to be part of this process. And you didn't deny us the opportunity. You said, oh, I will come. And lo and behold, this morning, you've been here with us till almost getting to 5.
Absolutely.
You have some other schedules to
do. Absolutely.
But let me pick your thought on your how do we call it, your general secretaries, a section of people who have to resign their position 6 months before they go into contesting for national position.
Okay. You know, the expectations from the party faithfuls are huge. And the general secretary, together with the National Executive Council, they know the burden and the pressure that is on this particular administration. So as part of efforts and methods of of making sure that we practically try so hard to create more opportunities for others, it is important. This is just more or less like a straight call to some of our appointees. This is a very simple and clear directive. If you are in government and you still want to run for party office, just put your work down, come and then contest. So this is to what? Bring up more people on board. So right now, if the national organizer will not be coming back to recontest his portfolio again, it means new crop of people will be what? Will be encouraged to step in. We are what? Creating opportunities, we are creating possibility for people to serve the party. So at the end of the day, it is accepted. And also, it's going to help strengthen the base of the party. People may argue that it's going to rather weaken but I see more good than harm in these particular elections. And it clearly tells you that the NDC's administration is doing a reset in all the sectors of our economy, including our own self as a party. You understand? As it stands now, roadmap are clear that our proceedings, our modus operandi of conducting elections from the basic unit to the constituency to region and national is currently underway, and we are observing the process as such. Sure, I see nothing wrong with this particular decision, though it is arguable, but then it is for the greater good of the party and the country.
A greater good of the party. But did you take a listen to Ata Kennedy on that issue of deciding to let the people resign their position to come contest the elections?
Well, I have not chanced on that particular thought, but at the end of the day, I think the leadership that we have as NDC is up to task. Because look, some few, as it stands now, the national chairman is still going to the thank you talk, which means the NDC appreciate the work and the support given to them by the people. So maybe as part of consultations and maybe opinions, it may be part of what? The suggestions that people are giving to the national chairman, which is what? Being implemented at the national level. So I see nothing wrong with it. Other opinions are accepted, but at the end of the day, it is for the greater good of the party. More opportunities are created for the younger ones who want to enter into leadership role to serve the party and also to serve the mother Ghana.
To serve the party and to serve the mother Ghana. So far, so good with the. Would you say that, although the counting and then let's move to the NPP politics?
Right.
As they decide, the verdict is today as to who leads the NPP come to election 2028. Some few minutes, maybe an hour from now, we will know who is going to lead them for election 2028. How prepared is your party?
Well, as a matter of fact, we in the NDC confidently we will not have any problem in campaigning on policies or maybe policy formulation or implementation. Never. Because just 1 year down the line outweighs the performance of the previous administration's 8 years in office. And my government is committed on continuing this particular pedestal for the whole 4 years. So if any candidate will be emerging from us and from the MPP's office, look, they need a lot of work to do. None of their candidates, Mr. Baumia, can compete any of our candidates to be coming. Whether Mr. Senun Ketia, Mr. Julius Debra, whoever will be emerging as a flag bearer, will need to what? To have a boot for boot with Dr. Baumia, which they cannot campaign against us on matters. So far, the fight against Galamsey, it has been consistent and we have seen tangible results by what? Practical measures that have been deployed. As it stands now, our water bodies are getting cleaner. And the funny thing is that they propose solutions to us, but we gave them the chance. They never got anything better for us. Today, the airlife 2 forces that gave people the authority to mine the foreign reserve have been revoked by my government.
The 2462.
Absolutely. The intervention of the NIMOS is working so hard. The Blue Water Guard initiative to keep constantly updating us on our water bodies, whether they are getting dirtier or they are getting cleaner. When they are getting dirtier, which angle are they coming from? To give us a periodic account of our water bodies. You understand? Cooperative mining has been introduced for people, licensed miners to go into cooperatives. So at the end of the day, consultations are ongoing with the chiefs to what? To get these illegal miners identified. So these are practical measures by my government to what? To curtail. So on what basis are they coming to campaign? Let us take the economy. So far down the line, 1 year down the line, we have seen massive turnover in our economy. We have seen massive turnover in our educational sector. road infrastructure. In fact, what basis would they come and campaign against the NDC? Fuel prices is a case study. The cost of what? Iron rods, the cost of cement, the cost of rice and oil in the market. These are basic principles that Dr. Bawumia need to challenge himself on, because if we care to know, he's an economist. Came and destroyed our economy, then at the end of the day ran away for what? To go and face digitalization.
I like the way that the politicians always say this, he came to destroy.
Absolutely.
Our economy.
Because, no, you see, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo told us that Dr. Bawumia was brought purposely to come and handle our economy. So if the economy went down, who do we blame?
So the politics has now started already.
Absolutely, and they have a lot of work to do. By the way, congratulations to Mr. Bawumia for possibly emerging in the winner of the the race. Other people
foresee him taking it.
Absolutely.
The surprise person has been a Brian Champion.
Oh yes. I was telling you that he has made a lot of improvement. You know, he's enthusiastic, he's young, and at the end of the day, the youth like youthful activism compared to other baby candidates. You get my point? So at the end of the day, the battle starts now. Immediately he declared the winner of the race, the campaign start to wallahi.
I like the word. You also foresee the campaign starting right after MPP decides today. By close of day today.
Yeah. I mean, it starts now. It's already begun to some of the people who knew that Dr. Bawumia was going to come in. So for them, they hardly even use Kennedy Apo in their analysis. You know, it has always been Dr. Bawumia.
Absolutely.
So it is going to be so, but it will increase. The tempo will increase when the NDC also finally elects their flag bearer sometime 2027, 2026. Or
19 December they're going for the Congress.
So that is the leaders, the delegates, and then after that they'll be going for the flag bearer election. So the tempo will increase after that is done. But for now, I mean, anytime they make reference to election 2028, Bawumia will receive it. Anytime they make reference to the election, Bawumia is going to receive it. So yes, I mean, I knew that Bawumia was going to win the election. There was no way Kennedy would win. Of course, you are media people, so you are supposed to, even though your utterances but you are supposed to do that with some level of caution. Right, I stated that looking at the history of the MPP, their political philosophy, their ideology, their values, Kennedy Apo is the last person who can become flag bearer among the 5 people, because they are looking at persons who uphold that intellectual perception of the party, that elect perception of the party, and Kennedy Apo doesn't represent such a person. So it was going to be, even though he commands the grassroots, he seems to have a lot of base, among the grassroots, but the creme de la creme of the party, most of them are not in support of him. I don't know what will become of his future political ambition. I don't know if he's going to throw in the towel or he will come back.
I don't think
again. Party organizer will be very fit for him.
Well, it may be, yes, but I mean, congratulations to Dr. Bawumia. I want to see him come back very strongly. Do the things he used to do before election 2020, I mean election 2016. Be that Bawumia that we knew. Yes, we know that the economy under Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo wasn't so good, and I know that it had a toll on him. But please come back strongly. Right now the MPP, you are the hope of the MPP. You are the hope of the MPP. If you give up, if you stay down, the party will struggle. And so please put yourself together and come back strongly. Organize the lectures. I mean, even if you have to speak things that you didn't do yourself, please come back strongly. Be Dr. Bawumia we knew before you became vice president. It is the exact Dr. Bawumia we want to see. Giving the NDC a run for their money in 2028. When the candidate from the other side is strong, it pushes you, right, to come up with ideas. That, hey, the competition is tight, right? I can tell you that Dr. Bawumia didn't get a tough competition in this primaries. Oh yeah, Alan Cash would have given him a better contest. Look, there was no way Kennedy Apo was going to win this election. There was no way.
Prophecies. So let's wait.
But Mr. L, I've always told you that
the counting is still on.
Oh yeah, but I mean from the look of things.
Some prophecies, they are maybe fufu and better prophecies.
I won't judge, but like I said, Prophet Bernard L. Bernard, most of his prophecies concerning elections have come to pass. But this time, what I have seen is that he went beyond prophecy. It became more like campaign for Canada, Japan. Because, I mean, every week, every day, he is Facebooking, he is tweeting, God said this, and if it is a prophecy, give the prophecy. Those of us who heard, we've written it down. You don't need to be consistent as a trying to rally people to fulfill the prophecy. I mean, it will not work that way.
Praying through the prophecy.
It's not praying. I mean, if I go to Prophet Bernard L. Bernard's Facebook right now, every other post has been about politics, about Canada, Japan.
Then the prophecy. Said they should start jubilating.
Yes.
I'm waiting to see the final Ben, how it turns out to be. But one of the constituency I've been so surprised is in Shires.
I'm so surprised.
That's a Stephen Amwa base for Ken. I was thinking Ken should win in Shires, but Ken unfortunately didn't win in Shires. It's Dr. Mahmoud Bamia who won in Shires. There's really there've been some surprises in certain areas.
I'm not surprised because look, you say konkwa odi besusu amo obi enu ade besusu amawo. You see our politics is very dynamic. You understand? Look, look. I wouldn't know even what to say, but the point is that look, Ghanaians are waking up.
Yeah.
Ghanaians are beginning to catch up with the realities. You understand? Look, because look, there were some indicators that were red signs for Mr. Kennedy Japan, but he wouldn't listen. Oh, he was following prophecies. He was following a lot of issues. Today, who will be crying today? Are they the prophet? No. It's he that will be crying. Yeah. So sometimes you need to do self-introspection.
The smoothness level is showing.
Absolutely. It's not about too much talk. It's not all of a sudden Dr. Bawumia, I said Dr. Bawumia, Mr. Kennedy became, look, Angel Gabriel, very, very humble. Who didn't attend not the ashamed no phone. Today, he say, you ever say, Uncle Didina, for instance, a kind of energy. Because we need him to speak more fire into their party and help in reorganizing their party. That's the most important thing. Because as it stands now, Dr. Bawumia has emerged or be declared the winner of the election. But at the end of the day, he has a lot of work to do. And Dr. Bawumia can't do the work alone. He will need Mr. Kennedy Japan. In fact, all the aspirants to support him for a possible comeback in maybe some 34 years' time. Absolutely. The campaign has started today.
Yeah, TBO, when MPP won in 2016, the MPP, they said, the NDC will spend 98 years in opposition.
No, we have data to back our argument. If you take the fight against Galamsey, if you take our economy as a case study, if you take our educational sector, if you take our energy sector, our economy, you understand? And look, I can go on and on and on and on. Agriculture. You understand my point? Yeah. This is not about the usual talk, so it's about talk with what? Practical measures following them.
Yeah.
Today, we have a power sustained for over 10 months and over without our light going off. And even if the light to go off, it's going to be what? Maybe a plan, maintenance or something, which will be communicated to the people. What didn't they say? What policy didn't they propose to us? But at the end of the day, John Dramani Mahama 1 year has taken him to what? To clean up all the mess they created in 8 years. So for the MPP to come and win any kind of election this day, unless we are not in Ghana. For Dr. Bawumia, he need to come and do a cleanup exercise in all the rooms, all the various constituencies, all the chamber and halls, the regions. Before he come to what? The central auditorium, that's the national. So he has a lot of work to do. I don't see him to become the president the next 8 years, Crampo. So they have a lot of work to do.
They have a lot of work. We know Christian Tete is the communication team member of Tema West, speaks for the NDC, Tema West and Accra. and he'll be taking leave of us in a short while. But you can also call us for our green for 0. You can put me for a phone line here, beer 2. I can kind of air cost. You can kind and so this me after 053715863. Air numbers also to you. A friend to see and watch your watch. And here, Monko, let's get interactive. Let's have conversations together. Let's talk together. 0537158638 is the numbers. The phone line is duly activated. You have something you want to share with us, you are free to do so. Yeah, you are free crowd to do so. And let's go today. Let's see how you feel. If you're an MPP person, how do you feel? If you're Ghanaian, how do you feel? I mean, the Ghanaians should tell us, well, we need stronger parties to rewrite the narratives of this country, bring us to a level that we aspire to be. 0537158638. And now should someone so between what you try and be a share. Over decide MPP, NBC, ability. You have some. You wanted to say something before?
Yeah. So for me, there was no way Kenya Japan was going to win this primaries because it was going to be, in fact, the establishment was behind Dr. Bawumia. I mean, if for nothing at all, they were not behind Kenya Japan. They were not supporting Kenya Japan. The entire process and the bottom up or the top-down approach, contrary to what is being, were all designed to favor, Dr. Bawumia. So there was no way Kennedy was going to win. Like I said, for me, I always choose the data over prophecy. Not because I don't believe in prophecy, but because it is not replicable. You cannot replicate the prophecy, but if you can follow the systematic procedure of conducting the research and arrive. And Musa Dankwa's study has been proven to be consistently confirmed in the elections. And so I knew that Dr. Bawumia was going to emerge the winner of the election, but he has a lot of work to do. He has a lot of cleanup to do. He has a lot of reconciliation to do. Tempers are high. People are angry. He needs to be father for all kind of figure. Forgive people first. Draw them to him. Draw from their rich ideas. People like Engineer Kobne Japan. People like Dr. Yaose Duchum. Even Brian Echampong. Kennedy Japan himself. He needs all these people, like the minority leader said, not a single one of them alone is able to win power. And so he will need everybody. And it starts from he himself. He should forgive himself for everything he thinks he might have done better. He might have done better when he was in office as vice president. He should first forgive himself. Be that Dr. Bawumia we knew in 2016, 2012 to 2016, you and I were not there and all. I mean, be that Dr. Bawumia. If you need to organize the lectures, please do so. The fact that the economy under your tenure was not too good doesn't mean you should be tamed, you should be quiet, you should be silenced. No, that will not inure to the benefit of the New Patriotic Party. So revise, re-strategize, get your best guys forward. Abu Jinapor, fantastic. I mean, I listened to Abu Jinapor in this campaign period. He's been absolutely fantastic, brilliant, challenging all the so-called things that Japan used to say about being, the best person because of his business credentials, creating jobs. He stated it clearly, emphatically, that you don't have to be a business person to be successful as president. Our first president, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, was not a business person. Most of our presidents were not business people. Jerry John Rawlings was not. George Kufuor was not. So that it's not a true statement that being a successful entrepreneur or business person means you'll be successful as president. Abu Jinapor was fantastic. Upon Nkrumah, bring these guys up to speak for you. You have one of the best, Patrick Yabuama. Put these guys forward to speak for you, right? And psych yourself, Dr. Bawumia. We need a very strong opposition. For the past 1 year, because of the party's internal mechanisms, internal political activities, they could not hold the NDC accountable as much as they should. the attention was on the elections, attacking, each other here and there. Now that the election is over, bring everybody on board, re-strategize. Look for people who can speak to specific sectors. If it is environment, look for someone who can speak to that. Dr. Educhim is quite good at education. Let him handle that space. Kwesi Kwarteng, very fantastic. He was on the Kenya Japan campaign team. Please bring him. He's been absolutely fantastic speaking for Honorable Kenya Japan. Bring him. Put the best foot forward. Let them communicate. Let them revive the party. And please, the old folks who are angry, try to engage them. Bring them on board. That is one thing John Dramani Mahama did. Post-2016, look, a lot of reconciliation went on behind the scenes. He tried to go to the old folks who were not very enthused about his first term. He tried to reason with them. He accepted blame. He accepted that there were things he could have done right. So you realize that before the party went into the 2016 election, a lot of these people were back into the party, speaking for the party, except for a few like the former chairman for Central Region, Alote Jacobs and Koko Anidoho, who have become some way. John Mahama did his best to bring all these people. In fact, all the people that contested John Mahama in those primaries, they came back to campaign for him. You can talk about former Krowa Member of Parliament, Professor Joshua Alabi. You can talk about Kwabena Dufour. You can talk about the former AMA for Ashanti Region. They all came to work with Mahama. Dr. Bawumia, look, don't sit and wait for them to come. You need to take the steps. You need to move first. You need to call them. You need to bring them up. You need to tell them that, look, hey, I need you. You need them more than they need you. So go to them, bring them forward, bring them up, re-strategize, call your members of parliament, call your minority leader, let him re-strategize, let the party become attractive to the floating voters, and I'm sure that you will do better 2028, even if you don't win. Mind you, if your votes do not appreciate, you have a very difficult job explaining to the delegates that they should give you another opportunity 2032. So please, even if you will not win 2028, like Mahama didn't win in 2020, please do well to appreciate the votes like Mahama did. He moved from 1 million vote deficit to about 500,000, right, in 2020. Yeah. So he was able to, close the gap. So even if you will not win 2028, please make sure that you close the gap. You move from 41% or so to somewhere 46, 47. Then the people will have faith in you that indeed you've been able to do something, and they can give you the nod in 2032. Otherwise, you will have a very difficult time in that election. So please, we know Dr. Bawumia. I've been listening to some of your press conferences recently. I'm like, no, this man has been silenced for far too long. Please put yourself together. Put your best guys forward. Abu Jinapo, Pon Kroma, Patrick Abuama, and co. Put them together. Let them speak. Let the guys who speak and people get angry, let them go and take the back seats. Let them go and take the back seats, and let the rational guys come forward and do great politics for you. And we wish you the very best. We know that the NPP will become stronger and better. And all the aspirants also, congratulations for contesting in this election. But please put your differences away and come and support the winning candidate, because it is for the greater good. If the NPP succeeds, you will succeed. But if the NPP doesn't succeed, it will be difficult for all of you. So please, no matter what happened, let it pass, let it be in the past, and come and support the winner.
All right, guys, thank you so much for joining me this morning. So this time is almost at 5 p.m. It's time for us to pick some few calls, and then I know my team said they have to leave me, but it's part of the job. You do to a point, and you need to excuse yourself, and then. So once again, Chris, thank you so much for coming. I'm grateful. Bernard, I know today you're not supposed to be, but you joined. I'm grateful for heeding to call to come and work. I'm grateful. So as they leave me, it's now you out there to give me a call, talk to me, got a few minutes on 053-715-8638. You try and where you buy, you pick the calls. And now you share finality to who wins the election. You see, I'm coming here, you say now.
yeah, record.
Accreditation.
But somebody said, I'm a judge. Keke. Brian, a champion, you know, moving kind of Kennedy, Japan, you're 200. So Kennedy Japan. Kennedy 200. Kennedy Japan 200. Brian Champon 182. Brian Champon 182. Identity jubilation now everybody say we are the Akano. The greater number of people in fact 700. Jaffe Rombeka Alaji Dr. Mahmoud Baumia there. 93, 94,
Yes, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99.
Alaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 200. 200. Tiakadi Omokak.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65.
It's a house on Dr. Mariboya, answering 265, 265. It's East, about to be also known. Omakaya no, Dr. Mariboya, also 265 votes. Our Hanamon, American Japan, 200 votes. Now, we are champion in 182. Our Hanamon. After the airport, I can't already kill. And everything I fall.
So, Alaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 265. 265. Kennedy Akompre Kwa Japan 200. Dr. Brian Champ 182. 182. Empty. The dynamics is that majority of people have rejected Bawumia. But we are aware, say majority no. Majority of people, we statistics, majority of people no. In terms of the voting, no, I reject it. Oh no. Oh, maybe some question. Statistically, look combine the opponent views no come more. There's a majority no. You get. Oh, question maybe sir. Who combine them here now? I say Obia Nanko. Came for Florian, I really soup drastically. Okay, now about there's a more reduces that margin. And now, where is Waba? Jamaica statistically own Tiasia, own statistically make and we know at say, oh, combine here. Acceptance, any rejection. To me, kind of just worry, but majority of people know about Hano. I reject it. That is, you understand it? Do you understand? Jamaican, I'm rejecting King's numbers were rejected. Anna, Brian. That's what as it stands now, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, this time has. And you were saying that you were making a point there. We are Jumamo Binan and Yansa. There's a Kennedy, I appreciate you. And you know, so I'm been here. And you compare, maybe one and I mean, there's the difference. It's a different, I say, as man of being SUV. Yes, maybe we are more powerful. Going forward, no dear message now, Bema. In terms of the party. Young Obia, happy and then I come home, that time I'm done. This I know. I've been a vacation. And I say, yeah, you be one. To me, and this, the lapses of MI. Somebody ever come home. I've been never come on every year and this is a party now, you know, and you know, and you know, they say, we're Lucy, we say, you need everybody on board. Others say, who do they open it? Who do they select the place? Let's see. Who plays now? Who don't have a buffer? Give us a chance. Thank you. So, cassettes in a major or the better. Who cassettes your bound, but I know go for our French. Hey, tell her, yes. Party not a Kitaye. Now 3 years ago, I went to see here. My name is saying I call Canada. All of a sudden, none done it yet. Then I done it in that. I said, came for no, and I was putting you in the train. I'm a prayer for how many are maintaining, never be able to maintain it. I'm not only time, no, I have a person playing for comfort, right, and fantastic. I'm on Peramio. Mate, Secretary Gaza. Yo, I'm saying, I'm a part. Interview me. Mammy can say, young Mubano. Now His Excellency Bawumia but aren't you worried, say? Maybe I will be of an phenomena. Aren't you worried, say? Yes. Majority of people are to rejected Bawumia. Oh, no, I'm rejecting. But just statistically, no. O combine, can Brian voter and put Bawumia. Well, there was a okay. Now, compare last 4 years. Bosua came Enyanye. Now, this term, so every Bosua, Bawumia, Bawumia, and Swanti, back in the end, and now, Brand Beden, and not to say, King Nkofona a year campaign, I will be King Fan, but Mania perfect campaign, I'm matching this time. Should I say, Blokum, Yawa Adia be say, Corona Timino. Mina no ye beni kronu e birim di shebe mu se bembom and decided to my yemi china we last 4 years me to my mama ken but this year me yama can say binim sema be kan e ma me to my banya den e fa se wo bebre no bia be jani mo nyam de ene sense you better as you better be the I've seen the factor so don't say that Secretary Abide what are the CDF MVP for Shatawale. MVP Shatawale.
MVP Shatawale. This time round, they are third force. None of more thing. Okay. We got the campaign of Brian, yeah, and then the Dimina, I'm not surprised, but we couldn't vote. And the man.
Obi say about to say I never call nationwide. The cost say yeah, I give me 50%.
Obenya.
Me just say cost say yeah.
Baby or what? Ebe cost.
Okay, ache ha.
Yes, who's striking the way?
Body hey, what was you mo?
Na say
Baba kun dey lose but this one why?
Say ya. Oko. Genjina Beku West. Baomia wene. Oko drobo. Baomia wene. Oko doma. Baomia wene. Wamfie. Baomia.
Jema titino.
Yeah, titino. And no dia hearing saying. But hearing saying we are so no player then. Eti dia ye kan say, am born 5 o'clock. Na Baomia.
Na ke akoda.
Franka.
Na ke akoda.
Akoda king. Every month yeah campaign. And king.
Oh, second year say dia mo say. Can dia mo party clearly. Most show say on your. Without him bet me.
Yes, start
from
Aduba in the car.
Aduba Marvana, you say.
Aduba in the Kufona Koya. And Aduba in the Wene. The second time, Anna Kufoya the buy. Aduba in Antiana. Kufua, everyone. Alan Kojotra Mantin. Any Nana Kufua. Alan Kojotra Mantin Antiana. Ultimately, the minimum in your party, you say. Sauko election. Now we lose.
I do the farm and I out there.
I don't
want any say. Okay.
And
over Banquaria,
no, a young shot. Second, a bear to Mamma Patty.
Never.
It's not so Brian has one. So Brian has won. Brian has won. No,
it's not possible.
No, they'll not be 100% turnout.
There will not be 100% turnout. And then maybe rejected ballot.
Yeah, that was So they are not counting for Baumia?
Yeah. And then the other candidate, maybe the other candidate will get 1 or 2.
We are not even considering them. Maybe some 1 for Educhum.
Yeah, let's say some 10 or 5 Educhum 5.
Complete no because fear delegates and back.
Can I go see Pius for I get.
Okay.
Pius and
Pius is it Eastern? Because I think he won at Okra as well. Yeah, that's what it is.
All right, so the MPP decides that we're still on with a election verdict day, which is today. I've been bringing you results from across the constituencies level. So far, 155 of the trickling in results has come out of 277. We've done 155 of that results, and I will bring you some more on that. You can also follow us on our social media handles on MBN360. Follow us on our social media handle MBN360, Facebook, WhatsApp, YouTube, and let's have a conversation on the YouTube as well. The 2028 MPP flag bearer race is on, and that is exactly what we are doing now with you. As it stands now, with what has trickled in so far, what has trickled in is what we'll be looking at in a short while. But out of 155 out of 277, let's cross over to Kumasi and John Boy, good evening. Hello, John. Hello, John. Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, John. John, bombing comedian echo. Hello, John. Mitie Wodiana echo. Hello, John Boy. Okay, so we'll try to raise John on another line as we try to fine-tune ourselves with what is happening in the NPP primaries. It's election day. The NPP decides as to who leads them going into election 2028. 5 persons are vying. The road so far to the place. As we speak now, we've done almost, the figures are showing the road to 2028. 50 plus 1 is what you need to be able to clinch it. 50 plus 1. Then you clinch it. I'll be going to our reporter on the ground, John Boy. Will be talking to us to bring us up to speed as to what has really transpired. But as we speak, it's now 121, 155 out of it, and it's still Baumia who is leading in this race. So that tells you clearly the man has taken a commanding lead. 053-715-8638. And numbers also do to me a friend now. Also, only a train come NPP. One more elections here, one more. Okay, Yanko Kumasi, your John Boy, and train come. John, good evening.
Good evening, boss.
Yeah, John, now, a course says, here, dear Neko, Asantememo.
Asantememo, dear, no question. Oba, one eta, a yura.
Mahmoud Dr. Baumia Echino any G any Osebonquana Ekoso na adia aye MPP amayokuno emani dikura wan say omohwe sene emanakin kan ekona yewura blan champon sene osi dimrika na omu se nkowi na chese we san ye yewura Kennedy ohene Japan ho kora chese enwon yi nti oba han modi a asundwe mu na ekoso na ye ni openia oye former MP edema.
Hello, John. As a John, na home and asa to call. You better share, say you be to me. As I raising and or make it very important point. Or make a very important point with regards to a former MP. John, so wait to me, a gene na ya asi ento can be wa home no article. Kasa ne ya kanin na article nti sanka. Obet me agene bio mo anka beboan. Abeboan pa John. And I say MCR say na ya sa raising on a different
Hello.
Yeah, John.
Boss.
Now who can be say former MPB na online no etikoy.
I uncle.
Okay. Me enti we.
Beba so adama yene former MP edema MPP amayoku ono asan be ye DC edema jira tete duma se ayu twen komo bisa ne se sanye abatwe hu susanso ekono o kiremu a o de ani die eni osebo pa edida otu fo nyankopon sanye waboama omode omudwumaje nyina no abawie na o kiremu a eyefie entokwa no mo akokon ye etinya ntokwa asebe ye wo se omode ma ene nsekan ene ko nemu ayasunjemu nemu de omo bo ho ban pa ne se aye ape 2028 abatwa edaga na nyina na mu no MPP amayoku fi abomoden na yewura Baumia oba obetumi de enkabo mapa etinya ba eye party mi se sene Ghana fo bi ekeka ensem se eye MPP amayoku no.
Well, I said we having issues with the phone lines. John keep flipping. John keep flipping. John Sanka. Obetumi asa jineyi amayanke beboye. Ye nya feedback everywhere. Euma article na samba. Euma article na aba. Enti Sanka obetumi asa ahwe amaya nke beboa. John make into PCR somebody to me raise in the biomwa nkabeboa bet me okay it won't say I will share and maybe I will be able to me afraid it was 053-715-863 053-715-868 and numbers are also over to me. Afraid na yede incommodration no. Ashisha so NTBA may sorry Jumedie so now as at 155 out of 270 results are abandoned. Results from some polling stations have started also trickling in even Yanti. John Yemonite uni enkwase wahoma no
Yemonite na yewura aye Salisu Bamba aye former aye MP former DC echiremu a yebisa ne se ebi susu se MP amayoku no ntitimu aba we won camp ebra yewura Baumia ye hwe se ne abatwe no susanso ekona so bedi party na animu a obetumi aboa ama party ni nkabomu a ebi susu se eni party ni otuaye o chiremu a efi echina da ekono on be kekomo ho se ne be ya MPP amayoku betumi akabom na eniema ewo so mu ye bia boama party no enkabom tumi ye adwuma no etuya ye adwuma se ne be ya afi 2028 abatu edaga na nyina na mu no MPP amayoku betumi ababeje ekunya no efre ye NDC amayoku ensem to ba de aminia eni gisem ko ana manfo eje omani wa hanmo a na se anapa no ye de tuja ye hwehwemu a ye nya ne se bi mutu a 800 disi ya me no ka sei bi wo ho mo aminia a che se
1,000 Ghana. I could be a month for Butuma, and a month for Kwambe, and Papa, just a month for the D for Armenia.
Yo, John, sir, the Triniama air course after no, you better about one yabe drink.
But I say, some men don't say the enche, with many better if you just at the south, mentioning Monadia, a course who be also no, Yerbema air Yafuina, but I say.
Mr. Medasi John Boy, a reporter what Ashanti region, and also a day, a money about a free hot about one so I wash a when you call you that are watching us, wherever you're watching us, you can send your thoughts, you can send your messages to us on 053-715-8638. You can also follow us live on the YouTube and have a conversation on the YouTube with us as we look at it. Out of 155, 155 out of 277, Kennedy Japan is having 27,743. That is represented 24.20%. Brandon Champon, 20,188, representing 17.16%. Okay, so let's go to the line and speak to Victoria. Victoria, good evening.
Good evening.
How are you?
Good evening.
Victoria, you're listening to yourself on your TV. Can you turn the volume of your TV set down?
Okay.
Victoria, my volume no, TV volume no, and come from the entry.
Mama Naba from.
The man here will free him. No.
It's free dance to mine.
Okay, it's you.
The chair to say, the Radina Dama to say, who turn out like who say Dr. Baumia Elidi. Dr. Baumia no only dinner, maybe a young de pa, HSA. Ya selling the data. Well,
Unfortunately, we've lost Victoria on the line. Now, Victoria, Bishmi and San Fredium 053-715-8638. Your numbers, from now, my statistics about what has transpired earlier. 155 out of 277. Brian Chambo have 20,188 votes, representing 17.61%. Ken Ahine Japan is having 27,743 votes, representing 24.90%. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, 65,243 votes, representing 56.91%. Dr. Edichum, 1,221 votes, representing 1.10%. And then Engineer Ohine Japan, 202 votes, representing 0.18%. So far, figures are Yasaka 155 out of 277 provisional results are Yitumi Akikambom no and no. It's also between our 053-715-86. And young caught down Suman, Yanni Victoria and Train Come. Victoria, good evening.
Hello.
Yeah, good evening, Victoria. Yeah,
good evening.
You tell young quay.
Hey, they're trying to say, and I was they're trying to say, Dr. Baumiano, you're torn at that. If you do a breast of Usha statistic now, Obi anyone fall back once, Sana, Otimia Big President. Intimidate, I am at the past say, Dr. Baumia, Ebe win, now Obe win. Now, yes, not the knuckle. My shedding and day. I see 2028, say Namia Yadomo. Now, your career, we have one price to say, then you always stand there and be a better canoe, one boom. I am one near pushing, yes, idea. Not Ken. I feel or may showdown, be a or maybe be a letting media may catch what I can we need here. Minimum which are for you, and pay showdown or count. And I told you, the media, I am at the bar. I come in.
We are here, that's so when I'm share. I be some rare hours of Fred Edward by a Darcy. Have a good evening out there. Also, bet me after 053-715-8638. Share NPP decides the CR Meno Kamamao. Some of the statistics and the results, Nibia Abba. We've gone through most of the results. We've shared thoughts. What was an EP? Ke Okwe Oshikini NPP BF4 T Oba Tona Letin Boma Nyotra 053-715-8638. The number said no by Nyotra Wani. What was an Wagbasani Biane no Bohum. Ocho no ni yano. Yeah. Any Uyo, how did you follow it through? Let us know. 053-715-8638. The number said Wonkwe. So far, Nkwanta South constituency Canadian Japan 101, Brian Champon 169, Mahamadou Baumia 519, Dr. Yawaduchum 9, Engineer Kobna Japan 4. Enone results fee Nkwanta South constituency Aba. Also obetumi the wajintre afa. Our microphone is 053-715. You can give us a call right away. Let's have a conversation with regards to the election. You can also, for those of you watching us live on the YouTube, we say we are grateful unto you for watching us live as the NPP decide. So you can also call us, have a conversation with us. What do you make of it? On 053-715-8638 is the numbers. Let's get to hear you, share your thoughts with us, and then we go. We get in your messages. We want to hear you and what you make of it. We'll bring you some more other results as we soldier out for God and for country. 053-715-8638 is the numbers. 053-715-838 is the numbers. The MPP primaries, the MPP decide. And the results are trickling in. PCR will do us a word. And this one says, now we're looking at prophecy and then the data. It sounds interesting. Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Some provisional results coming in. So we'll bring you some more of the provisional results. Hello? Hello?
Cancel.
Hello? Solo?
Cancel.
Yeah, Solo?
Cancel.
Yeah, Solo, yeah, Tonka, Yanko.
Whatever my son, you can any mutin or and MPP. Franka, 2 years ago, you know, you're told over mantam now. A beer at 2 years. Now, many are winning idea back one. Yabuba ban our kind constituency in a you know. Now, come here, you said, executives now, Casano, or any conflict between themselves. Why? I didn't hear. Yes, you say, Canada point, Ficano, the buy, a binyabi, a binyabi, Bamo Sicano, a binyabi, a binyabi. Brana Champion Sicano, a binyabi, a binyabi, San said, or winning just any pattern in a day, Womono, Omu Sicanti, modification, and the coordinators, any organizers, no sha, Omosha no Pana, as a Mutiati, bring the so. Now, strategy now will be a deal on the set. More betting me grew up before 7, 8 in a day. When Sabbatin Yakama envelope by 8, 9 idiot. The coordinators and I organize a buzz a year back, one chain a year back, or more for a year meet a year thing. Until when you have one amount to a banner, motor wheels on with Sicanos why then, Ashe. And indeed, those people know Vinci or winning Tampon, or winning Baumia, or winning a year to Japan. Omba reported directly say, or Mono Trabamano, Nambo Momolo Feno, or Monsa Antimianca, and non necessarily no internally organizers and so on at me air course.
That's a very sad story, sir. Yatua baby na Hunsun. Some about lorry fair and some so about that so far apart from lorry fair and some na abana we see in Sanka Yazaka no a dear beam na air coso. When
you say, oh Honorable said, "You when you baby call a fear delegate."
Yeah.
Unim say, "Oda medical can upon your common say the executives na kasana form a cooperative." Omo chichi omumu na omo hu say e bia nipa 4 5 munkodi bra temporary na munye organizers nipa 7 munkodi ha enti e ba na so omo de envelope no ba na ye be 100 a emu 80 beba 3 let's hide it enti omo wi na omo ankasa asa akwa akwache enti last 4 years no hu say executives nankasa ko omo ho no omo didi omo atem this time it has already changed because they have developed another strategy omo hu say no ba bia duro no ya mfa ya adwene so anya bibia omo botu omo na omo koso wa they don't remember us again. This is the timer we also keep SSDD the so far no and at least a call round kakra.
So lawyer but I say enyumre e hwe ni say after the elections no ni akoso bia no so echina no pa no eye juada ye bebo no tafa
very well very well.
But owo ho na bibi so say si ansa ya sorry jumedie no so no ama ya so ate. Well, so that's a Solomon Feke from the Bono region having a conversation with us, telling us what is really going on. We'll be trekking to the northern part of the country, that is the Tamale, to be precise, northern region, and join our man on the ground, Philemon, to share with us what is really going on at the Tamale Central constituency. I know voting collation has been done at that place, the Tamale Central constituency, and then I hear that the IGP Special Operations Team are there, are also there. So those are on the screens so far. Some of the results we've received, and then we've been able to check it out on the screen for you to see. It tells you where we are heading towards. But we're going to the northern region. So PCR, if you're ready, and you can raise a Philemon on the line for us to speak to him with regards to the Tamale Central constituency. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, hello, good evening.
Yes, Philemon.
Yes.
Currently, where are you? Tamale Central or South?
Yeah, so we are just done with the Tamale Central now, and the crowd has begun to disperse from the voting center with much, jubilation. Earlier during the almost ending, getting to the ending part of the voting, that was where it became very intense. So the police had to call for reinforcement of the IGP Special Operation Team led by DSP Abdul Jalil Bawa. So his team came in massively with about 105 police personnel together with their vehicles coming to surround the whole police park where the voting was happening. And when they came in, they had to engage the crowd, and the crowd understood, and voting continued till counting was done, and declaration of the results too was being made, and people are happy. Jubilation upon jubilation. I've seen, but some of the executive, especially the chairman for Tamale South constituency, who came around and was jubilating and celebrating the victory that he said he was looking up to. So in all, the elections has been very smooth. In fact, Tamale South too, that was the same thing that happened after declaration. People began to jubilate, unless, of course, you want me to put the figures across.
Yes,
other than that,
if we can give us the provisional results from the centers.
Yeah, so with Tamale Central, the provisional results, total vote cast, we had 922. 922. Then the results follows. Ken Ohene Ajapon had 28. 28. Then Brian Achampong had 93. 93. Then the third person, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, had 792. 792. Then Dr. Hossein Educhum had 4 votes. 4 votes. Then Engineer Kobna Ajapon also had 4 votes. Then we had rejected vote 1 and spoiled ballot 1. So, and total registered has to do with 964. 964. That is it for, Tamale Central. So after declaring, people started jubilating all around there. And when we get to, Tamale South, I said it earlier, Tamale South, because of the population, so they have to divide the polling station into polling station A and B. Polling station A and B. So B ended their voting earlier, and they sorted, and the total cast is 552. Then the results follows. Ken Ohini Ajapong had, that is 27. That is the polling station B at Tamale South, 27. Then Brian Achampo, 43. Then Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, 479. 479. Then Dr. Hossein Edikum had 1. Then Engineer Kobna Ajapon had 2. Rejected 0. Spoiled ballot 1. That is it for the Tamale South polling station B. Then polling station A, total vote cast 552. 552 as well. 552. Then results as follows. Then we had all right, so I'll get it. It's like my phone is messing up here, but I will get the polling station A. Then we'll confirm the figures and let listeners who are also following us get to also, benefit from it. So all in all, the whole town is excited about the results so far, and the place has been very, 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 cool here in Tamale. Here. So we are also following the rest. That's with Tamale North and Sandarugu municipality. So at the right time, we also put up the figures for people all over to benefit from it. But all in all, I would say that there has not been any chaos. There has not been any misunderstanding in the election within either Sandarugu, Tamale North, Tamale Central or Tamale South. We've not heard of any issues so far. All the candidate representation agreed to the results, and they all signed on to the results peacefully, and they all had to go in peace. That's what I can say for now.
Right, thank you so much for bringing us up to speed, Philemon, all the way from the northern region. We're still waiting to get other results, but so far, it's been so good. We're grateful.
Thank you so much for having me.
Right, that's what we That's a man on the ground. Philemon speaking to us from the Tamale Central and the Tamale South, bringing us the results from those areas. If you just join us, you live on MBN TV. We're coming to you live from the 10th Avenue Extension, Greater Estate. And we're live on our YouTube, MBN 360, live also on X, live on a Facebook wall, MBN 360. Follow us. Let's have a conversation on the election. How do you feel about the election, the NPP presidential primaries? And so far, some other results that has come in that we're chancing upon those results live from our studios here. We take from the Tamale Central. Let's move to Jama. Jama North is also ready. Sampa, we'll bring you that from Sampa as well. But you can join us on 053-715-8638 is the number. 053-715-8368 is the number. But let's take a listen to the presiding officer of the Tamale South, the presiding officer, getting us into it with the result of that. So we will get you that result, which was announced by the Electoral Commission, the presiding officer announcing the results. We'll get back to the north and bring you that as well. But in between time and now, it's exactly at 15 to the top of the hour, 6 p.m. We're still live from the MBN TV. I'm bringing you all the results from the collation. So we go straight to the central region. This time around, we join Asuku Daniel. Good evening, Asuku.
Good evening, Mr. L.
Yeah, good evening, Asuku. What more can you tell us? What is happening? Is the voting over counting sorted? Everything is done?
Finally, everything has come to a successful end here within the Awutu Senya West district of the central region.
So now take us away. Tell us who won what and who got what.
Okay, so finally we are able to inform our cherished listeners and viewers that voting has ended, sorting has ended, counting has ended, and then declaration has been done. And this is the result so far. This is the result so far. We have Ken Ejapon, Mr. Ken Ejapon, tracking some 435 votes, 435 votes. And then Mr. Brian Echampon, Dr. Brian Echampon, also getting 186 votes, 186 votes. Dr. Mahamadou Baumia, he had 361, 361. Dr. Educhum, 6. And then Ken Ejapon had Kobina Ejapon, Engineer Kobina Ejapon had 1. So I want to go over the figures again. Honorable Kennedy Ohine Akompreko Ejapon had 435 votes. Dr. Brian Echampon, former Agric Minister, had 186 votes. Dr. Mahamadou Baumia, who is the former Vice President, had 361 votes. And Dr. Oseya Educhum had 6. Engineer Kobina Ejapon had 1. So if you can hear some shouts at the background, it is the some of the supporters of Mr. Ken Ejapon who won the race over here in the Awutu West, who are elected. And they are hoping that by the close of national coalition, Ken Ejapon will emerge winner to wave the flag of the New Patriotic Party (NPP) for the pending 2028 general election. And then Baumia and his supporters are also hoping that at the end of the day, the national counting or everything will go in their favor. So that is what is going on over here.
And so how is the atmosphere like now that the counting is over? The winner have been declared from that polling station. Has everybody left quietly to their homes, or they are jubilating?
Almost the place is almost empty because the security and then the electoral commission are done with their job. So almost everyone is getting out of the place already because counting is over and then declaration has been done. So they are quietly going home, and then with the hopes that at the end of the day, any of these two candidates, that is Dr. Mahamadou Baumia or Honorable Ken Ejapon, will emerge national winner. That is it as we speak here.
I want to say a big thank you to you, Daniel Asuku, for being with us since morning till this evening. We say we are grateful.
Yeah.
Right, so we'll get some water, take a bath, and then take a big rest. So that is our reporter from the Central Region, Daniel Asuku, bringing us up to speed. What you make of this election? 0537158638. What do you make of it? Are you excited? Which party do you belong to? Which party do you belong to? Which of the camps do you belong to? Or you just like any of the camps? 0537158638 is the numbers. You can also let us hear from you as we soldier on for God and for country. 053 715-8638 is the number. So far, so good. Shortly, we'll be saying a goodbye to you. We're still looking around to see. We're still looking around to see how everything will go well as we sojourn for God and for country. It's the MBN 360 where you can get more of this coverage live on our Facebook and WhatsApp page, and then you can also join us as MPP decides. Is where we are now. We're looking at how the final result, but already it's like the person that has jumped to lead the quantum is Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. He is leading the entire race. Like I said, with what has come in so far, he is leading. We hope that it continues for them and then they bring some respite. It's a mean to get an you try your bar, Niaki Biano, you're the best. All right, so welcome back from the quick break. I will turn our attention to join our correspondent in the Oti region in the person of Somali Abdul Razak to bring us up to speed. Now that finality has been brought to this matter, we know very soon there'll be a message from Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. He will be speaking to the nation, he will be speaking to the press. So far, so good for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the man who leads in the short the presidential primaries. His leading is almost to... Hello, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, Razak. I know, can you give us a closing wrap of what is happening in Oti region?
Okay. Currently in the Oti region here, I may say, since in the morning, as we started the voting process, all the centers in the region here have been calm. The security situation at hand have been handled by the Ghana Police Service and then other security agencies. They have made sure that they will, they were able to handle all the forces that might come from the delegates. Currently, as we are speaking right now, in the Oti region, I might say many of the constituencies, the constituencies that we have been able to receive their results, is Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia that is leading all the constituencies over here. And as we are speaking right now, I may say in the Oti region here, many of the MPP candidates who are very much in support of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia are jubilating on the street currently. The provisional results, we have been able to get some of the constituencies, with only 2 constituencies that we are not able to get. But as it stands now, we can say that even if the Oti regional minister, the former Oti regional minister, who is Joshua Makubu, was able to speak to some of the delegates even before they start the voting process. He told them not to escalate anything, or not to say anything that will escalate any violence, because at the end of the day, they will all come back as one people and then follow one political party. So they must make sure that they vote, and then after the vote, you just go and sit down calmly and then wait for the result to be mentioned, so that you will know the person who wins. Because after all, they will all go back to one road and then follow one candidate to lead the MPP, which is their fire bearer. And then as we speak right now, let me just say, Krachi, Biakuya constituency, we have received their provisional results. The Kennedy Ejapon had 87, and then Brian Achampon had 189. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia had 391, and then Yao Chum had 9, and then Kwabena Ajay had 3. Rejected ballot is 2, and then KJB Akan constituency, we have Kennedy Akoprako Ejapon had 65, and then Brian Achampon had 206, and then Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia had 344. Yachum had 6, and then Kwabena Ajay had 2, and then Krachi West constituency, Kennedy Ejapon had 74, Brian Achapon had 77, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia had 292, and then Yachum had 8, Kwabena Ajay Ejapon had 4, and then when we come to Jasikan constituency, Kennedy Ejapon had 89, Brian Achampon had 208, and then Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia had 228, Yao Chum had 4, and then Kwabena Ajay had 0. And then when we go to the Guam constituency, we are yet to receive their provisional result, and then that is Nkwanta North, we are yet to receive their provisional result. Nkwanta South, we have Kennedy Ejapon had 101. Brian Achampon had 169. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia had 591. And then Yao Chum had 9. And then Kwabena Ajapon had 4. Krachi East constituency, we have Kennedy Ejapon had 62. Brian Achampon had 5, 158, 158. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia had 456, 456. Yauchum had 2. Kobna Ejapong had 1. Krachi Inchumuru Kennedy Ejapong had 41, 41. Brian Achampong had 103, 103. And then Dr. Mahmoud Baumia had 337, 337. And then Yauchum had 0, Kobna Ejapong had 0. So that is the provisional results we have been able to get from the OT region so far. The EC in the regional office is now yet to give us the update on other constituencies that we are not yet to receive. And then we'll make sure we gather that and then let our listeners also get a view of that.
Thank you so much, Samali Abdul Razak, for bringing us up to speed. Go get some water, shower down, take a rest. We'll be talking more tomorrow and also Monday.
All right. Thank you very much.
Great evening now. They'll be talking to our reporter all the way from the OT region, representing MBN TV. Let's go listen to the presiding officer from the EC, the northern sector of Ghana.
6 constituencies, if we had more than 1,000 delegates, they split it up and then they added the national headquarters, and that resulted in 333 stations. We have only 41 stations currently outstanding that we don't have the pink sheets for. These 41 stations, you can see the distribution in the map here. If I go to Upper West, you can see out of the 15 stations in the Upper West. In the Upper West, it's 12 out of 12, so we've received everything. Now, if we come to Upper East, you can see there is outstanding 2 more out of the 15. We've received 13. We come to the Northeast, we have received all 6 out of the 6. To the Savannah region, all 7 have been received. Northern region currently has 1 outstanding, 18 out of 19. If you come to OT region, we have all 10 stations received. Bono, Savannah is 77, we looked at that earlier. Bono is 13 out of 14. We have only 1 station currently outstanding. Bono East, all 12 have been received. Ashanti region currently has 6 stations outstanding. We have 54 received out of the 60. Western North, we currently have 16. Western North, 7 out of the 10 stations have been received, 3 outstanding. Ahafo, 7 out of 7 received. The Western region, we have 16 out of 21 stations, 5 stations still outstanding. Central region, we have 23 out of the 29 stations, 6 outstanding. Eastern region, 32 out of 35 with 3 outstanding. Volta region, 2 stations outstanding with 18 received out of 20. The incidentally, Excellencies, the Greater Accra where we all are at, that we have the biggest number, 12 stations out of the 56 still outstanding with 44 received. Excellency, with all these 292, and as you can see, it's still coming in, that we have received, we've collated the results, and I can comfortably report to you, Excellency, that as at this moment, with over 87% of all the centers declared, with only 41 stations remaining, you are leading comfortably with 56.56% of the vote. Your Excellency, at this point, it is proper to say that you are cruising to a comfortable victory. If you look at all the votes that are left and the trend that has been established by the over 87% centers, it is clear that not much would change in terms of what we are saying when the 41 stations eventually coming. So I am happy to report to you that as far as we are concerned here, it is near mathematically impossible to have anything change. And what you are seeing here, if anything, will only get better. So, Excellency, it's my singular honor to say congratulations at this point.
So we took you straight away to the analysis center where Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is leading. But just before I say goodbye to you, the former Asin Central Member of Parliament and also the New Patriotic Party presidential hopeful, Kennedy Ohene Ejapon, has urged his supporters to remain resolute and what he described as a disappointing outcome in the party's presidential primaries. Addressing the party faithful at his campaign office at Shiashi just some few minutes ago, Mr. Ejapon acknowledged the setback but stressed that it did not mark the end of a political journey or that of his supporters within the NPP. Mr. Ejapon thanked his supporters for their commitment and sacrifices throughout the campaign, noting that their enthusiasm, loyalty would not be taken for granted. He encouraged them to remain calm and avoid actions or statements that would deepen division within the party. The former MP also emphasized the need for unity going forward, urging party members to close ranks after the contest and focus on broader objective of winning national power. So he has thrown in the towel, he's given it up, and he has accepted from what I have on my desk. It means that he's accepted the defeat. That is, he said, it is the worst, that the worst has happened, but that is not the end. Ken Ejapon to supporters. Meanwhile, the former Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has also expressed gratitude to his campaign team, parliamentary supporters, party executive, following his strong performance in the New Patriotic Party presidential primaries held today, Saturday, the 31st day of January 2026. He was speaking at his campaign coalition center. We brought you the statistics that was shown from the campaign coalition center ahead of the Electoral Commission's official declaration result. Dr. Bawumia credited his success to the collective effort of his team. Dr. Bawumia specifically acknowledged his national campaign coordinators for their instrumental roles in the campaign. The former vice president reserved special praises for members of parliament who backed his candidacy, describing their support as phenomenal. Dr. Bawumia remarks come as a provisional result from across the country showed him maintaining a commanding lead over his opponent, businessman Kenneth Ohin Japan, former Food and Agriculture Minister Dr. Brian Champon, former Education Minister Dr. Yao Osei Edichum, and former NPP General Secretary Kobna Eje Ejapon. Over 211,000 delegates cast their vote at over 300 polling stations nationwide in a keenly contested race to determine the party's flag bearer for future election. So the MPP decide, and this is where MB and TV will want to say a big thank you for being part of us from morning till this time, bringing you all the results from all the coalition center, taking you to the final bit of it. So we say congratulations to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Better luck to Ken Ohene Japan, Brian Champon, and the rest of the team. On my behalf and on my own behalf and behalf of those who joined me on the panel, Christian Tete and also Bernard Eduji, my team from the PCR, the MCR, my reporters across the length and breadth of the country. We want to say a big thank you to our viewers, our callers, our texters. We say we are grateful. We'll meet again, same time tomorrow. Have a good evening. My name is El Samuels. Bye-bye.